Tracy.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. I promise you this is going to be a great weekend. This may be the most important 3 days that you spend in your business life, and it's certainly our goal. Fortunately, we've been teaching these ideas now since about 1984, and we've upgraded them continually. We put in thousands and thousands of hours. We've taught thousands of entrepreneurs in close held coaching sessions that have gone on for years, and we've perfected and refined it and perfected and refined it. And what we're going to be sharing with you in the time that we're together is the best of the best of the best, the best that we've ever found. And many people have told us that just one idea has had such a profound effect on their business, something they hadn't even thought of. I was in Las Vegas recently, and this young guy came up to me and he said, I would say young guy, he's 30 when you're my age, 30 is young. And he said, you know, you were here talking to our group, a large group, two years ago, and you said if we used these ideas, we would double our income, or could double our income in the next 2 to 3 years. He said, boy, were you wrong. He said, I increased my income 500% in the last 12 months. He said, just using these ideas. He said, I couldn't believe it. And there was just one concept that you taught that I'd never heard before that I began to use over and over again. He said, I've never made so much money in my whole life. And I thought that was a great compliment. It was one of the reasons why they brought me in. But right behind him was a woman who had tripled her income and a man who had quadrupled his income. Somebody, it was like a wedding receiving line. Everybody coming up and telling you their success stories. And I thought about this afterwards, and I thought, isn't that interesting? Here's this guy who's working away, and he wasn't doing that well, he told me earlier, and increased his income 500%. And what will happen as a result of that? Well, he's now got a brand new car. He's got a beautiful home. He's no longer living with his parents. He's got a bank account full of money. He'll marry better. He'll have great children. The kids will go to private schools and great universities. He will have people working for him. His whole life will be totally different because he learned one idea, because he went to a seminar. Now, you never know what the idea is going to be. So my philosophy is always give a lot of ideas. You never know which one is going to be the right one for you, so we'll give a lot of ideas. But if your goal is to increase your sales and cut your costs and dramatically increase your profitability, then this is the right place for you, because I will show you how to do it, as I have shown thousands of other people. In fact, I used to guarantee that if you come to me and work with me for a year, I will show you how to double your income and double your time off. And my success rate runs about 99%. It's about 99%. And I use sort of what I call the treadmill analogy. And I asked this question. I said, if you bought a treadmill, which is the most popular selling piece of exercise equipment in America, they sell about $1 billion a year in treadmills, believe it or not. If you bought a treadmill and took it home, what would determine how much benefit you got from the treadmill? Yeah, well, it's how much you use it and how long each time. It's not if you hang your clothes on it to dry, you know. And so these principles that I'm going to share with you are just like a treadmill. They're absolutely guaranteed to work. There's no question that they work. The only question is, will you use them, and how long and how often will you use them? I started off my career quite humbly. I did not graduate from high school. I finished in the half of the class that makes the top half possible. And I struggled when I left high school without graduating. I worked at laboring jobs for several years. When I could no longer find a laboring job, like most of you, I got into sales. And in sales, I spun my wheels month after month until I began asking, why is it that some salespeople are more successful than others? And I went to the top salesperson of my company, and I asked him, and he told me. He had been trained, when he got out of college, he had been trained by a Fortune 1000 company. They'd trained him for a year before they put him in the field. They'd trained him in every single aspect of professional selling. And he can now walk into any company, any industry, any market, and he can sell 10 times as much as anybody else within 30 to 60 days. Because he knew how to do it. He knew what he was doing. And I was thinking before I came down here today, they say that everybody in life has a watershed experience, maybe more than one. But I had a watershed experience because I had started my own business and I was struggling. I wasn't making many sales and I was worried about money all the time, and I was getting all kinds of rejections and failure and so on. And I struggled year after year, and I was in my 30s. And then I asked myself, why is it that some business people are more successful than others? And it occurred to me it's because they were better educated. Now, it turned out not to be true, but I didn't know that. So there was a big advertisement in the paper for an executive MBA at the University of Alberta, 30,000 students. You could go as an adult working, you could take evening and weekend and summer courses. So I signed up and I took an entire executive MBA program, 4,000 hours. And in this program, they taught me that business has been broken down into scientific parts, whether it's economic theory, whether it's marketing, whether it's strategy, planning, personnel, psychology, all of these different courses that you had to take. Now, at the same time that I was doing this, I caught the eye of one of the greatest entrepreneurial executives in Canadian history, a man named Dr. Charles Allard. And he liked me because I took the first deal I ever had, I took to his company, and they bought it, which changed my whole life. And he liked the way I handled it so much, he asked me if I would go to work for him as his personal assistant, which is like dying and going to heaven. This man was a man of great talent, great character, so respected, so smart. I still am in awe of him, even though he has passed away. And I went to work with him, and he owned 200 companies at that time. And what he did is he would give me an assignment with this company or that company, a problem, and I would go in and look at it. And then I would spend hours with him, and he would explain to me different parts of business. And what I learned is that the law of cause and effect applies to business. If you do certain things in a certain way, you get a certain result. And if you take the combination of these two experiences, working with Dr. Charles Allard for 3 years, and eventually I built three major businesses that yielded tens of millions of dollars. And he taught me, he schooled me in step-by-step. Real estate development, I didn't know anything about real estate development. I didn't even know how it was correctly spelled, for that matter. And by the time I was finished, I developed $100 million worth of properties. I had annex properties, built shopping centers, built residential subdivisions, built downtown office buildings, and I got schooled. And what I learned was that in business, if you do certain things in a certain way, you get a certain result. And sometimes it's only one or two small things that you do that can bring about a profound difference. Many years ago, after I was successful with Dr. Allard, I got an opportunity. I set a goal for myself, a visualized goal, was to have a Mercedes-Benz, a silver gray 450 SEL Mercedes-Benz. I saw some other younger person than me with one, and I said, I'd love to have a car like that. And once you sort of program that into your subconscious mind, your reticular activating system sees Mercedes-Benz everywhere. And one day, I won't go into it, I got a chance to buy one at a price that I couldn't resist, and I did. So I had this beautiful Mercedes-Benz, and when you took it out on the highway, it was like a big boat, and you step on the accelerator, and it would pick up speed, and it would go faster and faster and faster, and unfortunately, there's just too many highway patrol in that area. I got ticket after ticket. I got 3 tickets in one day once, just driving that car. Anyway, so here I am with this beautiful car, and I'm very happy because it's big and it's powerful and it's got a huge engine the size of a kitchen, and it's got beautiful leather upholstery and everything else. And one day I took it in to get it serviced. And the mechanic, his name was Mario, I still remember him, he called me up and he said, you know, there's a problem with your carburetor. It's really impeding your acceleration. I said, well, I certainly hadn't noticed that because it was going, it was accelerating pretty fast. He said, we need to change it. It'll cost $69 to put in this new valve or something else. Well, it turned out that the previous repair had actually put in a valve, but they put it in backwards. So instead of the gasoline spraying, it was condensing. But even with a Mercedes like that, it was still fine. So he changed the valve, very small valve in the carburetor, and he said, I think it'll have more pep now, but be careful. So I still remember being in his parking lot, his garage, and there's the entryway to the street. So I got in, and I'm used to stepping on the gas, and the thing goes, and it starts to move and gets faster. So I stepped on the gas, and the car went, pew! like the Roadrunner, beep, beep, pew! Like that. And I had to slam on the brakes to stop from lurching into the street where the traffic was. I couldn't believe it. And he said, well, just that one valve. And I still remember that as a metaphor. You know, the metaphor I'm referring to is that sometimes just changing one valve in your business can suddenly cause your sales and profitability to go pa-choom, like that. And everybody has these experiences. My goal is for you to have a whole variety of these potential experiences in the course of the time that we spend together. And so I've designed this whole day so that you're going to be fully active mentally. This is not going to be a lecture. This is going to require that you be fully engaged in what you do. Now, let me just check here. I wanted to mention that we have our coaches. Can I have our focal point coaches just stand so you can see these people? These are all professionally trained coaches who come from all over the United States to be here as resources for you. They work with hundreds of businesses. They've brought about millions of dollars of changes and benefits. So if you have any questions at all, if you see a focal point coach, ask them, because they're here at your service. They're here just to be available to you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please sit down. Thank you. Outside, we have our friends from Infusionsoft, and Infusionsoft has fantastic software that helps you follow up with your customers and make more sales. It helps you put your customers into basically a production line and follow up with them on a regular basis. And instead of losing track of your customers, you follow up with them in a systematic way. And Infusionsoft is one of the most popular forms of software for customer follow-up in the world today. Is anybody familiar with Infusionsoft? It's a good stuff. So go and ask these people, because they are going to give you there's some information in the back of your book. They're going to give you 4 special e-products that will help you increase your sales and profitability. Also, we have Laughlin & Associates, and Laughlin & Associates are experts at business. They're business formation experts on how you can protect your business. They've been working for decades. They're extremely smart, and they help business owners like us avoid an enormous number of pitfalls that we're not even aware of. You know, we have so many laws today. A friend of mine in Washington wrote a book called One Nation Under Arrest, referring to the United States. And basically it says that every single American commits two criminal offenses every day, because there are literally hundreds of thousands of pages and millions of words of regulations. And the people who write the regulations love to write regulations. And the regulations are not passed by Congress. They give them a sort of like with this health care bill, there's 186 new departments that have been set up. And the heads of the departments, yet to be chosen, are responsible for writing the regulations in each of those departments. Every one of them has the force of law. So there will be thousands of more regulations. So everywhere where it's like a minefield. And anyway, what Laughlin & Associates will do is help you avoid some of the regulations that are very, very low cost. But I know that if you run afoul of these regulations in business, it can be fatal to you. You have no idea. If you haven't been through a criminal prosecution or a lawsuit yet, you're in for it. All right. Now, in page 227, there is an action planner. If you go to page 227, please. There's what is called an action planning form. And this is going to be your new best friend. And as we go through this session, you are going to have ideas. They're going to be sparks. And there's a little rule that says, when you think it, ink it. So when you get an idea, and the idea could come out of the air, the idea could come out of conversation, the idea could be just a flash of intuition, but you will have ideas about your business and what you can do. When you have that idea, stop whatever you're doing and writing it down, because you may find that that idea was worth 10 times or 100 times coming to this seminar. But if you don't write it down, it just goes off into space, and you'll forget it. Maybe a year later, you're like, geez, I thought about that when I was in San Diego, and why didn't I write it down? So be sure to write down the goal or action that you're going to take and the date. When we've done this with our clients, what we do is we have them do this at the end of a session. We have 4 sessions a year. What we're doing is we're putting the 4 quarterly sessions into 2.5 days. What we'd have them do is do this, and when they came back 90 days later, we would say, does everybody have their list from the last meeting? And they admitted that they hadn't really looked at it since the last meeting, because that's what entrepreneurs don't do. But when they did take it out just before they came, because they knew I was going to ask, they were astonished to find that they'd done everything they wrote on their list. And their business and their lives were totally changed. So it's the most amazing thing. Just write it down, and you'll be absolutely amazed. Because when you write something down, it's what is called a psychoneuromotor activity, which is an impressive word. If you really want to impress somebody, say, oh, that's a psychoneuromotor activity you're engaged in there. So when you write it down, what happens is you program it into your subconscious mind. You see it, you think it, you sub-vocalize it, and kinesthetically you write it, and you actually put it into your hard drive, and it begins to run by itself. And at a certain time, you tend to engage in the action. It's the most amazing damn thing. We all know about these psychological things. So write it down. It's really important. You come up with 15, 20, 25 points, and those points are going to make you rich. Those points are what will guarantee that you'll double your income and double your time off. Now, I handed out something to you, and I asked you to fill out this form on pre-work. How many people did their pre-work? How many did their pre-work this morning? How many people are still working at their pre-work while I'm talking, trying to get through it? Okay. I know you guys. I know you guys. You're no damn good. I know it. You're entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs and men are no damn good. Now where is, I had my pre-work here. Shoot, where is it? Where is it here? Okay, here it is. Now, here's a question. What is the most important part of this seminar, of our time together? What's the most important part of our time together? Well, the answer is the actions that you take afterwards. It's what you do as a result of our conversation, as a result of your work, as a result of our discussion. It's what you do afterwards. It's not the time that we spend together, but it's the actions you take and how fast you take them and how consistently you take those actions. So a person who takes one major action as a result of this is far more valuable than a person who learns 1,000 things and takes no action. So always be thinking in terms of taking action. Can you grab that for me? Shoot. Now here is the second question, is what is the most valuable and most important skill that you have? What is your most valuable and most important skill? Yes, it is your ability to think. It is your ability to think because your thinking determines everything. The quality of your thinking determines the quality of your life. Now, what is the major provocation of good thinking? And the answer is questions. Really good questions. So you'll find that everything we do is around questions. I'll explain a concept and then you'll be forced to answer questions because the questions are like those cattle prods with the batteries in it. You go play, and they literally jolt your brain. One good question. Peter Drucker used to say, I'm not a consultant, I'm an insultant. I don't give advice, I ask questions and force people to think about the answers. So what you will find in the time we spend together is a lot of great questions which have been prepared and polished and written and rewritten. And any one of the answers, like a provocation, like Edward de Bono, the thinking specialist, he called it provocation. A really good question will provoke an answer, and sometimes that answer changes your whole life. So what we did here is we asked you a series of questions. The whole purpose of this is not to educate me, but to force you to think at a better level, because it is the thinking that is more important than anything else. You know, like why? Why are you doing this? Why aren't you doing something else? What are your assumptions? What if your assumptions were wrong? If your assumptions were wrong, what would you have to do differently? Of all the things you'd have to do differently, what would be the first thing you would need to do? You ask these questions, and they're very provocative. You know, one of the questions that Drucker taught was always question your assumptions. What are you assuming to be true that may not be true? When I work with businesses, I say, you have a product or service in the market. What is your basic assumption? Well, that there's a market for that product or service. Or the second assumption is that you're capable of selling it against entrenched competition. Or the third assumption may be that your product or service is superior to that of others. Or it may not be, but you think you can sell it through clever marketing techniques. Are you with me so far? Questioning your assumptions really opens your eyes. It's scary, by the way. Nobody wants to question their assumptions. We fall in love with our assumptions. So we say, list the 3 biggest business challenges you're facing today. This is really good thought. In other words, what are the things that keep you awake at night? List your 3 most important business goals. And number 3, list your 3 strongest and best qualities as a business person. What areas do you need to improve? What 3 talents, skills, or abilities have been most responsible for your success up to now? We'll come to this later. We call it the law of 3. But basically, there's 3 skills or talents or abilities that account for 90% of your success. And you need to know what they are because those are the reasons why you're successful. What are the 3 biggest mistakes you've made in your business life? That's a painful one. What are the most valuable lessons that you've learned? You know the difference between winners and losers is that winners learn lessons from every setback or experience, and losers just get mad and blame their problems on someone else. And so the smart person is always looking for the lesson, In Napoleon Hill's work with 22 years interviewing actually several thousand business people, he found that one of the characteristics they all had in common, the wealthiest people in America, all who started with nothing, all who were worth enormous amounts, he said was they always looked for the lesson. No matter what happened, they dismissed it. Doesn't matter who's to blame. They looked for the lesson. What can we learn from this experience that will help us to be better and smarter in the future? That is a way of thinking, by the way, that enables you to benefit from everything that happens to you. So then if you could wave a magic wand and achieve any goals in your business life, what would they be? What are your personal take-home income goals in next year, 5 years, 10 years? You know that the greater clarity you have about your goals, the greater likelihood it is that you will achieve it. If your life was perfect, how would it be different from today in 4 critical categories? At one action are you going to take immediately as a result of your answers to these questions? Now, I'd like you to engage in a quick exercise. I want you to turn to the people at your table. I want you to introduce yourself to each person and tell them who you are, where you come from, and what you do, and then answer that last question. What one action have you decided to take as a result of the pre-work? So turn to the people at your table and do this exercise now. Please begin. Introduce yourself and tell them what one action you're going to take.
Lots of other people.
Remember, the most important part of today is action, the actions that you decide to take. The whole purpose of every exercise, and you'll find at the end of every exercise, is what one action are you going to take immediately? And your ability to decide upon that and then to follow through is really the critical determinant. Successful people make decisions and follow through on their decisions, and other people make the same decisions and then do nothing and hope that things will get better. So let us begin here. This is learn the skills you'll need to start or grow $1 million business. I want you to do a fun exercise, and I want you to think of your highest income year to date, the year that you made the very most money, and then I want you to add a 0 to that and set this as your long-term goal. Now, for most people, that's shocking. When I first learned this exercise many, many years ago, and the exercise is 1x to 10x. X to 10x, X to 10x. X is your current highest income. 10x is your ideal income, 10 times. And the first time you do this, by the way, it's a little bit of a shock to the system because it's taken you your whole life to get your income to where it is today. The idea of earning 10 times as much is preposterous. It's a fun exercise, motivational exercise, but is it really preposterous? Because there are ways to do it. Let us imagine, is there one chance in 1,000 that over the years ahead you could increase your income 10 times? Is there one chance in 1,000? All right, so it is possible. It's not impossible, it is possible. Many things might have to happen. Is there 2 chances in 1,000, one chance in 500? Well, maybe. In other words, it is possible, so I'm going to give you the great question, the go-ahead question for the rest of your career, and the question is how? Whenever you think of a goal like that, what the average person does is they think of the reasons why it's not possible. What top people do is they think, how? How could it be done? How could it be achieved? What would I have to do? Now, are there people in the world who earn 10 times as much as you? Yes. Now, do you know how much they were earning when they started? Less than you today. And now they're earning 10 times as much. And they're not smarter than you, and they're not better than you, and they're not more talented or more skilled. They just did something different than you're doing. So I just want you to play with this idea, the idea of earning 10 times as much. And we know it's possible because piles of people are doing it, and some of them aren't as smart as you. Then nothing will make you madder than to find somebody who's dumber than you, who's making more money than you. Have you had that experience? Isn't that a bummer? I mean, how could this idiot be doing so well? Well, it's because he or she is doing some of the things that we'll talk about here. So just play with the idea and think about how. One of the exercises that Steve and I have been teaching for years is write the question at the top of the page, how could I increase my income by 10 times over the next 10 years? And then write down 20 answers to your question. I could do this, and I could do this, and I could do this, and I could do this, I could do this, more of this and less of this, start here and start there, and just start writing down answers. I could earn this amount and get this percentage, I could sell this much product, I could start, in other words, just play with it like a kid at Christmas. And sometimes what will happen is an idea will just leap out like a flashbulb off the page and you say, oh my God, if I did that and it worked, and then what you do is you act as if it were impossible to fail. You just take action as if it were impossible to fail. So play with these. So let's begin. We say your business and personal potential is this. Everybody starts off earning a little at the starting point of life. It's like a great marathon. Everybody starts off and everybody's earning very little because they have limited earning ability. And then the race starts and some people get way ahead. The majority stay in the middle and some people fall so far behind they think they're first. And some people end up earning 10 times as much. So the question is, how do they get there? And the answer is additional knowledge and skill. They just learn and apply new stuff. They just learn and apply more and more stuff. 80% of people, according to the best research that's being done lately, I mean prize-winning research coming out of the University of Florida, is on the area of what is called deliberate practice. And deliberate practice says that people who get to the front are always deliberately practicing and learning new skills, and they learn the new skills that will help them the most at that time. And of course, with a rapidly changing society, society demands new skills. 10 years ago, you didn't need to be good with the internet or computer. Now, you can't even get out of bed without checking your computer. I mean, it's an essential skill that you have to have. People say, well, I'm not really good at computers. I remember when they brought in the new president of IBM, what was his name, out of McKinsey and Company, the biscuit salesman, Lou Gerstner. He didn't even know how to turn on a computer when they put him in charge of IBM. He said he didn't use computers, he had the staff use computers. Interesting, but if someone were to say that today, they'd be laughed out of the room, even a small room. So additional knowledge and skill is the key. Now here is the problem. 80-20 rule, top 20% earn 80% of the money, and so on. The bottom 80% have to struggle for the crumbs that fall off the tables from the top 20%. Here's what they found. The people in the bottom 80% learned their job well enough not to get fired, and then they never get any better. This is one of the great shockers, but they could be intelligent, come from the best universities, doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers, and college graduates, but 80% of them learn enough to do their job, and then they flatline and never get any better. They never take in any more knowledge and skill. And that's why in the accounting profession, they require that you upgrade your skills by 40 hours a year or you lose your certification, because they know that if you're not upgrading your skills, you cannot serve your clients properly. So they make it mandatory or you lose your license. Are you familiar with this? And why? It's because other than that, they will not learn. But the top 20%, these people are learning all the time. They're hungry to learn how to do what they're doing better. So you are extraordinary. You have special talents and abilities that you can use to achieve all your goals in life. Peter Drucker said that one of the great jobs or responsibilities you have is to figure out what you're good at, and then to do it and do it really well and do it all the time. And we'll come back and talk about that later. So what are your special talents and abilities? What are the things that you do easily that are difficult for other people? What are the things that you enjoy? Now, build a great business. Here's 4 keys that we teach. Number 1 is clarity, or clarify. Be absolutely clear about who you are and what you want. The second is to simplify, is to get all of the things in your life that are cluttering up your life out of your life and simplify it so you're doing only those things that you most enjoy, that give you the most happiness and the best results. The third is to maximize, is how can you get the very most out of yourself and your situation. And then the fourth is to multiply. And I'll explain these 4 in just a second. So in clarify, we say develop absolute clarity about who you are, what you want, and the best way to achieve it. You'll find that people who set goals accomplish 10 times as much as people who don't set goals. I have a book that I've written. It's called Goals, surprisingly enough. And it's how to get everything you want faster than you ever thought possible. And I get letter after letter after email after phone call of people say it changes their lives. It's changed their lives completely. Their lives has literally exploded like pushing down a dynamite detonator when they started to set very clear written goals with plans that they worked on every day. Surprise, surprise. And people say, well, I know what I want, and I got my goals. I mean, I don't write them down because I'm too tired or what else. That's the same as going across country in a brand new country where you don't speak the language and there are no road signs and no road maps. You could drive forever and never get anywhere. So number 2 is to simplify. And this is what we specialize in. Delegate, outsource, eliminate all low-value, no-value tasks and activities in your life. Remember that 80% of what you do is meaningless. Only 20% of what you do accounts for all the value. However, the 20% of things are hard and the 80% of things are fun and they're easy and they're small and they check the email and call your friend and chat and read the paper and go for coffee and everything else. And because human beings are subject to the path of least resistance, we find ourselves gradually doing more and more of the little fun, easy things. And pretty soon the day's all gone and we haven't done a single thing of value. So this is a real discipline that we have to work on. It's maximize. Maximize means determine your special talents, abilities, and strengths, and focus on developing to the highest level. The other thing is to determine the products and services that you have that have the ability to be real winners and throw all your heart into making them succeed. Interesting, if you asked a business owner, how important is sales to your business? They'll say, oh, it's the most important thing of all. I mean, without sales, it's blood to the brain. I mean, it's oxygen. I mean, you can't live without sales. Well, then they will track them and they will follow them, and they'll find that the average business owner spends 11% of their time on sales. The other 89% of their time is spent being busy. Busy, busy, busy. I'm busy, busy, busy. I'm making my plans, and I'm working on the internet, and I'm calling my friends, and I'm going for lunch, and I'm having meetings, and they're busy, 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 and they can't understand why their business is going sideways. I have a good friend who started a business on his kitchen table with 2 partners. It's now about $1.8 billion. He got 6,000 major customers. We spent some time here last year, and he said he still sees himself as a salesman, and everybody in the company thinks of sales 80% of the time. That's all they think about is sales all day long, which is why they're one of the most successful companies in a very competitive industry, because all they think about is selling. And so we say the only time that you are working when you are in your own business is when you are face-to-face head to head, ear to ear, knee to knee with someone who can and will buy from you. In fact, your job is one thing in your business, is to ask for money. Your job is to ask people for money. Give me your money. I want your money. Here's a good reason for it. Here's several reasons. Here's what I'll do for it. Here's what I'll give you for it, but give me your money. And if you're not asking for money, you're not working. You're not employed. You're basically wasting time. You're betraying yourself and your family when you're not asking people for money. When you get up in the morning, self-employed business people are unemployed until they get face to face with someone and ask them for their money. Are you with me so far? Don't like that, do you? I mean, look at the look that he's got in his face. Well, the fact is, it's a hard way of putting it. And of course, there's lots of things that you have to do to get into field position, to kick the goal, to ask for money. But nonetheless, remember, that's the aim, is to ask for money. Now, here's the most amazing thing. The more you ask for money, the more what happens? People buy from you. Oh, my God, that's deep. Wow. You mean if I ask for money all the time? Now, here's a very important point. When we're young, I don't want to get off track because we're trying to keep on a schedule. When we're young, our favorite word is yes. Can I have candy? Yes. Can I have dessert? Yes. Can I go here? Yes. Can I have that? Yes, 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 yes. What's our least favorite word? No. And so we develop a conditioned response to the word no. We hate the word no. We don't like the word no. We avoid the word no, and we avoid people who say no. We just don't like them because they say no and they make us feel bad. But when we start our own business, who are those people? Customers. Oh, my God. So we just don't call on them. That's what we do. We just won't get around those negative people who are always saying no to us. So here is the rule, is from now on, go for no. Remember that the yeses you get in your life will be in direct proportion to the number of no's that you're willing to suffer. And you don't just accept a no by saying, well, I'll take it like a beating. You know, you go out there, oh, you're going to get no. You eagerly pursue no's. You eagerly pursue no's. You act as if it were impossible to fail. Imagine if I said to you that you're going to have to talk to 50 people before you find someone who buys, but they'll buy $1 million worth of your product. And so the sooner you get through the 49 people who say no, the sooner you get to the one who will say yes. And that is an absolute guarantee. I'm a multi-billionaire. I can give you that guarantee. If you'll go out there and get 49 no's, you'll get $1 million sale. If you believe that, what would you do? Would you just, well, maybe talk to 1 or 2 people a day? Or would you be up in the morning and you're just hitting it all day long, getting as many no's as you possibly can? I mean, you're trying to get through those no's as fast as you can to get to the yes. Isn't that true? Say yes. When you start to think like this, I can hardly wait to get the no's, because every no I get is closer to someone who will buy. Every time somebody says no to me, I laugh. I laugh. No, that's money in the pocket. That's the cash register jinging when I hear a no, because it's moving me closer to the sale. What I've just told you is the difference between winning and losing in entrepreneurial life. Winners are always willing to take a no. They don't like it. But they finally reach the point where they say, hey, the only way I can have everything I want in life is being able to endure the no's. Give you a quick story. I was speaking for the Yellow Pages in Toronto, the Yellow Pages for the state of the province of Ontario. And I was giving a talk for all of their top people in this resort outside of Toronto. And the president got up and he told a little story before I got up to tell a story or to talk. And he told a story about, true story, about a friend of his who has won 7 Ironman triathlons. 7 Ironman triathlons. And out of 9 attempts, he won 7. Now, do you know what the Ironman triathlon is? It's the one they do in Hawaii. You have to win triathlons at lower levels before you get to the Hawaiian triathlon. You have to ride a bicycle. Ride a bicycle 115 miles or 100 and something miles. Then you swim 3 miles in the open ocean, and then you run a marathon. And that's the Ironman. He's won 7 out of 9 attempts. And this is against some of the finest athletes and best trained athletes in the world. And so he asked his friend, he said, it's an important story. He asked his friend, why do you think, how is it that you could win 7 triathlons against all of that competition? He said, well, they're all well-trained and determined. They're all persistent, resolute. They're all the finest athletes in the world. He said, but I have one advantage. He said, I'm willing to take more pain than they are. I'm willing to take more pain than they are. Are you with me so far on where we're going here? Is the difference between you and the average person is you're willing to take more pain. You're willing to take more no's. You're willing to work longer and harder hours. You're willing to put in the suffering that other people just won't do. They'd rather go home and watch television and go drinking and watch sports on the weekends and so on. But all the people who are successful are willing to take the pain that goes with their work. And the greatest pain of all is being told no, being rejected, because we take it personally. We think it's something fundamentally wrong with us or our company or our product, and it hurts us, and we feel bad inside. But once you can change your thinking about that and say, hey, no is good. More no's I get. No's are inevitable. They go with the territory. If you go outside in the wintertime, it's cold. If you go into this entrepreneurial business, you get lots of no's. And so you say, okay, I don't mind. I'm going to get all the no's I want. In fact, I'm not just going to wait for no's. I'm going to go out and I'm going to aggressively pursue no's. I'm going to see how many I can get every day. And I promise you this, I promise you, if you will pursue no's, if you will go for no, if you try to get as many no's as possible, you're going to be a big success in life. Nothing will stop you. Because the more you get no's, the smarter you get, the faster you get, the quicker on your feet you get, and the fewer no's you get. The very willingness to go out and get all the no's makes it likely that eventually you get fewer and fewer no's and more yeses. So maximize, determine your special talents and abilities, and this is how you get to use those talents. The talents are no darn good if you're sitting in your office picking at your computer. Multiply, and multiply is where you leverage yourself and your business with other people's customers in joint ventures, which we teach you in business growth strategies, which you have available to you. Knowledge, other people's abilities, the people you hire, other people's efforts, other people's money and financing, and other people's resources. Always be looking for ways. Remember, if you want to earn 10 times your current income, you can't do it by yourself. You're going to have to be able to leverage yourself through a whole lot of other things. And we'll talk about how to do this. So we say there are 4 ways to change your life. And there's only 4 ways. And it's really interesting because I've studied this for years. Only 4 ways to change your life, change your work, change your health, change your relationships, change your business. Number 1, you can do more of some things. Number 2, you can do less of other things. Pretty simple. Number 3, you can start doing something new, which is the hardest thing of all, is for people to start something new because we get into a comfort zone and we are comfortable doing what we're doing and we resist change. It's normal and natural. We have to force ourselves out of our comfort zone. Interesting study. Do you remember the book Leaders? It came out in the 90s, one of the most popular books on leaders written by Warren Bennis. They studied 93 leaders over a multi-year period, and they determined that they had 5 characteristics that made them leaders in every field that they were in. And one of the characteristics that still stands out for me was that they all realized that there was a natural tendency to fall into a comfort zone and just keep doing what they had done before that worked before. But in an era of rapid change, you had to keep trying something new. And so how did they keep themselves out of a comfort zone? The answer was they just set big goals for themselves. Continually set big goals for themselves and their organizations that forced them out. It forced them out of the box. It forced them to try new things. They couldn't possibly achieve big goals doing what they were doing. So they kept setting big goals deliberately to keep themselves growing and expanding. That's why I say put a 0 on your best year's income and say, that's my goal. Now, with whatever your income is today, you're not going to get 10 times by doing the same thing. You're going to have to really start thinking in much broader terms. And finally, number 4 is you can stop doing something altogether. There's a lot of things that you're doing that when you started doing them, they seem to be a good idea, but now they're not such a good idea. They're not working out that well. You're not getting good results from them. But the danger is you just keep on doing them. Like Old Man River, you just keep on rolling along. And what you have to do is you have to say, what should I stop doing altogether, which we're going to talk about in 1 second. So I'm going to give you an exercise to do. Okay, and this is really important. Remember, the most important thing is questions. I want you to ask this question. Rule, you cannot save time, you can only spend it differently. I'm getting ahead of myself. Whoops. How could that happen here? These are good workbooks, by the way. Okay, here you go. You can only spend time, which is one of the great time management rules, is you cannot save time, you can only spend it. You can only spend it differently from how you're spending it today. It's the same amount of time. So what are you going to do more of? What are you going to do less of? What are you going to start doing? What are you going to stop doing? And here's the great question, and this is one of the greatest exercises you'll ever learn. This exercise is literally life-changing, and it's something you can use for the rest of your life. I've had people go from rags to riches with this one single thinking concept. I think it's one of the greatest, if not the greatest thinking concept available to us as business people in times of rapid change. And you ask yourself, is there anything in your life that knowing what you now know, you wouldn't get into today if you had to do it over? And what we do is we say, always continue to conduct what we call a quink analysis on every area of your business. Quink means knowing what I now know. Whoops. Knowing what I now know, is there anything that I am doing today that I would not start up again today if I had to do it over? Now, I know something about you, and you know something about me in times of turbulence and rapid change, is in your life and my life, there's always something that knowing what you now know, you wouldn't start up again today. You wouldn't get into it again today because it seemed like a good idea when you did get into it, but it turned out that it's not a good idea. How many of your decisions do you think will turn out to be wrong in the fullness of time? Can you guess? What percentage? Well, according to the American Management Association in business, about 70%. 70% of your decisions will turn out to be a little bit wrong, a lot wrong, or disasters. 70%. So therefore only 30%. That means that 2/3 of the time you're going to be wrong. Now, what is the difference between the winner and the loser? Is the winner realizes when they're wrong, admits it, and changes course. The loser keeps on doing it. You know the old story about the husband and wife that are driving down the highway and they're going to Los Angeles, and she says, honey, is Phoenix on the way to Los Angeles? And he says, no, it's a completely different direction. He said, well, I just passed a sign saying we're heading to Phoenix. He says, never mind, we're making great time. There's a Turkish proverb, one of my favorites, that says, no matter how long you've gone down the wrong road, turn back. Isn't that a good one? No matter how long you've gone down the wrong road, turn back. The biggest problem with zero-based thinking is ego and cowardice. Is our ego keeps us doing what we did in the past because we don't want to admit that we've made a mistake. And cowardice, we don't want to admit that knowing what we now know, we wouldn't get into this situation. So I want you to complete this exercise. I want you to ask these questions. Is there any relationship, business or personal, because 85% of your problems in life come with hair on top and talk back. Of course, there are some exceptions in this room. But 85% of your zero-based thinking is always focused on people. And then are there any products you would not start offering again today? Remember, 80% of the products you have will be obsolete within 2 or 3 years anyway. Are you trying to sell a product today that no longer has a market? Did you hear what Sony just did with regard to the Walkman line? Just discontinued it completely. Trashed it. Shut down the factories. Why? Well, no. What are they buying? iPods. The whole Walkman line, which was a multi-billion dollar world industry, gone in a few years because of the iPod. And people are saying to Sony, well, there'll always be somebody out there in a third world country who wants a good old Sony Walkman. No. What you have to do is admit that that wasn't any good. Are there any services you wouldn't start offering today, knowing what you now know? Are there any markets you wouldn't go into today? This changes the fate of entire organizations when they decide to abandon a complete market because it's not a good market today. Are there any customers you would not solicit or take on today? One of the smartest things you can do is fire your high-maintenance customers. Just decide not to do business with them anymore. And there's all kinds of ways to get rid of high-maintenance customers. Easiest of all is to double your prices. That'll send them running for the doors like, okay. Are there any sales processes or marketing methods that you wouldn't start using again today, knowing what you now know, because they don't work? Is there any person in your business that you would not hire, promote, or assign to a particular task if you had to do it over again today? Whenever I talk to managers and I share this idea, there's always job changes that take place in that city afterwards. They say, is there anybody working for you that you wouldn't hire again today if you had to do it over? And they look straight at me. I say, is there anybody working for you if they came and told you that they were thinking of leaving, you wouldn't argue with them? Good question, isn't it? Think about that, because keeping the wrong person in place in a business is one of the major reasons why businesses go bankrupt. Small businesses especially. Big companies also go bankrupt. Xerox almost went bankrupt because they had a terrible president. He was the other part of the anatomy that's brown around there. Anyway, that's what they call him. And he was a terrible person. He was abusive, he was negative, he was distant, he was everything else. And when they had to get rid of him to save the company. One bad person in a key place can cause a company to fail. Let's just hope, if it's your business, it's not you. Is there any channel of distribution that you would not start using today? Is there any business process or method, any advertising or marketing method that you're spending a lot of money on but it's not working? Is there anything in your current strategy? Is there any investment of time or money or emotion that you wouldn't make again today? Here's a question. Does anybody know what a sunk cost is in accounting? You have, fixed cost, variable cost, semi-variable. Everybody know what a fixed cost is? Come on. Yes, sir. What is it?
Oh, fixed cost? Oh, I actually have to answer this?
You raised your hand. Don't raise your hand if you don't. Pardon?
Overhead?
No. Actually, a fixed cost, I'm sorry, I said fixed, I meant a sunk cost. Did I say a sunk cost? Did I say sunk? Yeah. So does anybody know what a sunk cost is? Let's try that again. Yes, madam.
A sunk cost is a cost that you can't recover through your product and you just have to abandon it and say it was a bad idea.
Absolutely. It's like dropping a brick off an ocean liner in the middle of the ocean. It's gone forever. It's a sunk cost. Now, this is very important. Many people ruin their lives and ruin their businesses trying to retrieve a sunk cost. We say don't throw bad money down after good money after bad. Don't throw money down a rat hole. What that means is you spent the money, it's gone. It's like running an ad and nobody replied. That's a sunk cost. It's gone. It's not an asset. It's not something that's going to generate. So what you do is you look at the three areas of life, what we call your time. You may have put an enormous amount of time into a person, a project, a relationship, a product, a service, something, and it didn't work out. Many people today will actually kill themselves because they put all of their life into a career and the industry changed and their skill was of no further value. And they lost their job and they went home and they're so depressed. They gambled and the time is gone. And you put a lot of time into a person, money, relationship, and so on. It's a sunk cost. The other is money. Sometimes you invest a lot of money into something, it turns out it doesn't work out. You can never retrieve it again. And the third has to do with emotion. Sometimes we invest an enormous amount of emotion, sometimes in a career, sometimes in a relationship, and it's gone. And what we do is we keep trying to get it back. But what smart people do is they realize it's a sunk cost. It's gone forever. I can never retrieve it. And they move on with their lives. Really, really important. And finally, last is there anything at all, is there anything in your health, fitness, diet, or lifestyle that you wouldn't start doing again today, like eating cheesecake and things like that? Is there anything at all in your life that, knowing what you now know, you wouldn't get into again today? And what actions are you going to take or stop taking as a result of this exercise? And what one action are you going to take immediately? And finally, the last question, how will you measure success? What is your expected date of completion? Please begin with this exercise. Complete the answers. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes, so write quickly. Now, if I can have your attention. There's a rule that says before you start something new, you have to stop something old. Before you get in, you have to get out. Before you pick up, you have to put down. The fact is that your dance card is already full. And one of the most important things you do, and we're still in the introductory part, there's 10 more phases of our program together. In the introductory part, we've got to clear our decks. We've got to clear our decks. I want to build a home, you've got to clear the ground. You have to clear your mind and get out of all these things that you're doing that at one time they seemed like a great idea, but then with the passing of time, it turns out that they're not the very highest and best use of your time. Here's an interesting discovery. Andrew Grove wrote about this in his book, It Pays to Be Paranoid. He said that when you reach a stage where you ask this question, if I had not hired this person, would I hire them back again today? If I had not brought this product to market or made this investment, would I do it again today? And the answer is no, then it's too late to save the situation. People always say, well, maybe I could save it, or maybe I could do a little bit of this or no. No, when the answer comes up no, it's over. The game's over, everyone's gone home now. The only question is how long will you suffer and how long will you pay before you finally accept that it didn't work out. Now, everybody who ever asks the zero-based thinking question, quink, knowing what I now know, would I do this again? And finally admits that no, knowing what I now know, I wouldn't do this again, and ends it. The next question is how do you get out of it and how fast? How do you get out of it and how fast? How do you eliminate the situation and how fast? Everybody who ever does this always has one reaction afterwards. Always, you, me, always has the same reaction, which is, why didn't I do this a long time ago? Why didn't I get out of this a long time ago? Why didn't I stop doing this a long time ago? I knew it was wrong a long time ago. Isn't that true? We all know. We all know we should have gotten out of it a long time ago. And so the only question is, how long will you suffer before you finally admit, hey, it wasn't a great decision. I put everything I could into it. I tried to make it work, didn't work, and then you get on with the rest of your life. But then it clears your decks. And as soon as you admit you're in a zero-based thinking situation and decide to walk away, suddenly you're liberated. You're free. Your energy comes back. You're happy. And all the negative things that you thought might happen as a result of getting out of that situation, none of them ever occur. None of them ever happen. It's the most amazing damn thing. And I worked with companies, including many billion-dollar companies, for 25 years, and they're always astonished. When they actually follow up on this, nothing bad ever happens. As a matter of fact, only good things happen. Frees your mind, and frees your resources, and so on. Now, if you'll notice here, what I want you to do is we're going to talk about the mastermind concept. The mastermind concept is what we're going to do at each table. The mastermind concept, according to Napoleon Hill, is the most important single concept in success in business because the group mind together is far more creative and far more helpful than individual minds. You know the old saying that no one of us is as good as all of us are together. So you have now formed a mastermind at your table, and I'm going to ask you to appoint a leader, not the coach, but a leader at your table who is going to be responsible for making sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. The coaches may move around, but the leader will stay. So therefore, in a mastermind, everyone is positive and committed to success. You share ideas and opinions openly. You ask lots of questions. You look for ways to help and encourage, and you take turns and give each person a chance to speak. So the job of the leader at your table is to make sure everybody gets a chance to answer the question, which is, what one action are you going to take as a result of this discussion? And then you can ask, why are you going to take that action? And how would you measure success? And why is that the best thing you could do? And so you ask questions that help people to think better. Again, little questions that help them to think in greater depth. So what I want you to do is two things. First of all, agree amongst yourselves who's going to be the leader at your table. And second of all, go around and answer that question. What one action are you going to take now based on your responses to the zero-based thinking question? So decide upon the leader at your table and then go around and answer that question for each other. I have to congratulate you. This is one of the toughest of all exercises that you can do. And there's a rule that says that you learn what you teach. So when you ask this exercise of yourself, think about people in your life who are unhappy with something and say, you know, you're unhappy with this job, career, product, service, relationship. Knowing what you now know, would you get into it again if you had to do it over? This is going to be one of the most helpful things that you ever do for someone else. Because we allow our egos to get us, once we're into something, we're very reluctant to let go of it because we have to admit that we're wrong and that we made a mistake. And if you help people say it's okay to make a mistake. I mean, everybody makes mistakes. 70% of the time you make mistakes. The only question is how long do you stay in the mistake? This is a go-forward question. For the rest of your life, whenever you experience stress or resistance or anxiety or worry, ask yourself, wait a minute, knowing what I now know, would I get into this situation again? And if the answer is no, no matter what the cost, walk away. Get out. And you'll find the greatest moments of your life is when you had the courage to just walk away from a bad situation. Isn't that true? Yeah, and afterwards you felt great, and not only that, nothing bad ever happened. There's something that we learned, Steve and I taught this for years, is that when you're young, you give a lot of thought to what people think about you. And as you get into your 30s, you stop thinking or don't worry about what people think about you. And when you get into your 40s, you find out the great truth is that nobody's ever thinking about you at all. And so never do or not do something because you're afraid of what somebody might think about you, because they're not thinking about you at all. It's a height of vanity and ego for you to think, well, if I do this, somebody else might be worried or offended. Ha! They don't even think about you. They couldn't care less. So therefore, do what makes you happy. Which brings us to another exercise, is the quick list method. And what we have found is when you only have 30 seconds to write down your answers, that will be as accurate as if you had 30 minutes. And this is a wonderful way to get your mind really revved up. It's like stomping on the accelerator of your mind. So I'm going to walk you through these exercises, and I'm going to time you so that you don't spend any more time. And so I'm going to ask you these questions, and your job in 30 seconds is to write down the answers. So number one, what are your 3 most important business goals right now? 30 seconds. Write as fast as you can. "20 seconds. "10 seconds. Write quickly. Stop. Second question, what are your 3 most important financial goals right now? Write quickly. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Third question, what are your 3 most important family goals right now? Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Question number 4, what are your 3 most important health goals right now? Right quickly. Ten seconds. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Question 5, what are your 3 biggest problems or difficulties in your business or personal life right now? Twenty seconds. Right quickly. Ten seconds. Question 6, what are the 3 most important skills or capabilities that you'll need to develop in the future? Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Question 7, what are the 3 most important goals that you would like to achieve in the course of your career? Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Now, what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of your answers to these questions? Write it down. And how will you measure success, and what is your expected date of completion? Give you 30 more seconds. Now, if I could have your attention. Sometimes I give this to a large public audience. I'll say, everybody write down the 3 most important goals in life right now, just the one question. And they'll all write it down, they have 30 seconds. I'll say, now, if you have some real courage, go home tonight and say, honey, here's a piece of paper, write down your 3 most important goals in life right now, and have your spouse do it, or your mate. And then, after they've done it in 30 seconds, then compare the 2, your goals and their goals, and be prepared for a long conversation. But this is a great question. Whenever you're wondering about your direction, always say, wait a minute, what are my 3 most important goals in life right now? The first question, by the way, your 3 most important goals in life will always be a health goal, a relationship goal, and a financial goal. But then when you start to break it down, 3 financial goals, 3 health goals, 3 relationship goals, you start to become more specific. The purpose of these questions is like that provocation, like that cattle prod. It provokes you into thinking. And if you only have 30 seconds, sometimes what will appear under your hand is very different from what you thought your goals were. So this is a good start, which brings us to the next exercise. There's always 3 key questions. Number 1 is, where are you now? Financially, health, relationships, everything else. Where do you want to be in the future? If you could wave a magic wand and your future was perfect, what would you like it to be? And how are you going to get there? That question, how, again. How are you going to get there? Not whether, but how. So I'm going to give you an exercise which is kind of like a cheating exercise, because I told you before that I would tell people that I can show you how to double your income and double your time off in 1 year, and then I give them a series of exercises, and this is one that I front-end load my course with, because this exercise is so powerful, it's just literally life-transforming. The 10-goal method says you write down 10 goals. You write them down with a 1-year time horizon. You use the first person singular, which means you always begin your goals with the word I. And you write, I achieve, I have, I earn, I sell. You use an action verb, because that's what motivates your subconscious mind and activates your superconscious powers, which we'll talk about tomorrow. You use the present tense as though the year has passed and you've already achieved the goal. So you don't say, I will weigh, but I weigh. Not I will earn, but I earn. Because your subconscious mind can only accept a command that is phrased in the present tense, in the now. So always recite your goals as though they had already been accomplished. Make a positive statement. Don't say, I will lose weight, but I weigh this amount. I will quit smoking. No, you say, I am a non-smoker. So it's always positive, and set a deadline. So I always say, by. I weigh this amount by this time. I make this level of sales by this date. And always put a date, because your subconscious mind loves a deadline. It acts as a subconscious forcing system, and it drives you unconsciously. It gives you ideas, it gives you energy, gives you motivation. It sets up the law of attraction, which attracts into your life people and circumstances that make it possible, and so on. So always say, I achieve this by. I accomplish this by. All right, so I'm going to ask you to write down 10 goals for the next 12 months in the present positive personal tense. You can write more than 10 if you like, but write a minimum of 10. Please begin. Now, this is a great exercise. This is a front-end loading exercise, because when people do this, it's life transforming. All over the world, people have come up to me and say, you know, when you were here a year or 2 years ago, you had us write down our goals, and I didn't think it would work. I thought it was motivational, but I wrote down the 10 goals anyway because the people around me were doing it. He said, you won't believe what's happened to me. And those are the most common words I hear all over the world. Brian, you won't believe what's happened to me since I wrote those 10 goals. You won't believe what's happened to me. 8 of those 10 goals will be accomplished in the next 12 months in ways that you cannot now imagine. Because when you write down the goals, you program them into your subconscious mind, you activate your superconscious ability, you activate the law of attraction, a whole series of other powers, and things start to happen in your life that are quite astonishing. If all you did was take this list and fold it up and put it somewhere where you wouldn't see it for an entire year, like perhaps in the pages of your Bible, you know, someplace you never look. At the end of the year, when you open it up, you'll be both happy and sad. You'll be happy because 8 of your 10 goals will have been accomplished in the most remarkable ways, and you'll be sad because you wish you had set more goals and bigger goals. Now, does this work? Yes. Does it work everywhere? Yes. Does it work all over the world? It's the most amazing darn thing. People say, well, you know, what if it doesn't work? No, you nitwit, that's the wrong question. What if it does work? It costs you a piece of paper and a little bit of ink. And if you don't have the piece of paper, your mother will give it to you. She wants you out of the house anyway. Now, so imagine you can have all of these goals, and you can if you want them long enough and hard enough and are willing to work toward them. But imagine that you have a magic wand, and I brought my magic wand with me today. And imagine, looking at your list, that you could have any one of the goals that you wrote down within 24 hours. If you could have any one of the goals on your list, abracadabra, abracadoo, poof, within 24 hours, which one goal would have the greatest positive impact on your life? Which one goal would change your life the most in the most positive way? Whatever it is, put a circle around that goal. That becomes your number one goal. It becomes your major definite purpose. It becomes your focal point. It becomes the concentration point, the point of the spear in your life. And once you put your circle around that, you've moved into the top 1% of adults in our world today. Because only the top 3% have written goals in the first place. And only the top 1% know exactly what their number one goal is. And from this day forward, your life will be different. Now, when you get up in the morning, you think about that goal. And all through the day, you think about the goal. And every day, you do something that moves you toward the goal 7 days a week. And when you ever have a problem, you think about the goal. And when you read, think about the goal. And when you have obstacles or difficulties in life, you think about the goal. And the more you think about the goal, the deeper and deeper you program it, and the more of your mental powers become available to you. And all the laws in the universe begin to work for you like a harmonic convergence. A life only becomes great when you decide upon your major definite purpose, the one goal that you want to achieve more than anything else that will help you to achieve more of your other goals. Usually it's financial, but I've had people who have had business goals, family goals, and even health goals, that if they were able to resolve a health goal, that would have the greatest positive impact on their life. And so what you're going to do is you're going to turn to the next page here. You see this? Whoop. There we go. You're going to turn to the next page. Single-minded focus on one goal, the most important, simplifies your life and accelerates your progress. It's almost like a wide, wide river that meanders toward the ocean, but then it starts to go through a narrow canyon, and it gets narrower and narrower. It's the same amount of water, and it just pours with incredible power and force. That's what happens to you. You start to pour with incredible power and force when you have a single goal. So I want you to turn to this next page and complete this exercise. It's very simple. Your major definite purpose. What is your most important goal in life right now, and what is your deadline for achieving this goal? And then just fill out the questions. What are the obstacles you have to overcome? What are the knowledge, skills, and abilities you'll have to acquire? Whose cooperation and assistance and support will you require? What steps will you need to take, and what one step are you going to take immediately? Please begin. I have to congratulate you because in our introduction, which we are just completing now, you've not only decided what you want, you've decided what you don't want, you've decided what to do more of, what to do less of, what to start doing, what to stop doing altogether. You've decided your most important goals in life in three ways, in several different categories, and your most important goal overall, and you've written out a description of how you're going to achieve it. You've accomplished more, basically, in the first 90 minutes than many people accomplish in a decade. And what has happened by writing all these things down, you're programming them into your subconscious mind, and all sorts of things will start to happen. You're already starting to get ideas and insights and thoughts about things that you could do or start doing that would enable you to achieve your goals. So we're making great progress, and in the second session, we're going to launch into the first of our 10 sessions for the course. But before we start, you have to decide what you want more of, what you want less of, what you're going to get into, what you're going to get out of, and now we're ready to go. Now, a lot of people here have come a long way to attend this seminar. We appreciate it very much. We also appreciate those of you who came from eastern U.S., where everybody was got 2 or 3 feet of snow. I have friends still sitting in airports trying to catch planes in Washington and New York and Boston. So we thank you very much for being here. But we have some friends here. I just want to read this, and I'd like to have you stand up so we can give you a hand of applause. We have people from Australia. Please stand up. Wow. And Bulgaria and Canada. Where's our Bulgarian? Where is he? Stand up. Keep standing up. And Canada to the north. Where's our Canadians? Yay! All right. And China. We have at least 2 people who came from China. Yes. Thank you. That's the furthest person. And France. Who came from France? Wonderful. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. And India. Who came from India? Well, all right. They probably went to the wrong seminar. All right. And Mexico. Okay, thank you. And finally, Romania. Someone came from Romania. Well, thank you very much. It's wonderful to have you. Now, to get kicked off, I like to start with the end of my last session with regard to your major definite purpose and the one action you're going to take to achieve it. So I'd like you to start off by turning to the people at your table, and your team leader will give everybody a chance to talk, and tell each person at your table what your major definite purpose, number one goal that can have the greatest positive impact on your life if you were to achieve it. And if it doesn't make your stomach kind of jump and make your heart pound a little bit when you think of achieving that goal within 24 hours, if that doesn't, then you've picked the wrong goal. And then tell us, what one action are you going to take immediately to kick the ball into play, to start the game, to start moving toward achieving that goal? So please turn to the people at your table and do this. Thank you. We were just talking, please give me your attention. We were just talking at the table back there, and I have a friend. I want to give you sort of two thoughts with regard to your major definite purpose. And I was thinking about this, I was just discussing it with Barbara recently as well. My friend Dave Kekich is a really smart guy, has a little list of what he calls Kekich's credos for business, and they're very smart. One of them is this, and it says, work on your major goal as though you had a gun to your head. And I thought, what a picture that is. Isn't that a good picture? Well, and Dorothea Brand, who was a writer during the 30s, was frustrated and struggling, and she went and she sought advice from an older writer, publisher, and he gave her this piece of advice, which she wrote down, which has become a classic piece of advice. She said, work on your goals as though you were guaranteed to succeed. Is work on your goals as if they were guaranteed if you would work on them. So you combine those two. She said, work as if it were impossible to fail. Work as if it were impossible to fail. So if you combine those two, imagine that your major goal, the one that you wrote down that would have the greatest positive impact on your life, imagine that you are guaranteed a success. It's impossible to fail, and you work at it as though you had a gun to your head. Would that change your life? I mean, that would literally transforms people's thinking about themselves. Instead of pissing around with a goal, what they do is they just go at it like a dog going after a passing car. Only this time they catch something. Yeah. So moving right along, session one is become a great leader. And the wonderful thing is that everyone in this room is a leader. Leadership can basically be judged as all qualities, in my estimation, on a scale of 1 to 10. People at the bottom have very low leadership ability, and about 80% of the population have low leadership ability. And the primary reason is this, and I've studied this for more than 30 years, is if you look at the 80-20, one of the divisions, there's many divisions, income and so on, but the top 20% are proactive, and the bottom 80% are passive. They're constantly waiting for someone to come along and get them cranked up. So my friend Jim Rohn says, if you're waiting for someone to come along, what if they don't show up? And many people are waiting their whole lives. They've got an excuse, they've got a reason, I'm not doing this, I'm waiting till then, I'll do it when this happens. They have what is called a when-then mentality. When this happens, then I'll take action. When I get ahead, or I get some money, or I get a guarantee, or something, then I'll take action. But leaders are proactive, and everybody here is here, and that is a sign of proactivity. You made a decision, you laid your money down, you booked your flight, you came here, and you showed up on time for the most part. But that is a sign of proactivity. Now, our job is to move higher up the scale. Because our job is wherever we are, and you're in the top five, is to get to the 9 or the 10 level. And the interesting thing about Drucker and or leadership, and I've got this quote here, is leadership is not position, leadership is action. Is a person who acts like a leader is a leader that minute. So a person can go from being a passive person, a follower, to being a leader in one instant. All you have to do is begin to act like a leader. You think like a leader and act like a leader. And I want to give you some of these ideas, and then we're going to go through a couple of really, really good exercises based on years and years of research. Okay, so number one, we say your personal leadership ability is the major limit on what you can achieve. Because what you do is you just set a goal, and you make a plan, and you work on that goal every single day. That's pure leadership. It's when you start waiting for something to happen and so on that you fall back into that bottom 80%, that passive. By the way, active versus passive is the major sociological economic division in our society today and probably worldwide. People who are really passive, the bottom 50%, are waiting for somebody else to give them some money. That's all, is they're not willing to work for it themselves or save or suffer or sacrifice. They want somebody else to give them money. And if you go to an auction, if 50% of the population says, we want some free money, you're going to trigger enough politicians to say, if you vote for me, I'll give you free money. I'll take it from him and give it to you. There's a rule that says, and I won't talk about politics anymore, but there's a rule that says, he who promises to rob Peter to pay Paul will always have the support of Paul. And that's all you need to know about modern politics is people promising to rob Peter to pay Paul. Only if you're the Peter, you don't want your money taken away. And if you're the Paul, you're all in favor. Hey, go get them. Go get those millionaires and billionaires, millionaires and billionaires. Okay, so now we say that to become a great leader, number one, leadership is the most important factor for business success. When a team is in trouble, they don't fire the players, they change the coach. When a company's in trouble, they don't fire the staff, they bring in a new leader. A new leader can transform an organization. Number two is leadership is the ability to get results. Now people, I see all of these books about be a leader, leadership, lead from the front and so on. And when I look at that, I've always been a bit uncomfortable because I'm one of the best-selling authors in the world on leadership, by the way. My book, How the Best Leaders Lead, is a worldwide top seller. Not a bestseller, but it's a top seller, which is semantics. But the first thing that I deal with is practicality. What is leadership? Leadership means you get the results that are expected of you. You get the results for which you are responsible. You get the results that you have committed to get. If you start your own business, the results you've committed to getting are making sales and generating profits to provide for yourself and your family and so on and so forth. So results are the key. So like a semicolon or a colon, there's a one-to-one between leadership and results. And you can be a leader without followers. You can be a leader in an organization. All the people in my company, by the way, are leaders. It's the most amazing darn thing. Every one of them is committed to getting results and requires virtually no supervision. They just require being pointed in that direction. And so you can be a leader without followers. You don't have to have a team to be a leader. As long as you're getting results, you're a leader. Third is leaders have a clear vision of the future. This is a mark of leadership, is the top 10% of people have a very clear idea of where they're going. They have clear goals and clear plans that they're working on. Non-leaders follow the leaders. In fact, as Drucker said, I hate to keep quoting Drucker, but I love him so much. Drucker said that leaders think about the future. No one else is tasked with that responsibility. As we say in Alaska, only the lead sled dog ever gets a different view. And finally, leaders have the courage to take action with no guarantee of success. Now, I could talk more about this, but here's an interesting discovery I came across. I read on the subject all the time, is leaders expect to fail over and over again. They expect to fail. They don't like it. They don't want it. They avoid it if they possibly can, but they know it is an inevitable part of moving forward is you're going to fall on your face. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to lose time, lose money. Product services won't work. People that you hire won't work out. Markets you go into, advertising you do. A lot of things won't work. The process of business success is a very sloppy system. There's a lot of failure involved, but they're willing to take it. They're willing to take the pain in pursuit of success. And remember that you'll find that successful people fail far more than unsuccessful people. Unsuccessful people are so preoccupied with not taking risks that if they do fail, it's at a very low level. Successful people hate the failure and they don't like the risk, but they take it anyway because that's the price. So therefore, when you have a situation where you have to take a risk, do everything possible to mitigate your risk. Interesting discovery, successful entrepreneurs are not risk seekers. You know, when the politicians who have never been in business say, well, they should be willing to take risks and they should, reach out and they should risk their money and so on. No. Successful business people are risk avoiders. They are very clever risk avoiders in pursuit of profit. They're not out there throwing their money around like gamblers in Las Vegas. They're very careful with their money. I know lots of self-made multi-jillionaire entrepreneurs started with nothing. And the more successful they become, the more cautious and thoughtful they are. The more they plan and do due diligence in advance before they risk. They know that in any case, A good friend of mine said 2/3 of your investments, no matter how much due diligence you do, will not work out. They'll either lose a lot or break even or lose a little, but you have to be prepared that 2/3 of your ventures are not going to work out. And you have to minimize your losses with the best information and maximize your profits. But don't ever be afraid of taking a risk in the pursuit of success. So here are the 7 responsibilities of leadership. I was just talking to the senior executive of a major corporation this morning, and I told him about these 7 responsibilities. He said, geez. He said, can you speak on that to our group here in San Diego next Monday? And I said, sure. You want me to start now? Okay. So here's number 1, to set and achieve business goals. That's what leaders do. That's your responsibility. The number 1 reason why senior executives of Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000 companies are let go, according to Fortune magazine, is called failure to execute, failure to perform. They were hired, they put in that senior position, and they were given marching orders by the board, and they weren't able to deliver the goods. So they were fired, and now we have massive turnover at the really high Fortune 500 level. In every case, they just didn't set and achieve the business goals. So that's the first one. And we'll talk about business goals throughout our days, because the greater clarity you have, the greater likelihood it is that you'll achieve them. Number 2 is to market and innovate. Continually seeking faster, better, cheaper ways to create and keep customers. This is the central role of business, is to create and keep customers, to find customers, to get customers, to make sales. And so therefore you find good leaders in business are thinking about this all the time, like the example I gave you earlier. 3, set priorities and work on key tasks. There's always 100 things that you can do, but the ability to set priorities is one of the most important of all skills that we have as an adult, is to pick, if you have even 2 things. And I learned this from Ludwig von Mises, what is called the law of the excluded alternative. And it said this, that doing one thing means not doing something else. So if you have 2 things to do, one of them is more valuable than the other. One of them is always more valuable on a scale in terms of what is likely to happen, the results and everything else. One is always more valuable. The ability to identify and determine which of the 2 is most valuable and to do that, and only that, is a mark of leadership. The ability to set priorities throughout your business with regard to money, resources, time is absolutely essential. And this is something that requires thinking, because you are overwhelmed with too much to do and too little time. So I've studied time management for 30 years. I've written books and tapes and courses. I'm the best-selling author on time management in the world in 36 languages now with my book, Eat That Frog. Has anybody read Eat That Frog? Great piece of writing. People come up to me and they say, that book changed my life. I said, really, do you read much? Because it's a good book, but people say it changed their lives, and I just get letters like that almost every day. And so I know something about time management, and if you look at Eat That Frog, it has just 2 points. Figure out what your most important task is at this moment, and do only that till it's done. If you can do those 2, you can double your productivity, double your income, you can double the quality of your life, you can have more time off, you can have a fabulous life if you could just do that. All right, number 4 is focus and concentrate where superior results are possible. And this is important. Many people focus and concentrate on things that are not that important. Ben Trigo had this wonderful line. He said, the very worst use of time is to do very well what need not be done at all. And it's amazing how many of us spend an enormous amount of time working on something that need not be done at all. At least it's not as important as other things that do need to be done. One of the things, and we'll talk about this later, but one of the questions I always ask is, imagine with your workload, imagine you could only do 1 task before you were called out of town for a month. And every single morning when you look at your list of work before you start, say, if I was to be called out of town for a month and I had to get 1 thing done before I left, which one would it be? And if you will do that, if you'll think like that, and because it'll pop out at you, you know what it is, then the question is, do you have the discipline to do that, rather than check your email and phone around and read the paper and get some more coffee and shuffle your papers and, stuff that I know you don't know anything about. Number 5 is solve problems and make decisions. Here's a great discovery, and I've worked on this extensively. Your ability to solve problems is usually the critical factor in your promotion, your income, your success, and so on. Every single person, and Lawrence Peter wrote about this in the Peter Principle many years ago, every single person is promoted based on their ability to solve the problems that they meet at their level of responsibility. If you can solve those problems, you keep moving higher. Colin Powell, who I worked with a couple of times, said that leadership is the ability to solve problems. Success is the ability to solve problems. Between you and any goal you have, especially a financial goal, the only thing that stands between you is problems. Your ability to remove the obstacles that hold you back from achieving your financial goals is the critical skill of all. And what is the most important thing that solving problems requires? Thinking. Defining the problems clearly. Defining the solutions clearly. Picking the most important solution to the most important problem and taking action on it and working on it and expecting it not to work a few times until you finally break it through. One of my favorite stories, which you're familiar with, is Thomas Edison working on the electric light bulb. And the story of it is very interesting. It goes back for years. But bottom line is, after conducting 5,000 experiments, and these were mentioned in the newspapers, a journalist came to him and he said, Mr. Edison, why do you persist in trying to invent an electric light bulb when everybody knows that man was meant to light their way through life with kerosene lanterns? He said, you failed 5,000 times. Is that a good use of resources? And his answer was this. Remember, he said, young man, you don't understand the way the world works. I have not failed at all. I have successfully identified 5,000 ways that will not work, which puts me just 5,000 ways closer to the electric light bulb, and I will have the electric light bulb. It was experiment 11,332 or something like that, where the filament lasted and the light bulb burned all night, and it changed the world. But he said, there's no question. He said, all of success is simply taking away all the ways that don't work until the only way that's left is the way that will. And that's very important for us in business, is to realize every time you make a mistake, you say, hey, that's progress. That's one more way that doesn't work. And people in this room are experts at ways that don't work. I mean, geniuses. Woo! All right, number 6, lead by example. Be a role model. This is a key responsibility of leadership, is once you take the roles, once you step to the front, everybody is watching you. You're like in a goldfish bowl. And your job is to be a role model. When you're an employee, you're passive and you're one of the gang. When you become a leader, you become the leader and everybody looks at you. And you can no longer let it all hang out, blow up, get depressed, go drinking with the boys. From now on, you're the leader and you must see yourself as a leader. Remember, the person you see is the person you will be. So see yourself as a leader. And ask this question, what kind of a business would my business be if everybody in it was just like me? One of the things I've been proud of in my business life is that I work hard. And if you ask anybody in my business, and everybody in my business works hard, I mean, they're all hard workers, they will probably tell you I work harder than anybody. I work longer hours and longer days. I fly more distant flights. I produce more materials. Because my job is always to be the hardest working person, because I'm the role model. Imagine if I just came in my jeans with my undershirt and my I call it tractor cap on backwards, and I'm going playing golf, and and expect my guys to work. That'd be insane. So absurd. So therefore, you always set the standard. Remember, everybody watches you. You're the standard bearer. If you have children, what they found in psychology is that children are more influenced by your example than by anything else that you do or say. Well, anything else that you say. You can give them lectures all the time, but in the final analysis, what they absorb is your example. They watch your example, and that becomes their template for the way you're supposed to behave as an adult. And many of us are still behaving as adults today based on the way our parents were when we identified with them when we were young, for better or for worse, by the way. Number 7 is perform and get results. In the final analysis, leadership is the ability to perform and get results. So always ask, what results are expected of me? And I'm going to give you an exercise on this. And this is a great exercise. I won't tell you about it yet, but it's a great exercise. Okay. So I'm going to ask you to fill out this Become a Great Leader. Page 36 is leadership is action, not position. And remember, all leadership skills are learnable with practice. So ask yourself, what are your 3 most important business goals right now? What 3 ways could you market your services? Better, faster, cheaper? What are your 3 top priorities for yourself? In what areas should you focus and concentrate your time and resources? What are the 3 biggest problems or obstacles you're facing right now? Now, these are the questions that tie into the responsibilities. What's the simplest way to solve each of these problems? By the way, some years ago, I was at a big brainstorming session in Orange County, and there's several top people there. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to sell 1 million books. They had an idea of a book, and they wanted to sell 1 million books. So they brought about 40 people, business people, movie actors, actresses, successful writers, publishers, and they went around the table and said, how could we sell 1 million books? Very interesting, structured brainstorming session, and people came up with idea after idea after idea, and I finally said, has anybody here heard of Occam's razor? Has anybody here heard of Occam's razor? Well, it was developed, thank you, it was developed by William of Ockham in England in about, I think it was 1142, please excuse me, but I think that's the history books. And there's a name of it, I think it's called the principle of singularity or something. But what William of Ockham said is that the very best solution is usually the very simplest solution, all things considered. So therefore, when you think of what is the very best solution to any question, well, it's the simplest solution. Start off with what is the simplest solution. So what I told them, and Mark Victor Hansen and Jack Canfield, as you know, who went on to sell 80 million books in the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, where this was their book, and I said, well, the simplest thing of all is to sell 1 million copies to a single person. And they say, well, that's an incredible thing. How would you do that? Well, then the question is how? How do you do that? Well, you find a company that has 1 million customers to whom they could give the book as a gift, all gift wrapped with their name on it and everything else, and sell it to them for a very low amount, but if that many books were out there, it would generate tremendous sales. And I remember Mark, he's a good friend of mine, was going all over the country saying, has anybody heard of Occam's razor? Let me tell you about Occam's razor. He's bragging about Occam's razor for the next 5 years. So my point, though, is this, and by the way, they went out and they found a single buyer for 1 million books. They found a single company that the book was perfect for all of their customers, and they gave as a Christmas gift to their customers. It cost them about $1 or $2 a piece. They had a $25 price tag on it, $1 or $2 meant to manufacture the book, and so everybody benefited, and they got a royalty for it anyway. So my point is, whenever you think of your biggest problem, say, what's the simplest solution? The simplest solution is usually the most direct solution. And Socrates once talked about this, and he said the simplest solution is usually the one that has the fewest steps. So if you take those two ideas together, the Socratic solution and Occam's razor is between you and any goal that you want to achieve, the ideal solution is probably the simplest with the fewest steps. And so you sort of think about that, and you think, oh, I want to sell $1 million worth. How can I do that? Well, get one person to buy $1 million worth. And then the question you ask is what? What's your question? How? How could you structure it? How could you organize it? How could you do it in such a way that you could find a single buyer that would buy $1 million worth of stuff from you? What would you have to give them? People want to sell 1 million of their product. And you know what they do? Is they say, well, who sells lots and lots of product? And you know what the answer is? Walmart, 5,000 stores. If they buy 200 per store, that's 1 million units. So they go to Walmart on their hands and knees, and they weep and cry and grovel. And Walmart turns the vise tighter and tighter until they scream and cry, and blood and piss and sweat comes out of them. And they end up selling 1 million units and making a nickel a piece, mind you. But they're happy, and Walmart is happy, and Walmart's customers are happy. So my point is, who could buy 1 million? The reason I tell you this is because I'm working on a project with Walmart to sell 1 million units right now. You know what the most important word for success in business is? It's a 3-letter word. It rhymes with task and bask. Ask. Ask. Now, if you ask, what are people likely to say, at least the first few times? No. So if you don't ask and get some no's, you're not even in the game. You don't even get any more cards. You got to ante up. You got to be willing to get whacked around and be told no. So the very least thing you can do is call them up and say, hey, you want to carry this product? And they say no. Well, what would the product have to be for you to want to carry it? How would we have to change it? How would we have to price it? How would we have to package it? What have to put in, take out, more or less, stop, start? You know, are you with me so far? And it's amazing. I've spoken to people who finally got into Walmart, and they're rich, and they live in homes on the hill, and they have beautiful homes in Hawaii, and they bask because Walmart sold 10, 20 million of their product worldwide. But the starting point was calling them up and being willing to have them say no. So ask. Just ask for what you want. So I want you to ask your 3 biggest opportunities. What step could you take immediately? Please answer these questions, starting in page 36. Write down your answers as quickly as you can. You have 6 minutes to write down answers. This is a great exercise. All right. Thank you. These are questions, by the way, every time you review them. I review all these questions against my own business, my own life, before every seminar that I give, and the questions are different. The answers are different. I'm just astonished. You can review this, and every time you review it, you come up with different answers and different insights. These are some of the best questions I've ever found, and I've worked them and reworked them and rewritten them, and they really do provoke really good thinking. And sometimes one thought, one idea, can set you off in a different direction and change your whole life. And I've had this happen to me twice in the last year, where one idea that I got from reading, from listening, has set me off in a whole different direction and led to hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars of business. I mean, just unbelievable stuff. So I want to share with you another concept. It's one of the most important management concepts, leadership concepts ever discovered, and it's called points of intensity. Now, points of intensity says that, or asks, what are the decisions or actions that you take that have the greatest impact on other people or your future? What we find is, as a leader, there are things that you do, things that you say, decisions that you make, actions that you take that can have enormous multiplier effects. And sometimes not taking those actions can be major, major plugs in the drain. I'll give you a very simple example, political. I hate to go into politics because I'm non-political, which means I'm totally political. But remember the Afghan thing, when the Afghanistan challenge, and they had to make a decision on what the U.S. was going to do in Afghanistan, and they sat on it for 4 months. And they said, well, we need more information, we need more. And there's men fighting and dying, and planes going off, and drones, and people massacred, and roadside bombs, and everything else. And month after month after month, they sat there, and they just were thinking about it. Well, see, that's a point of intensity. This is a point where decisions are necessary. Decisions have to be made, or people die, or resources are wasted, lives are changed, history goes in the wrong direction because nobody's making any decisions. In your business, it might be something as simple as saying, do we release this product or not? Do I enter into a distribution arrangement or a deal with this particular vendor or customer? Do I move my family from this place to this place and take my whole family, and my kids go to different schools and meet different people and marry different people than they would have met if I'd stayed in St. Louis, and have different grandkids and different in-laws and different futures? In other words, there's some things that you take that are like dominoes. They have enormous effects. Back in 1985, 86, I decided to move my family down here to San Diego and have my second 2 children born in the United States. In fact, Michael was about 8 months in utero at the time, so I packed up and brought Barbara down here, and we had Michael in the United States. So we could be one of those dream babies, you know, that you read about in the newspapers, because I've spoken to some people in Florida at a talk for $1 Million Roundtable that said, if you can have your son, your coming child, born in the United States, it gives him a tremendous advantage because he'd have dual citizenship under current laws. And so we decided to do that. So Michael is now a full-grown, up, married, gone to college, university. I mean, so the ramifications for David, are tremendous, making that decision to come here for the end of the summer and have Michael born here as to not. Every day, you have to make decisions that have what are called futurity. They have impact in the future, and they can be serious. And so what you find, as we said earlier, is really smart leaders give a lot of thought to what are the likely ramifications of this decision. And not making key decisions slows down the whole process. If you're the boss and you don't decide to hire somebody or fire somebody or do something or allocate resources, everything comes to a halt. So here are the questions that you need to ask, and these are just ways of thinking, is what are the 3 things you do in general that have a substantial impact on the lives or work of other people? What are the decisions you make regarding your personal time usage that have a major impact on your income? What are the decisions and actions of yours that have a major impact on your customers? What are the career decisions you make that have a major impact on yourself? Just imagine taking a job with one company in one industry changes the entire direction of your family, your life, your future, your hopes, your dreams, your children. I mean, these are major, major decisions. And most people just kind of stumble into them. What are the financial decisions you make that can have a major impact? Saving, investment, growth, channeling of funds, and so on. What are the lifestyle choices? Where you live, the vacations you go on, the time you spend with your family and kids, and so on. What are the health and fitness decisions? What you eat, how much exercise, what time you go to bed, and so on. And what are you going to do differently as a result of your answers, and what are you going to do first? So please begin to answer these questions. We have a great evening planned for you, and we don't want to hold you back. We don't want to be standing between you and that evening. But there's two things we need to do now. I want you to go to business skills analysis. Everybody finish this exercise? Say yes. Okay. I want you to go to business skills analysis and perform at your best. What it says is that, whoop, there we go, is what are your key result areas? In other words, what are the most important results that you are expected to get? Second of all is what can you, and this is one of the greatest of all questions to keep you on track, is what can you and only you do that if done well can make a real difference? Every minute, every hour of every day, there's an answer to this question. And that is what you should be doing at that time. And sometimes it's a decision you need to make, or a customer you need to call, or a sales plan you need to initiate. But there's always something that you and only you can do. If you don't do it, nobody else will do it. But if you do it and you do it well, it can make a real difference. This is where you need to focus your limited time and energy. And finally, you ask this great question, what is the most valuable use of your time right now? And you go through your day with this question, like a mantra in the back of your mind. What is the most valuable use of my time right now? What's the most valuable use of my time right now? And whatever you're doing, if it's not the most valuable use, stop doing it and start doing what is. This takes tremendous discipline, but as Goethe said, everything is hard before it's easy. So habits, good habits are hard to form, but then they become automatic and easy. And the most important of all habits to form is the habit of working on the most valuable thing you can possibly be doing. So I want you to turn the page, and I want you to see this exercise, and it's a very short exercise, and then we're going to wrap up with what I consider one of the most important exercises in business life. It's a business skills analysis, key result areas in business. And I want you to give yourself a grade on how well you're doing in each area. Because here is the greatest discovery, is your weakest key area sets the height of your income and of your success in business. It's not your strongest key area, it's that weakest key area that is holding you back. It's almost like it's a sea anchor. It acts as a drag on you. So being honest about the things that got you here, where you're good, but also honest about the things that are holding you back. So give yourself a grade of 1 to 10, and here's the statement. I am highly productive and efficient, and I get a lot done each day. Give yourself a grade of 1 to 10 on that, with 1 being the lowest. And be honest with yourself. I'm not going to ask you to share this with anyone unless you want to, but this is very helpful. Second of all, number 2, marketing and sales. I have an aggressive, ongoing, and successful sales program in place. In other words, the sales are just pouring in the door. Okay, that's number 2. Give yourself a grade. Number 3, innovation. I am continually introducing new and better products and services. This is really important. Innovation, as you know, is the key to the future. We're always looking for newer, better, faster, cheaper ways. Number 3, organizational development. My business operates smoothly and efficiently with good people in every job. I was talking to an entrepreneur recently who's built a multi-million-dollar business, very successful, but if he's away from his business for more than a week, it starts to fall apart. And he told me, quite honestly, he said, how do you get good people? I've never been able to find anybody that I can entrust the company to. They're supposed to be managers, they're supposed to be leaders, they're well paid, but as soon as I walk away, it just falls apart. They stop working, they waste time, they make the wrong decisions, they spend money completely out of proportion to its value. He says, so he lives in a continual state of stress. He has to be away because he's traveling on business, but every time he's gone, he's afraid they're going to be destroying his business. You know, what did they say, that behind every successful man there's an astonished mother-in-law? But there's another line that says, behind every successful man there's a wife screwing him up every step of the way. I know that that's not true. I just thought it was cute before I got married. But anyway, your ability to find and retain good people, and by the way, we'll talk more about these later, is really important. You can tell how well managed your business is by how long you can be gone from it and it still continues to function well. And that's a really good test. How long can you be gone before it starts to fall apart? Cost control, number 5, give yourself a grade. I continually monitor all expenses to assure the lowest cost of operations commensurate with high quality products, services, and delivery. Give yourself a grade of 1 to 10. And this is a bit of a toughie because if you're a good entrepreneur, you tend to be more conceptual than financial. As a matter of fact, financial statements drive you crazy. However, that means you have to find someone who's really good at it. It's amazing how many businesses actually, small businesses actually go broke because of an inability or unwillingness to handle the financial functions, to do the accounting, to measure the cost, to find cheaper, better ways to do it. And you're not interested in that. Usually you just want to sell and you want to do business and you want to grow your markets and so on. So you need to get someone who's really good at numbers. So give yourself, how good are you in cost control? Scale of 1 to 10. Number 6, training and development. This is a place where we could probably give high grades. I am continually upgrading my skills and the skills of my people. Remember, your life only gets better when you get better. Your business only gets better when you get better. And finally, number 7, profitability, grade of 1 to 10. I have a highly profitable business that is growing steadily in sales and net income. It's an interesting little observation, if you study enough business books, is that every business needs a growth plan of 25 to 30% per annum. Every business needs a growth plan. In other words, you say, last year I did this amount of business. My goal for next year is 25, 30% greater sales. Because there's a default setting on a business that if you don't have a growth plan, you have basically a shrinkage plan. If you're not deliberately committed to growing your business, you actually fall back into either maintaining the status quo or declining. I worked with a company, not a company, statewide company in Kentucky recently, and I said, how is your business going? They were bringing me in to speak, and they said, well, we expect to contract about 30% this year because of the economy. And I said, really? I said, why are you going to do that? They said, well, because, the economy's bad, sales are down, blah, 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 blah. I said, well, why don't you have a growth plan? They said, no, there's no point in having a growth plan, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, you know that 80% of the people who can buy your services right now have never heard of you in the state of Kentucky? And he said, where do you get the number like that? I said, it's a standard number. 80 to 90% of the people who can and will buy your product or service, whatever it is, have never heard of you and don't know that your product exists, but if they did, they'd buy it. And they were astonished at that, and I worked with them, and their sales actually went up. Instead of losing 30%, their sales went up something like 22% last year. I said because they decided they would go more aggressively after non-traditional customers, customers that they had not had, rather than recirculating their customer base and making resales to satisfied customers. So the question, again, our favorite question is how? How do we grow our business? How do we find customers that aren't there? And by the way, if you really want to sound intelligent, just say what I just said. But it's pretty much a standard statistic, is that most people who can buy your product or service have never heard of you and don't know that you exist and are just waiting for you to knock on the door or send them an email or something else. So give yourself a grade. What is your strongest area? Where do you feel that you're the strongest today? And what is your weakest area? Where do you feel that you're the weakest? Now, there's nothing wrong with being strong or weak. It takes a strong person to admit that they're not perfect, to admit in this area, I'm pretty weak. And why? Because once you've identified where you're weak, then you can do something about it. What most people do for ego reasons is they don't want to admit it. They have what is called a scotoma, a blind spot. They don't want to admit that over here they're not very good, so they just kind of ignore it. They don't look at it. But when you look at it and say, I'm not really good in this area, and it's important to my business, so by gum, I'm either going to get better or find somebody who's good at it. When you do that, well, then you can do something. It's like if you want to lose weight, what's the first thing you do? You weigh yourself. Find out, what's our baseline? Where are we starting from? You don't say, well, I'd like to lose weight, but I don't want to stand on that scale because I don't want to see what it's going to say. No, you stand on the scale, you look at it, and what they tell you is weigh yourself every single day. Weigh yourself. Look at that scale. Look at that number. You've got to keep working on the baseline. It's the same thing with where am I strong, where am I weak. So everybody finish this exercise? So the last question is, what one action are you going to take to bring yourself up in what one area? What one area do you think, if you bring yourself up in that area, can make the biggest difference immediately? Remember, you don't have to change the world. I always like the analogy of sniper school. I was watching Marine snipers on History Channel yesterday. Sniper school is one shot, one kill. So what you do is you pick your shots. You don't try to change everything at once. You just pick a shot. I'm going to work on this skill. I'm going to work on this time management skill. I'm going to do just this until it becomes automatic and easy. Then I will go on to the next one. And so if I'm only going to work at one at a time, then what would be a good idea? Well, pick the one that can help you the most immediately. And it may be marketing, it may be sales, it may be cost control. So then we're going to go on to number 46, and this is really important. I remember I told you when I told people that they could double their income and double their time off and by working with me for a year, once a day, every quarter. This is how I front load the program so they all double their income, usually within 30 days. And this is it. It's one of my favorite. It's called the results planning formula. It's based on what I call the law of three. The law of three says that if you make a list of everything that you do in the course of your week or month, you'll find there's only 3 things you do that account for 90% of your contribution. There's only 3 things that you do that account for 90% of your income, of your whole business future. And everything else you do is in the other 10%. Now, the challenge is that the other 10% are fun and easy and play with the computer and make phone calls and go for lunch and so on. The 90% are hard. Now, what I've also found is that of the 90%, there is 1 that is the major task and 2 are support tasks. And I've put 1,000 different businesses, from heart surgeons to homeopaths to entrepreneurs and business owners, through it. In every case, they make a list of everything they have to do, and they come up with their 3. So here's how you do it, okay? You say, what are they? And so we say, if you go to page 47, we're just going to skip question number 1. We say a result is everything. Some results are more important and valuable than others. A result is clear and specific. It is measurable. It's under your control. It's something for which you are personally responsible. It's time-bounded. It's essential to your company and to your success. And so when you define a result like this, you find that much of what you do doesn't answer those parameters. It's not essential to success. It's not something that you're responsible for. It's not something that's time-bounded. So question number 2, law of 3, we say there's only 3 tasks or activities that account for 90% of your results. What are they? And here's the magic question. And I love this question. So imagine you have a list of everything that you do in a week or a month, and you ask this question: if I could only do one thing all day long, which one activity would contribute the most value to myself and my business? If I could only do one thing all day long, which one thing would it be? And so I ask you that question. I ask you to write down the answer. What's the answer? Now, in most cases, you know the answer. It pops out at you. Write it down. Write it down. What is the one thing that if you could do it all day long, would contribute the most? Now, you have to be accurate here, because if you're not accurate, it's like taking the wrong road and punching the accelerator and going in the wrong direction at high speed. And so you don't want to do that. I had a gentleman, company owner, of $10 million in business. I spent a day in strategic planning with him, and we ended up with this exercise. And he said, I've got the answer to this exercise. It's CEO, customer, search engine, SEO, search engine optimization. That's what I've got to work on, search engine optimization. I said, well, are you a computer person? He said, well, not really. He's an entrepreneur. He's a business developer. He's a sales guy. I said, so search engine optimization is not the one thing that you and only you can do. It's something that your staff should do. I said, you have to do the thing that contributes the very most value to your company. So in the course of your company, what has contributed the very most value, the very most sales, the very most revenue? And his answer was working face-to-face, head-to-head, phone-to-phone with my very best customers. They're the ones who are buying the most, who are likely to buy even more, and who are referral sources to other people at the same size of customer. I said, so the most valuable thing you bring to your business is direct interaction with your present customers and future customers. He said, right. And this after a whole day, it's just like this. Because he was completely off the reservation. He was way off into search engine optimization. Are you kidding? Whack, whack. He said, this will double the size of my business. And in 2008, as the market collapsed, he took his business from $10 million to $20 million in sales. Why? Because he was clear. And then he made everybody in his company, had me come down and work with his company in Chicago, made everybody in his company answer that question and work on that most of the time. So question number 2, looking at your list, is if you could only do 2 things all day long, which would be the second most valuable result that you could accomplish? And write your answer to that. By the way, if you don't know the answers to this, you cannot move ahead. You're stuck. You're in deep doo-doo. Rhymes with spit. If you've got to know the answers to these questions, because other than that, you're basically working in the bottom 10% of things that contribute very little. And by the way, 50% of people working today, especially entrepreneurs, work in the bottom 10%. They're working on things that are irrelevant. If you did them all day long, they'd have no value at all to your business. And question number 3, if you could only do 3 things all day long, what would be the third most important result you could get, or the third most valuable contribution you could make to your business? What would be number 3? And when I put people through this exercise, they're absolutely astonished. They pop, and they realize it. Sometimes they go back to their boss if they're working for a company, or they'll ask their coworkers, of all the things that I could do, what would be the three most important things? What would be number 1, number 2, number 3? And people who work with you say, well, this is the most important thing you do. It is. And you hadn't even thought about that. I mean, you do it all the time, but you hadn't even thought you're really good at it and you do a great job at it. So you've got to know these 3. And then here's the rule for great success, is do fewer things, but do more important things, and do more of them, and get better at them. Do fewer things, but do more important things, and do them more often, and get better at them. And that alone will double your income. The law of 3 will double your productivity starting tomorrow, if you have the discipline to only work on those 3. When I work with sales audiences, as you know, I train 100,000 salespeople a year, I put them through this and I say, what are the big 3 in selling? And they are prospecting, presenting, and closing. That's it, bang, 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 worldwide. If I'm talking to a Chinese sales audience, or a Romanian sales audience, or San Diego sales audience, prospecting, presenting, and closing. It's finding people to talk to, talking to them persuasively, and getting them to take action. Now, the reason I throw that out there is because those are probably your big 3. If you're running an entrepreneurial business, everything else is irrelevant in terms of driving revenues, sales, and profitability. But prospecting, presenting, and closing, finding people to talk to one way or another, presenting to them and persuading them that your product or service is the very best choice, all things considered, and then getting them to take action. I also tell people, once you've identified your big 3, is give yourself a grade of 1 to 10 on those 3. How well are you doing at prospecting? How well are you doing at presenting? How well are you doing at closing? And wherever you're the weakest, that is what's determining your income and your entire life. So determining the entire quality of your business life is where you're the weakest. Are you with me so far? Say yes. You don't like the answer, do you? Geez, a lot of people don't like the answer. And the wonderful thing is that all these skills are learnable. People say, well, I'm not good at closing, or I'm not good at prospect, or I'm not, blah, blah. It's a learnable skill. Can anybody here ride a bicycle, by the way? Yes. What happened when you rode your first bicycle? Do you remember? You fell down. You scraped your knees. You probably whined or cried a little bit. But did you lay there and sulk, or did you get up and try it again? And you get up and tried it again. You get up and try it again. Now you can ride a bicycle all day long. My point is that if you can ride a bicycle, you can learn any business skill. If you can identify the skill that if you did this all day long and you were really good at it, it would make all the difference. You can learn that skill and become really good at it because it's just a skill. It's just a business skill. If you can work with a keyboard at one time, look what's involved in working with a keyboard. I mean, that requires incredible hand-eye coordination. If you can drive a car, if you can use a modern cell phone, if you can do any of these things, you can learn any business skill. So don't ever let yourself be held back because you lack a business skill. They're all learnable. I mean, it's like they're laying right there. Pick it up. Learn the skill. How long does it take? It may take a week, a month, a year, but it doesn't really matter because here's what they found is the top people in our society, in every company, identified the skill that could help them the most and deliberately practiced that skill until they'd mastered it. And then they could use all their other skills at a much higher level. It's really, really important. So what are your big 3? And that brings us to our final question. Oh, I love this stuff. Damn, this is good. Okay. So I'm not going to ask you to take the actions and everything else. I'm just going to say, number 5, what is the most important single action you could take to achieve your most important result in each of those 3 areas? And what one action are you going to take immediately? Please write down the answers to that. What's one action could you take in each of your 3 most important skill areas? What one action should you take immediately? This is one of the most important exercises that you do. I've spoken to some people who aren't sure what it is. Whenever I ask my audiences this question, I say almost invariably the one thing that can help you the most is something you're not particularly comfortable with. It's usually something that you don't like. It's something that makes you uneasy. There's fear of failure, rejection, embarrassment. But it probably could be prospecting is the number one reason that small businesses fail and that salespeople fail and that business owners fail is because they're just too afraid to approach new prospects for fear that they might say that word that rhymes with snow. And as a result, they basically, their whole life is held back because they can't bear the thought of somebody saying no. And so they just crawl around and earn an average living rather than overcoming that fear, which you can do. You can overcome any fear through repetition. It's just a matter of just doing the thing that you fear until the fear disappears, which it always does. That's pure psychology. Do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain. So what you do is just do it over and over again until you're not afraid. Now, never let yourself be held back by the lack of a skill. And why is it that you're uncomfortable with the skill that you identified? The answer is because you're not good at it yet. When aren't you not good at it? You're not good at it yet. That's all, but it's just a skill. And all business skills are learnable. All sales skills are learnable. All time management skills are learnable. All Mike Koenig's traffic geyser skills are learnable skills. You can learn them. If you can do any basic things, ride a bike, type with a keyboard, you can learn the skill. Don't allow yourself to be held back because you're lacking a skill. Now, is anybody here afraid to drive their car? Do you remember the first time you drove your car, how panicked you were? The person next to you was screaming. You're driving up on the curbs and everything else, stomping on the accelerator rather than the gas pedal, rather than the brake. My point is now you can get into a car and you can drive all day, all across the country because you've mastered the skill of driving. If you sit at a keyboard, you've mastered it. You use a cell phone, you've mastered it. Once you've mastered it, you're completely confident and positive with it. And all business skills are learnable. The reason that people underachieve is because they're so afraid of learning a skill for fear that they will be clumsy at it. That's why this research on deliberate practice is the great breakthrough research of the 21st century. It is the exact reason why people who start off even, some get so far ahead in life, is they may not like the skill. It may be an accounting skill. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be a genius at accounting and win awards. It just means that you have to have a modicum of capability so you can read a financial statement, you can do books, you can take control of your money. Are you with me so far? You don't have to become an expert at it, you just have to master it. You don't have to become a race car driver at Le Mans, you just have to be able to drive. Are you with me so far? So therefore, it's really important that you not be held back because you lack a skill. And so ask other people, and this is what the study found, is that these people at an early part in their career would go to someone and say, what one skill, if I were to master it at this time, would help me the most in my career today? And they'd say, well, if you were really good at this, that would really help you to get promoted. Good. That became their project. Set it down as a goal, make a plan, work on it every day until they mastered it. Now what? Well, now if you're good at this, good, they worked on that. Are you with me so far? And that's why they keep going up the ladder of success. Every skill takes you up the ladder higher. As soon as you stop developing new skills, you stop where you are. New skills, you start moving up. Stop where you are. And if you stop where you are, will your competitors stop at the same place? No, they'll go past you. My friend Marshall Goldsmith, who is the top executive coach probably in the world today, but definitely in America, says that there's three factors that control your life, which we'll talk about tomorrow. They're competition, competition, and competition. And in order for you to succeed greatly, you must be better than your best competition. That makes pretty sensible. So what we've had is a great day today. Eric is going to tell you that our day is not over. Now we're going to have some fun. We're going to go to the gala. We're going to do some speed networking. We have a lot of fun planned for the next couple of hours. Eric has been pushing me to hurry up because we're behind schedule, and I didn't. But Eric is now going to take over, and I will be with you for the rest of the evening, and Eric's going to tell you what we're going to do. Thank you. Good morning. I hope you all got a good sleep. You're all ready to go. Batteries are recharged. We were having an interesting talk at breakfast this morning, and I wanted to touch on something. I was listening to an interview by a man named David Foster, who is an impresario. I'll come back to him a little later because he had some interesting observations. But Darren Hardy, the interviewer, president of Success Magazine, was asking him, so what do you do on the weekends? And he stopped. You could hear the blank in the tape. And he said, I don't know any successful person who does not work 6 days a week. I don't know any successful person who doesn't work 6 days a week. And sort of led to the conversation. The fact is that if you're an entrepreneur and you're in the right field, you love your work. You really enjoy what you're doing. And therefore, doing what you're doing is not work. And because it's not work, because of the path of least resistance, you have a tendency to do it all the time. And to do it and do it and do it. And your day expands. And you know, Dan Sullivan has this wonderful line. He says, every day for an entrepreneur is a potential work day. So therefore, you work on Saturday, you work on Sunday, you work on Monday, you work on your vacations, you work in the evening, you just work all the time. So for you not to work, which is absolutely essential for you to get enough rest, to recharge your batteries, to become creative, for you not to work is much harder than to work. And what Barbara and I love to work. I mean, if you don't slap my hand, I'll just keep working, I'll write books and I'll do articles and so on. So I have to discipline myself and promise Barbara I will take I'll take a day off a week. Now, it'd be nice to take more days off a week, but most entrepreneurs work 6 days a week because they love what they're doing and they're getting good results. And there was a book that came out the other day, it was a few years ago, it was called something about the beauty of the Sabbath or something like that. And it was by a Jewish writer who wrote about the Sabbath and how important it is to incorporate a Sabbath into your busy work week. Now, a Sabbath, if you saw the movie Fiddler on the Roof, which is how much I know, it starts at 6 o'clock on Friday night and goes until 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. So it's 36 hours. And I'm going to suggest to you that you need to discipline yourself, and it takes tremendous discipline not to work for a good entrepreneur. We have to hold ourselves back, like holding the reins of a horse, because we love to work. And so, but you have to stop working because you have to recharge yourself, rejuvenate. You've got to spend more time with your family. You have to exercise. You have to go for walks. You have to smell the roses along the way. So what I'm going to suggest you do is that you resolve that from now on you're going to have a Sabbath every week. And it can start at 6 o'clock on Friday night and end on Sunday morning. Or it can start at 6 o'clock on Saturday night and it can end on Monday morning. But take 36 hours and just take that time and refuse to work. And you'll find that it's hard. So you have to promise the people around you that you're not going to work at this time. You have to plan in advance, and then at 6 o'clock, ka-chunk, stop the work. And just discipline yourself not to work. Now here's the great thing. First of all, you'll soon learn to like it. You'll get into the rhythm of it. The second thing is that you'll be much more productive the rest of your days, the rest of your weeks, if you're fully rested. Remember, I said yesterday, what's the most important work in America? What's the most important work that you do? It is what? Thinking. And thinking is so critical, but it's not just thinking, it's rested thinking. If you can imagine a battery trying to start a car on a cold morning and the battery's dull and going, won't start the car. Well, your mind is like a battery as well. It has to be recharged for it to function at really high levels. So rested thinking time is the most precious thing you have. When you take the time to rest, you'll come up with great ideas, you'll solve problems, you'll have insights, you'll be more personable, you'll have more energy. You know that if you start off a day tired, you kind of drag the whole day and you end up doing little useless things. You have no sort of energy to get into those big important tasks, so you end up just working the whole day on your bottom 80%. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? But if you're fully rested, you want to get into something meaty, you want to get into something important. So it's really important that you discipline yourself to take time off, to rest. Now, I've had people in my coaching programs like this for years, and I've explained to them that there is a problem in America amongst business owners. It's called sleep deprivation. About 60-70% of American adults are sleep deprived. They all work for the government, you know. But the point is that we don't get enough sleep. How many people here woke up this morning thinking about when you could go back to bed tonight? No, you know something's wrong here. If the first thing you think of is, when can I go back to bed? I got to get up. When can I go back to bed? And so therefore, you need to get 8 hours of sleep. You need 8 hours of sleep in order to rejuvenate your mind and your body. Your body burns an enormous amount of energy when you are running your business, and you need to rejuvenate. You need 8 hours. And I've had people in my classes who are working on 5 hours a night for week after week, month after month. And I force them, I ask them to start sleeping 8 hours a night. Go to bed at 10, get up at 6. Go to bed at 10, get up at 6, get 8 hours. And you know what they told me? They came back 90 days later and they said, it was like waking up from a fog. It was like being in a drug-induced fog. And after a week of sleeping 8 hours a night, They could not believe. I mean, their whole world was different. One gentleman lost 22 pounds in that 90 days because if you're tired, you eat a lot because your body's screaming for sustenance. So you're eating all the time, and you're eating not necessarily that good. If you're fully rested, your body doesn't demand that you eat so much food. Especially, it doesn't demand that you eat sugars to give yourself a quick energy hit. Are you with me so far? So just taking 8 hours of sleep a night can change your whole life. You're more personable, you're more relaxed, you're more creative, you're much more effective with other people, your immune system is much stronger, you have more energy, you eat less, I mean, you have more energy for exercise. Number one reason that people don't exercise is they don't have the energy. You know, by the end of the day, you're exhausted. Why don't you read in the evenings? Because you're too tired. You know, so just the 8 hours a night will really help you. So I just wanted to pass that on before we begin. Now, this session is, I think, what I call the jelly and the jelly donut. This is really, really important. And we say this, session 2 is offer a great product or service. Session 2 is offer a great product or service. And I would say that 90% of business success comes from your ability to offer a great product or service in the first place. And the reason I mention this is there's an enormous number of entrepreneurs who have been misled. They've been misguided, and they've been told that you can be successful just selling something that people want. No. What are the 3 most important factors in business? I told you yesterday, start with C, rhyme with competition. What are they? Competition, competition, competition. And that means that customers are extremely skeptical and demanding. And it's just like going into the marketplace and you have your product, and with the internet, your product is set next to every other product that is identical to it in the world. I can find out your product and the best price to buy it and the specifications on it in about 3 seconds in Google. On the internet. I can throw out a spider. I can do, what is that little piece of software they have where you can find the lowest cost price of your product or comparable products in the world in about 2 seconds? So therefore, I've worked with people who say, well, the secret to my success is to find a customer who doesn't know what else is available. No, they've told me that. Because if they compare my product with what else is available, they never buy my product, not at my price, not at my quality. So they're starting from the wrong end. The fact is, successful business people are really adamant about a quality product. Look at one of my favorite examples of quality products is iPod. It comes out with an iPod. Apple was down to 3% of the world computer market and was basically kind of like a tinker toy market on the side. Good quality products, but not going anywhere in comparison with Microsoft. And then they came out with the iPod. But in order to do iPod, they had to create iTunes, so there was something to download onto iPod. So they created a whole new industry. As we said yesterday, the Sony Walkman is now history. It dominated the world market for portable music. It was gone now. And then people thought, isn't that incredible? iPod Shuffle, iPod and little, I've got 2 or 3 of them. And then 2 or 3 years later, they come up with the iPhone. They're not even in the telephone business. You think Verizon and AT&T and Samsung and Nokia and others people weren't pissed? You bet they were. They come out with a telephone, and the telephone has just swept the world. They're selling 50 million a year of these telephones. And then they said, well, does anybody want to build apps? They got 350,000 apps. Last year it was 286,000. They got 350,000 apps for your phone now, which makes that phone one of the most incredible things. I don't have one yet. I've got a BlackBerry on Buzz right now. But everybody in my family has an iPhone. Then they come up with the second generation. And remember how everybody was tipped over because there was one little way if you held it on the outside that it kind of interfered with the reception? I mean, the whole world was screaming that there was a quality flaw in the new iPhone. And then people start to use the iPhone and consuming it by the tens of millions. And what did they do? They come up with an iPad, sold 15 million in less than a year, and changed the whole world. Do you see what happened with Amazon today? Amazon is now selling more books online, e-books, than they are selling real books. And this has taken place in less than 24 months with the advent of the iPad. Isn't that incredible? The whole world is changed. The publishing industry in New York is in disaster conditions. I mean, they're like an impending hurricane coming because book sales are dropping and e-book sales are going up. And many writers like myself are saying, you know, the heck with you guys. I'll just publish e-books. I'll go straight to Barnes & Noble. I have an account on Barnes & Noble. I can give them my own e-book. I don't even have to go to a publisher. And they sell it by e-book. And they sell more by e-book than through publishers. And publishers are sometimes not that easy to deal with. Wasn't that diplomatic, just in case there was a publisher in the audience? So my point is that you have to have a quality product. And if your product is not high quality, you're living on borrowed time. You'll soon be out of time and out of money, and you'll be back on the street working for wages. And so please, it's so important for you to understand is that a quality product is the jelly in your jelly donut. Everything else is bread. It's the quality product. The key then is to find a way to get that product to your customer, and I'll talk about that in subsequent sessions. So we say quality is the key determinant of your growth and profitability. They did a study at Harvard, 22-year study called the PIM study, Profit Improvement Management Strategy or something like that. And they took the best data from over 600 companies and they tracked them for about 22 years, and it was confidential data. These companies gave all their data to the researchers, and the researchers didn't share it, they just shared the averages. What they found was that if you went into a marketplace and you asked customers, what is the highest quality company in this industry? Let's say real estate or jewelry or restaurant or anything else. And people said, well, in my opinion, Morton's is the best restaurant, and Zale's the best jeweler, and so-and-so's the best dry cleaner. If you then looked at their books behind the scenes, you would find that whatever product is purported to be the highest quality was also the most profitable in that industry. They had an interesting test. They did this in Arizona, in Phoenix. They asked them, what is the highest quality department store? And the consensus in Phoenix was Nordstrom's. And Nordstrom's is also the highest profit department store because it has the highest quality perception. The problem with the Phoenix stores, because they compared them with all the other department stores in Phoenix, is there was no Nordstrom's in Phoenix. But people had traveled to California and shopped at Nordstrom stores and went back and told all their friends about how good the experience was, and the consensus was that Nordstrom's was the best even though they didn't have one. So it's like going into the ring and getting knocked out by no other boxer. I mean, all the stores in Phoenix were so tipped over because they lost the quality sweepstakes and there wasn't even a Nordstrom's there. It was just by reputation. So reputation is the most important thing you have, and your product service quality is the key determinant of your reputation. The higher your quality product in the perception of your customers, the greater will be your sales, the greater will be your customer loyalty, the greater will be the referral and the word of mouth and the reputation. And reputation for quality is 85% of your business success. This has to be your obsessive focus, is on having in your area the highest quality. Now people say, well, there's so many competitors in my field. We'll talk about this later. Every person has the ability to be the highest quality in some niche. There's a wonderful thing. When you're a professional speaker, when you start off, you're usually very jealous of all the other speakers because they're making more money than you and obviously not as good as you. There's a little joke in professional speaking. They say, how many speakers does it take to change a light bulb? And the answer is only one. And no, it takes 100. One to change the light bulb and 99 to sit there and say, I could have done it better than that. Now in business, we start off in business and we think there's so many competitors. Well, there's always a way for you, using your creativity, to be the best in your field. And there's a wonderful line, I love this line, is be yourself, everybody else is already taken. And you can be yourself. And this is what I learned in speaking, is that every single speaker can be excellent in their niche. They just have to find and define their niche. And the best companies will tell you, and you look at Good to Great by Jim Collins, and he looks at companies who said, can we be the best in this niche against the kind of competition we're facing in the world? And you know what they said? We can't. We cannot be the best. We cannot win on so we shut it down. And they sold the whole company, sold the plants, the factories, the mills, and everything else, and took the money and went into an industry where they could be the best. Because they refused to try to stay in an industry where they could not excel. And I pass this on to you. It's a moral lesson. I'm not entertaining you with stories. Is you have to say, do I have the ability to be the best in my field? Do I have the knowledge, the skill, the drive, the determination, the love for the business? Here's an important 3 circles from Jim Collins. And this is really, really important for your success and my success. He said the three keys to success in business are, first of all, passion. Now, passion means you love your business. You love your product, you love your service, you love to talk about it, use it, share it, give it to other people. Your greatest experiences are happy customers. There's a lot of people who sell products where the customers don't even care about the customers. Only can I make a buck. But true entrepreneurs, people who are successful, who have a passion for what they do. If you don't have a passion for what you do, if you don't love the product, you're in the wrong field, because you'll never have the energy necessary to keep on going until you're a big success. Now, the second part of this equation is excellence, is you have the ability to be excellent in this area. You have the capacity to excel. And so there must be something, and excel, by the way, means to be in the top 10%. If you need to be in the top 10% of your field in order to survive and thrive against competition. And the third circle, like this, is profitable. It has to be an area where you can be really profitable if you're really good doing what you really love. And they call this the sweet spot. So this is the sweet spot. And every single company that is successful, prosperous, respected, at the top of their game, and so on, is a company that's found the sweet spot. And finding the sweet spot's not easy. You don't just say, okay, I think I'll find a place where I'm passionate and it's profitable and I can be excellent. You have to experiment and experiment and experiment until you finally find the sweet spot, and then you throw your whole heart into that against your competition, and you're going to have a fabulous life. But until you do, you'll always be struggling, you'll always be worrying about money. You'll always be competing, you'll always be losing sales and blah, blah, blah. Are you with me so far? And so it's interesting, if you ask, and I've done strategic planning with many companies, including the biggest company I ever did was a $72 billion company, where I spent 2 or 3 days in a retreat with their senior executives developing a strategic plan for the future. And the first thing I do in strategic planning, which we'll come to later on this morning, is I talk about values. What are your values? We go through a values clarification exercise. And I've been quite amazed, because the first time I did this was 28 years ago with a $1 billion company, and I still do it with small and large companies. Whenever I go through the values exercise, in every case without exception, you know what the number one value that the executives around the table agree is their basic organizing principle? Can you guess what it is? Integrity. It's integrity. Now, integrity is big. Integrity is honesty, not only honesty with everybody with whom you deal with, but honesty with yourself. And being honest with yourself is a real toughie. It's real easy to tell the truth to others in a way if you've been brought up well, but to tell the truth to yourself is really important. And that's why you have to say, do I really have a passion for this? Do I have the determination to spend years becoming absolutely excellent in this? And is it profitable? Many people say, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. Yes, but you're going to be poor all your life because nobody's going to pay you any money for it. Yes, but it's my passion. Ah, shut up. People say you want to fulfill your passion, get rich, okay? Get rich doing something that you really enjoy, do it really well, make a lot of money, and then give your own money away. Everybody says, I want to fulfill my passion with somebody else's money. I want you to give me your money so I can fulfill my passion, actually, so I can pay my bills. Anyway, I'm not going to go there. In fact, I just went. All right. So the key measure of business success, and this is my breakthrough, all right, is how often customers say the words, this is a great product. This is a great product. This is the critical measure that determines your business success, is how often your customers, after consuming your product or service, say, this is a great product. For example, we'd have Infusionsoft. We use it throughout our business. Why? Because it's a great product. We've tried every other type of software that's available there. And even though you may not have fully understood what he was talking about, because I didn't, it's okay. Yet we use Infusionsoft that everybody we know who's competitive uses Infusionsoft because it is just so far advanced. We use Mike Koenig's program because it's just the highest advanced. I'll talk to you about Jennifer Rogerson's personal evaluations and assessments are the best in the world. And so always we say, this is a great product. And your job is to get an enormous number of people saying, this is a great product. And we'll talk more about this as we go along, exactly how you can do it. So areas of excellence is a really interesting exercise we're going to do. The market only pays superior rewards for excellent products and services. Oop, I hope I didn't jump ahead here. I did. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you to go to the exercise, which is on page 56. It says, offer a great product or service. It says here, quality is what your customers say it is, all right? Your quality rating is the percentage of the time that your product or service does what you say it will do. Now, you heard about quality management, quality circles, quality ratings, and so on. Basically, if your percentage of quality is how often you fulfill your promises. You say, if you buy my product or service, you come to my restaurant, I will give you an excellent experience in terms of food quality and service. And the percentage of times that you do that is your quality rating. And your goal is what? What is your goal? What's your percentage goal? 100%. You want 100% of your customers to be happy as pigs, and you know what? after they've used your product or service. And so you'll find that really successful business people are hypersensitive to any unhappiness on the part of their customers. They want their customers to be happy. And if their customers aren't happy, they take it so personally, they'll change it, they'll alter it, they'll give refunds, they'll do anything because they know that happy customers are the key to the future. Happy customers are the future. There is no future without happy customers. So I want you to answer these questions. And I'm going to explain them a little bit. Number one is, what exactly do you sell? And when you describe your product or service, you do not mention your product or service. You only mention the outcome or result or transformation that takes place in your customer's life or work after using it. So for example, if you are selling life insurance, you wouldn't say, I sell life insurance. You would say, I sell peace of mind and financial independence. I sell freedom from worry and care. I sell the ability to plan your estate effectively so your family is taken care of. You don't even mention the product. And whenever you ask this question, what exactly do you sell, the great question of all in business is always answered in terms of what it does to change and improve the life of your customer. Not what you sell, but what it does. All right? Now, number two is, what does your customer consider value? What change or transformation in their life do they want and they're willing to pay you money for? They want their life to be easier, to be more secure, to want to be wealthier, do they want to be healthier, do they want to be happier? In infomercials, there's three things that sell in infomercials. Can you guess what they are? More money, more beauty, better health, or better fitness. More money, more beauty, or better health and fitness. And so therefore you'll find the infomercials that work offer to make you more beautiful, make you more money, or make you fitter, or thinner, or the abdomizer, or whatever else it happens to be. Are you with me so far? There's even people who sell exercise programs on television. Can you imagine doing something like that? Actually, we've got one of the top sellers of exercise programs in the world in this room today. So number three is, what does your product service achieve, avoid, or preserve for your customer? Really good ways of thinking. Which of your products or services sell the most easily and are the most popular? Which one do customers like the most? What are the best compliments you receive from your happy customers? This is really important because your happy customers will tell you what you need to do more of to get even more happy customers. They will tell you that almost like an unerring feedback. They'll tell you what you need to do, what you're selling that's really good, what people want, and so on. What do your products or services offer to your customers that make them superior? And this is important. Competition, competition, competition. You've got to be superior, and you need to be usually superior in three different ways. It's called the law of three in product quality. Is you've got to be better, faster, cheaper, more convenient, easier to get, better priced, better terms. You've got to look for three different ways where your product or service excels and is superior to your competitors. If a customer said to you, how come I should buy from you rather than from someone else? You say, because of this. Bang, bang, bang. There's three reasons why it's better to buy from me than someone else. And if you don't know what they are, it's almost impossible to sell. And we'll come back to this several times today. Okay, number 7 is 20% of your features and benefits account for 80% of customer satisfaction. What are they? If your best products were perfect in the minds of your customers, how would they be different from today? If your best products cause customers to say, geez, this is a great product. Woo, this is a great service. Geez, this is a gret company. If that would trigger that response from your customers, what would your product or service contain? You've got to think about this. There are certain thinking skills that only you can do. What are your core competencies in your business that enable you to produce excellent products and services? That means, what are the special skills that you have that makes your business outstanding? Every business starts around core competencies. It could be the competency of selling. I know people who are so good at selling, they just find an excellent product that they can put into their production line because they can sell like a dam. So that's their core competence. And somebody's core competence is technology. And somebody else's core competence is that they're absolutely excellent in a particular area that's important to customers. What is your core competence? What is the core around which your business was built to start with? What skills, abilities, knowledge, or capabilities will you need in the future to produce great products and services? Remember, sometimes you're just lacking one skill that you can either learn, or you can buy, or you can rent, or you can get from someone else. But sometimes the lack of the one skill is like the weak link in the chain that causes the whole business to break. And you have to be honest. What is it that's holding me back? Maybe you're not a good marketer. Maybe you're not a good salesperson. Maybe you're not really good at tech. But all of these are what kind of skills? They are what kind of skills? They are learnable skills, buyable skills, rentable skills, so you can get them as long as you're honest. What products or services should you abandon or discontinue because you cannot achieve excellence in those areas? What should you abandon or discontinue? And remember, 20% of your products and services every year need to be abandoned. In 4 or 5 years, about 60, 70, 80% of your products and services need to be abandoned or completely upgraded because they're just not good enough in a competitive market. Many people will run themselves right into bankruptcy, distress, and suicide, continuing to try to sell a product whose time has come and gone. But because they like the product and they think it's a good product, and in the past people liked the product. I used to be the world champion salesperson of cassette learning programs. Try to sell a cassette learning program today. I had a warehouse full of cassettes, and I spoke in Africa about 3 or 4 years ago, and I wanted to help the people in Africa, so I offered to send them piles and piles, thousands of dollars of these cassettes. All they have to do is pay the shipping charges. They came back and they said, we only want CDs. We don't want cassettes. It's Africa. You're a third world country. For Christ's sakes, you should at least have some Walkmans out there. No. They didn't want it. I couldn't give my cassettes away to Africa because the time had come and gone for cassettes. And many of us are trying to sell a product or service, and the customers don't want it anymore. They want something newer, better, faster. Try selling a Sony Walkman today. Nobody will buy it because of what Apple has done to the world market. And finally, what 3 things could you do starting today to trigger the response, this is a great product from your customers? What 1 action are you going to take immediately? Please begin. Amazing darn thing. I made a recommendation to Morton's. I said, if you go to a first-class restaurant in Paris, which are some of the best restaurants in the world, the very first thing they do is they come to the table and they offer you champagne to start your dinner. I said, why don't you do that here? And they said, well, we talked about it for years, and we talked about it. So I wrote them a letter to the senior management. And now, if you go into Morton's, first thing they do is they come and say, would you like a glass of champagne to start your dinner? Now, champagne is anywhere from $10 to $20 a bottle, but a glass of champagne makes people happy. It's bubbly. It makes people feel good about being here. It makes them less price sensitive to everything else that's on the menu. They spend more for wine, more for dinner, more for dessert, and everything else. One little thing, one little suggestion. And so I gave them the suggestion, they followed the suggestion. Where do you think I go for dinner all the time? I go to Morton's. What's the first thing they offer me when I get in? It's like a glass of champagne. In others, but if you do what your customers tell you, it's astonishing how much more loyal they will be. Now, please turn to the people at your table and tell them your answer to that one question. What 1 thing are you going to do differently to trigger the response, wow, this is a great product, okay? What are you going to do differently? Please begin. Remember, developing a great product or service is a moving target. As soon as you have a great product or service, your competition will copy you and leapfrog. So all of business is leapfrogging, is you get in front and your competition will immediately and aggressively leapfrog you. You've got to leapfrog them. And don't waste a single second saying, hey, that was my idea first, because today people will steal an idea that will generate a sale faster than you can think of it. And so therefore you've got to constantly be leapfrogging. You have to be constantly saying, what's my next miracle? What am I going to do next? And a quality product is the key. Now I want to talk now about areas of excellence. And areas of excellence ties into the quality product. The market only pays superior rewards for excellent products and services, and your goal is to be the best. And to be the best means you want to be in the top 10% in your field. You want to be recognized as in the top 10%. Now, one of the things that we do with companies, and it's done nationally, is you do a quality rating. And you ask yourself, on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you compare in quality to your competitors? Who would you say is number 1 in your marketplace? In hotel industry in the United States, what is the number 1 hotel chain in the United States? No, it's Ritz-Carlton. Ritz-Carlton has won every single award for 15 years, and they didn't do it by accident. They're rewarded the best, the most hospitable, the most not the most convenient, the most gracious, the fastest service, the greatest return business, and so on. Do you know what the motto of Ritz-Carlton hotels is? It is, ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. So the whole management philosophy is they treat every staff member as a lady or a gentleman. And they, in turn, treat every guest as a lady or a gentleman. And people go there, and the level of service, they make you feel really important. They charge you an arm and a leg, but they make you feel important. And even when the market is down, the Ritz-Carltons are full because they have striven to be the number one, and they're also the most profitable hotel chain. Surprise, surprise. So let us say on a scale of 1 to 10, you're honest now, integrity. You say, well, in the market, we're probably about a 6 compared to our best competitors. So then what is your strategy? Your strategy is, how do we go, not from 6 to 10, how do we go from 6 to 7? That's all you worry about, is improving your quality rating by 1 grade. That alone can double your profits. And then once you get to 7, and in all honesty, you say we're at about a 7 in the market, then you go for number 8. Then you go for 9 and 10. Many companies will take 5 to 7 years to get from an average of 5 to a 10. It'll take them that many years, take 1 a year, and that is great progress. And once you get there, you're now the world champion. You've got to hold your belt. You've got to be constantly getting better and better because the competition is going to try to tear your heart out. But your goal, if you do not strive for quality, here's the rule. It's a default setting. If you do not strive for quality, you accept mediocrity. If your goal is not to be the best, then by default, you become average or mediocre. In other words, it's not something like you're going to wake up one morning and say, geez, we're good. No, you're going to be good because you woke up every single morning for years, focused and driven and determined to be excellent in your particular part of the business. And if you ever slow down, it's like being in a race, in a marathon, and you're racing and you're way out there, and you decide to slow down and sort of rest a little bit. What happens to the other runners? They just go, and you'll never catch up. So once you begin in this business, they say, when does the competition stop? When you retire. It stops when you retire. Which brings us to the areas of excellence. And I'll give you just a very simple example. Sometimes one area of excellence is all you need. Some years ago, there was a young guy working at a pizza place in East Lansing, Michigan. And it was not far from the University of Michigan, the East Lansing campus. And they delivered pizzas. And so he would deliver pizzas to students at the campus. And every time he got there, which is about an hour and 15 minutes after they'd placed the order, the students were mad. And they'd take the money, they wouldn't give him a tip, and why does it take so darn long to get a pizza, and so on. So he got this idea, an insight, that when people order pizzas, they're already hungry. And you know what you're like when you're hungry. They're hungry now. They didn't order the pizza in anticipation of being hungry in an hour. They're hungry now. They want food now. And he also came to the second conclusion that when people are hungry, speed is more important than quality. So he took and he sold his Volkswagen. He rented a bankrupt pizza place that had an oven. He used his experience to realize that about 80% of all the pizzas ordered were 10-inch pizzas, and they were of 8 different varieties. So he pre-prepared pizzas, which had never been done before, because he said to his people he's working for, why can't we get these pizzas faster? Well, every pizza has to be pre-prepared and put in the oven and then cut up and then boxed and then put in the car and then sent out and everything else. So what he did is he pre-prepared pizzas so that, and he only offered 8 pizzas, but he said this, if you order a pizza from us, it'll be there in 30 minutes or it's free. Now, on a university campus, do you think that would be an appealing marketing print? Do you think that he got every single order for every single pizza that anybody wanted for the next? What he did is he started a little company and he called it Domino's. Before the dust had settled, Tom Monahan had 8,000 Domino's pizzas around the world, delivering pizzas through sophisticated computer networks. Wherever you were in the city, you phoned in and the order went straight to the pizza restaurant that was closest to your home, so it would be there in 30 minutes. He sold out and retired with $1.8 billion. Pretty good idea for an insight, wouldn't you say? Pretty good money? All his conclusion was, speed is more important than quality when people are hungry. Now, one little insight like that is, you know something? There's not another pizza restaurant in the world has ever tried to match Domino's fast delivery. They say, oh, we can't do that. It's too hard. Have to change all our systems. Our people wouldn't stand for it. And so Domino's just walked away. And even when everybody knew, they just walked away with speed. Now they're coming back with quality. You see all those ads? Oh, we say wonderful quality. Oh, sure you do. So what I want you to do is I want you to fill out this exercise in terms of area of excellence. And we'll talk about the product. My product is superior to that of my competitors in the following ways. By the way, you absolutely have to know this. If it's not superior and you don't know why it's superior, then it's impossible to sell to a critical customer. In what ways could it be superior? And imagine a magic wand. Remember our magic wand? Imagine you could wave a magic wand and you could make your product superior. In any way, what would it be? Don't say we couldn't afford that and we tried that before or it would take too much. No, just say if it was superior, what would it be? So it could be superior in this way. My services to my customers are superior and they could be superior. My people in my company are superior and the ways we could be superior in the way that we treat our customers. Location, the places we serve our customers are superior, is our facilities could be superior if they were. Convenience, it's more convenient for our customers to buy from us because it would be easier if we were to do this. Responsiveness, we respond to our customer needs faster than our competitors and we could do it faster still. And our prices, charges, fees to our customers are superior to our competitors in the following ways. Our prices would be superior if we did this. Our quality would and could be, our promotion, our processes, our reputation, and if you could wave a magic wand and improve any part of the business, what would it be? The three most important improvements I could make right away are this, and what change or improvement am I going to implement immediately? Please begin. Okay, please stop. Now, you've heard the old saying, the more you do of what you're doing, the more you get of what you've got. And the other saying is if you don't change the road you're on, you probably get to where you're already going, or all those different things. The fact is that the natural tendency and one of the biggest enemies that we have for success is the comfort zone. We get into a comfort zone and we're comfortable doing things in a certain way, and it's very hard for people to get out of a comfort zone. We brush our teeth the same way, we get ready for work the same way, we make our coffee the same way, we dress the same way, drive the same way, and you really have to force yourself out, and the way you force yourself out is keep asking how could we do it better. Because remember, whatever is acceptable today will be surpassed by your competition tomorrow. So you have to keep raising the bar on yourself. And you keep asking for yourself, how can we make it better? How can we serve our customers better, faster, easier, cheaper? How can we be superior to our competition in some way? And if you don't ask the question, you won't get the answer. And the natural tendency is you'll slip right back into the warm bath of the comfort zone, and you'll keep on doing it the way you were doing it until your business closes up. And your competition just steamrolls past you. So remember, you're in competition, you're in a race. You've got to be continually getting better, because if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. If you're not improving, you're not staying the same, you're actually falling back. So keep thinking about that. Please turn to the people at your table and tell them what your one action is going to be as a result of this exercise. What are you going to do to be better, faster, cheaper than anybody else who's competing with you? Please begin. Now remember, we want you to get the very greatest value out of everything that we do. So I've asked you to pull this out from page 226 and have it handy so that you write down your action commitment each time and even other actions that you think of doing. So you capture it. Remember, if you think it, ink it. Write it down here, because this will be your most important take-home. You'll walk home with 10 or 15 and lots of room to write more on the back. But these are going to be your action exercises, which are going to change your business and change your life. One of these ideas, when you refer to it later, you can say, oh my God, if I do that, it'll double my income. It can literally take you from rags to riches. Remember, the most valuable thing in the entire world is ideas. And the quality of ideas is in direct proportion to the quantity of ideas. The more ideas you have, the more likely it is you'll have the great idea that changes your business. And that's why some people just literally go from rags to riches. One, you know, the Kindle Voss people who are suing Mark Zuckerberg, they got $50 million because they say they gave him an idea to have, and he said it was a social dating site was their idea. He went off and he started Facebook. And now he's become one of the richest men in the world with one little idea. You see the movie Social Network? They had a little conversation at the Harvard Club, and he went away with that idea, and he came up with his own idea, it's worth making him one of the richest men in the world. One idea. The technology exists, it's just the idea. So, but keep stimulating ideas. So write them down, write them down, write them down. And when you write them down, you psychoneuromotor activity, file them into your subconscious mind, which works on them 24 hours a day. And so you unlock your mental powers, which I'm going to talk to you about right now. Now, as you'll notice on page 64, 64, where it says offer a great product or service, it says here, identify your target market, pump up your profits, finding ideal customers. Those are the video-based lessons with workbooks and exercises that you have access to with Business Growth Strategies. We have given you access to about $1 million worth of the finest business training in the world, and it's yours to use for, 6 months, 12 months. But what you can do is, if this subject is important, when you get back, plug in, it tells you exactly what to do here. Go to businessgrowthstrategies.com, plug in the name of the session, pull it up, and there will be me, full screen, teaching you this subject in depth. Also, there will be an outline of all the keynotes from this session, plus there'll be a series of questions like the ones you've been asking, plus an action commitment. So at the end of every session, there's a series of lessons that you can take to reinforce and even redouble what you learned in this session. If you decide, as we talk about marketing later, that marketing is really big for you, take all the follow-up lessons on marketing, because they will expand and add to what we're doing here. Remember, you cannot get too smart in running your business in a highly competitive world. You just can't get too smart. You just can't have more mental tools than necessary. So keep adding, because you never know which one it can be that can transform your business life. So just keep scooping ideas. Are you with me so far? Say yes. All right, no pikers. Anyway, this man immigrated from Europe to the U.S. and moved out to the West, and he got a job chopping wood. It was 100 years ago, and he chopped wood, and he made his living chopping wood, taking it into town and selling the cords of wood as firewood for people who lived in the village. And every day he'd go out and he'd chop wood, and he'd come back with his wood, and he would sell it. And one day he was at the hardware store looking at getting another axe, and they said, well, they've invented a brand new contraption in the big city. It's called a chainsaw. And this chainsaw, you'll cut 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much wood with a chainsaw as you will with an axe. And he said, and it's guaranteed. He said, well, geez, that's great. So he said, here it is. It's beautiful. And look, they brought it for one of the first chainsaws. So he bought it with his limited funds, and he went off to the woods that day and gone all day. And he came back at the end of the day, and this chainsaw, he's got the chainsaw, and he's really mad. He's tired, and he's sweaty and dirty, and the chainsaw is all beat to pieces, and the blade is all bent and twisted, and the paint's off it, and he puts it down, and he said, this is a waste of time. He says, the worst thing I ever seen. He said, I only cut about a half a cord of wood all day. He said, this is no good. He said, well, the hardware store guy says, geez, he said, I'm sorry you feel that badly. I mean, this is a brand new piece of machinery. It's unconditionally guaranteed. He said, I'll give you another one. So he gave him another one. Second one, and he went out, and he's gone all day, came back into the second day, and he's so mad. He said, look at this. And it's all broken and beaten and battered and twisted, and the saw lengths are broken. And he said, I cut it even less than a half a cord today. He said, this is a big cheat. He said, well, I can't understand why you're having so much trouble. And he said, I could give you another chainsaw. He said, but maybe just you could show me how you're using it. Maybe you're not using it right. He says, let's go out in the wood yard. So go out in the wood yard, and he puts the chainsaw on a log, and he grabs the cord, and he goes, run! And the guy says, what's that noise? What's that noise? The point is that many times we're running a business, and the way to run the business much, much better is just like turning it on, using it the way it's supposed to be done. And that brings us to our session today. We call Design a Great Business Plan. Now, I really emphasize this. The Inc. magazine did a study of 100 business startups, and 50 of the business startups had detailed business plans before they began. They sat down and they thought through every part of the business, thought, thinking, and then they began their business. 50 of them did not have business plans. They had ideas off the seat of their pants, a couple of things scrawled on paper, and so on. They went back after 2 years. 49 out of the 50 companies with business plans were thriving. They were moving along, making great progress. Most of the companies for the 50 that did not have business plans had gone broke. They disappeared, or they were struggling and on the verge of bankruptcy. So they went back and they asked the people who had used business plans, 49 out of the 50, they said, did you follow the business plan every day? I mean, was it like a roadmap that you watch, like you check your email? They said no. Once they did the business plan and they'd all agreed upon it, they put it in a drawer. They didn't look at it until the end of the year when they developed their new business plan based on the new current reality. So it was not the business plan that was important, it was the business planning that was important that the plan required. And Dwight D. Eisenhower, after D-Day, was asked, he spent something like 2 years planning the Normandy invasion. He said the plan was nothing. He said the planning was everything. From the day we hit the beaches, everything, the whole plan changed, but we had thought through every detail. And it takes tremendous discipline to plan. So I've tried to make it simple for you. I'm doing 3 things. I'm going to give you the essence of a business plan in our talk today before lunch. And at the very back, I've put in several pages of business planning. Fill in the blanks. It's called the appendix. And this appendix is the best that I've ever done. And not only that, at the end of this session, you will find recommended 3 programs that you can use. There it is. 3 programs: planning for success, developing your business plan, and creating your business systems that you can actually review online. They're courses that I give, video with workbooks and everything else. But please, it is so important. You make a list before you go grocery shopping. You make a business plan before you launch. I have a good friend who started with nothing. He's now worth probably $50 to $75 million. It's hard to tell because he's got businesses and hotels and office buildings, and I'm a partner with him in one of his projects. Wonderful man, wonderful business partner. And he decided to go into a business, which I was very familiar with, and he spent 6 months. He has accountants, he has his lawyers, and he has his leg people. Spent 6 months studying the business, getting financial plans, doing mock-ups, putting together business plans and everything else. At the end of 6 months, he said, we're not going to do it. We're not going to go into this business. It's just does not have what we need. It does not have barriers to entry. It does not have economies of scale. It does not have opportunities for growth. It does not have gaps in competition. And so after 6 months of business planning, the bottom line was no, we're not going to do it. And it turned out to be a very smart decision on his part. Sometimes the best business deals are the deals that you don't do at all because you did the planning and you analyzed it carefully and you thought it through. And the old saying, you can't get there from here, and you realize at the end of the planning process, you can't get there from here. The reason that businesses suffer, struggle, go broke in such huge quantities, 80% of businesses in the first 4 years, is because they didn't think it through in the first place. And what they did is they went after it like a dog going after a passing car, and at the end of the day, they're sitting there and they're mired in debt and confusion and problems and betrayals and everything else, and what happened? They never thought about it. Now, then I told you I worked for Dr. Allard. When Dr. Allard asked me to take over this particular potential business, he asked me to put together a business plan. As it happened, I had just completed that MBA program at the university, so I knew how to put together a business plan and do the financial analysis, the marketing analysis. I knew how to do the research. I did the competitive research, what else competition was offering, how much they were charging, how much we would have to pay from our distributor, how much it would cost, and so on. And I came up with a business plan that was like a classic business plan. We took it to the bank, and the bank lent us $2 million, advanced us $2 million to start this business against the plan, and we hit every single number in the plan. And I made more money from the profits from that business at one time than I ever made in my life. It was the most amazing, changed my entire career when I learned that there's a system and a methodology of starting and building a successful business. And if you don't follow it, you fail, and if you do, you succeed. And nature is neutral. Nature doesn't say, thou shalt succeed and thou shalt not. Nature's blind, like justice. Nature just says if you do the right things in the right way and you think through the various aspects of the business, then you dramatically increase your likelihood of succeeding. Never a guarantee, but sometimes if you do the business plan well enough, you won't get into it. And that's real smart. The smartest things you ever do in business are the things you don't do at all. Just remember that. So let's talk about the business plan. You've got the material here. You've got the additional sessions. It's a little bit of a slog, but as you start to get into it, you really like it. Why? It's because it forces you to think about each part of your business before you start spending money and time and life and energy and so on. So we say that your ability to plan and organize every detail of your business is essential to your success and profitability. Highest paid work in America is thinking. A business plan forces you to think. There's a company, by the way, called Palo Alto Software. Has anybody heard of Palo Alto? is they're the biggest business plan sellers in the world. You go on, you subscribe, you pay several $100s or more to them. And what they do is they ask you what industry you're in, then you go through the industry you're in, you look at businesses that are similar, and they'll provide you with a proven business plan for that industry. And you pay several $100s for it, and then you fill in the blanks. And you fill in the blanks and you print it, and there you've got your business plan. It's a more sophisticated than I just described to you, but they have 350,000 customers of business owners who decided to use their services to create a business plan rather than just running off, operating off the seat of their pants. So the potential consequences of your thinking makes thinking the most important and valuable activity you engage in. One of the biggest regrets we have in life is we say afterwards, if only I had thought about that a bit more, I wouldn't have done it. If only I had gotten more information, I wouldn't have done it. If only I had asked somebody for advice, I wouldn't have done it. Are you with me so far? In other words, only if we had better thinking tools, we probably wouldn't have done it. So thinking is everything, and you need something to think with. You need facts, details, information. Normal thinking process is this: stimulus, response. This is how most people think. They have a stimulus, they hear a piece of information, they respond. However, the superior thinking process is this: there is a stimulus, and there's a response, and in between, there's a thought. Now, what takes place in the thought phase largely determines your success or failure, happiness or unhappiness in life. And that's why people say, before you do anything, stop and think for a while. Give it a few minutes. Big decisions should be slept on. Big decisions should be talked about, discussed. You should get information. Never make important decisions impulsively. Back off. I studied one of my subjects, which we'll talk about later, is how to hire, how to fire, and so on. And in my research, I came across a story of a sales manager who was very successful because he had such an incredible track record of hiring winners that drove sales, that made his business a big business. And they said, "What's your secret?" He said, "I never hired anybody within 30 days of deciding I liked them." He said that 30-day period, he would just wait and see what happened and meet with them again, talk with them again, and so on. Never be rushed into a hiring decision. He said over 30 days, it would become clear if it was a good choice or not. So he said, I just used the 30-day rule. It made him one of the most successful and highest paid people in his industries, just by waiting, by thinking carefully before hiring someone in the first place. And that's a really important point. So the key is responsibility, is you have stimulus and you respond. Your ability to respond effectively is really the key to your success in life. Design a great business plan. Here are the parts of a business plan. Remember we said before, values. What are your core principles? Usually the number one is integrity. And the integrity internally is honesty. And integrity expressed externally is quality. And then another one might be innovation. Another one might be entrepreneurship. Another one might be customer service. Another one of the companies I worked for, IBM, respect for the individual, is a key value. It's one of the 3 values. They never deviate from that. Is everyone treats everyone with respect, like at Ritz-Carlton. Ladies and gentlemen, taking care of ladies and gentlemen. That is a core value that you can't violate. So thinking through your values, which you'll have a chance to do in a minute, is really important. Second of all is your vision. And this is your ideal picture of the future business. If you could wave a magic wand and project forward 5 years, what would your business look like if it was perfect in every way? You know, you've heard the old saying, you can't hit a target that you can't see. And so therefore, if you imagine, visualize what your perfect business would look like, how big it would be. There's Harvard Business Review did an interesting study on business, and they said you should begin at the beginning to think, how big do you want your business to be? Do you want it to be small and profitable? Do you want it to be large and have lots of people? Do you want to have multi-office? I mean, think about what kind of business you would like to have. Maybe you'd like to have just a small business that enables you with proper support to maximize your personal income, like a dentist or a doctor or something else. Maybe you want to have hospitals and clinics. I mean, so think about this, is what is your vision of how much do you want to earn? And how big would you have to be? And what would you have to do? And so on, which we'll talk about later. And your mission, the goals to accomplish. Your mission is what would happen at the end of the day for your customers if they used your company. Our mission is to bring about complete peace of mind and financial independence for each of our clients. That's our mission. How do you know if you fulfilled your mission? Your clients tell you that you did. So what is your mission and now your purpose? What is the reasons why your business exists? Now, Brendan was saying this, and other people say it. The why has to be because this makes you happy. It's your passion. It's fulfilling a goal. It's a dream that you have. I'm a writer, and I wonder if I am really a true writer, because I've published 52 books in 38 languages and sold 10 million copies, and with 7 different U.S. publishers and about 25 or 30 international publishers. I'm the best-selling business author in Russia and in China, mostly stolen. But sometimes I wonder, because the definition of a true writer is someone who cannot not write. They cannot not write. You cannot stop them from, they must write. Here's Solzhenitsyn in the concentration camps writing the life of Ivan Denisovich on toilet paper with ink that he got from boiling bark, and writing the words on toilet paper and smuggling the toilet paper out and eventually putting it into, I mean, he cannot not write. All right, so, and I cannot write. I can stop. I can't really stop, but I think I can. I keep meaning to stop, but I keep publishing 4 books a year, and every time I publish a book, I get an idea for 2 more books. Anyway, my point is that if you're doing something that you're doing, it's you have a passion for it. You want to do it. You cannot not do it. This is what you're designed to do. You just love to do it. You love to do it even if you don't get paid for it. If you're doing something because you're forcing yourself to do it just because of the money, you'll never be successful. If you're doing it because you care about the people you're doing it for, then your chances are great. So we say excellent leadership and management is essential for a good business plan. Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be in charge? Excellent products and services, we talked about that. 90% of success, maybe 95, will be that you have a great product to start with. Excellent reputation in the market, which flows from great products and great services. And solid financials. Whew. And the financials are so important. This is what Dr. Allard forced me to do, is not only did he force me to design financials that cover the next 18 to 24 months of the businesses, but then he would turn them over to his accountants, and his accountants didn't like me because I was kind of like what do they call it, the golden boy in the company, and Dr. Allard was giving me all kinds of stuff. So they would tear my financials to pieces in order to embarrass me and humiliate me. And they did once or twice, because I didn't like financials, so I didn't check the numbers, and I got decimal points in the wrong place. Very bad to get decimal points in the wrong place. And they came back on me, so he forced me to be really, really accurate, because with the accuracy, I submitted to him a pro forma, a business plan for a project, and I'd gotten 1 decimal point out. I'd projected 15% returns, and the decimal point after his accountants had done the numbers were 1.5% returns with very high risk. It was a multi-million-dollar project, and that just about sunk me in that company, because I had recommended that we go ahead, and they were about to go ahead until they had it double-checked. So double-checking is good. Yeah, real good, especially if it's your own business. Okay, intense focus on marketing and sales in business. That's really the core activity, is the marketing and sales. Intense customer focus to get them to buy and buy again. Excellent people at all levels. That's really important. One poor person in a key position can be fatal to you. And high trust levels. This is one of the things that I really am concerned about in any business, is that everybody trusts each other. If everybody trusts each other, it acts as a lubricant to high performance. So what I'm going to do is ask you to do this exercise, design a great business plan. And the exercise is very simple. Start off and say, what are the core values and principles that you and your business stand for and believe in? And they can be as simple as integrity, quality, customer service. You can go a long way with those 3. You can have more than 3. Some companies have 5, but just think about your 3. If your business was perfect in every way, what would it look like in the future? How much would you be earning? How big would your business be? What kind of geographical expanse, and so on? What is your mission for your business? Our mission is to do what for our customers? Your method, we achieve our mission by doing this. And your measure, we measure our success by achieving these numbers. So you could say, our mission is to profoundly change our customers' financial lives. We do this by giving them excellent advice, counsel, and guidance, and we measure our success by having a growth rate of 25% per annum from satisfied customers. That's a mission. A child can understand the mission. Why are you in this business at all? Why did you choose this business rather than something else? I've had many people who've come through this course. You know what they say? After all this, you know something, I shouldn't be in this business because I don't really care about it that much. Somebody else talked me into it because they said it was a great way to make money. It was a business of the future. So I decided to get into it because I want to make a lot of money. And I realized I got no passion for it. I get up in the morning and I rue going to work. Do you know when the greatest day for suicides, for heart attacks, the greatest time for heart attacks in the United States and Canada is right now? Monday morning. And you know what the greatest number one time for suicide is? Monday afternoon. Why? The person gets up on Monday morning and they think about going to that job that they hate for another whole week, and their heart says, they say to their subconscious mind, I hate that work, and your heart says, okay, boom, and takes you out. Freud once said that everybody chooses the time and place of their own death, time and method of their own death. And so then if you don't, the heart attack doesn't take you to work, by the afternoon you say, I'm still doing this stinking job, blam. So that's the 2 high days. And by the way, all the emergency vehicles, ambulances, everything else are all ready to go Monday morning for the heart attack brigade. And then Monday afternoon, the police are ready to do the investigation for the suicide brigade. And it's almost always because a person is looking forward at doing something that they hate. You know that Carly Simon song, Is This All There Is? And they finally say, hey, it's not for me. I have to work with people I don't like, selling products I don't care about, to people I dislike, for wages that are below what I'm capable of earning. Oh, what the heck, give me a gun. All right. Down to Walmart, okay. So the 3 most important leadership or management qualities we have or need to have are what? And what are the qualities? We've talked about that, clarity, result orientation, determination. The best, highest quality products and services that we offer are these. Because of our excellent reputation, the best things people say about us are these. The 3 areas where we are or should be leaders in our market are these. The 3 most important areas of focus for our marketing and sales activities are, in other words, what are your very best potential customers and markets? We focus intensely on serving our customers well by doing these 3 things. Quick responsiveness, fast resolution of complaints, speedy delivery. I mean, what are they? The 3 best qualities of our staff are, or should be, is they're competent, they're friendly, and they're customer-oriented. I'm just planting thoughts for you. We encourage our people to be open and honest, especially in these 3 areas. Dealing with each other, dealing with customers, dealing with money, whatever. And what one action are you going to take immediately? Please begin this exercise. Answer those questions. You've all heard of the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule says 20% of what you do accounts for 90% of your results. There's also the 90-10 rule. 10% of what you do accounts for 90% of your results. You've heard of the old saying, a stitch in time saves 9. The rule is that for every minute you spend in planning, you'll save 10 minutes in execution. 10% of the time that you spend thinking through everything you're going to do before you begin will save you 90% of the time, expense, and mistakes of actually doing it afterwards. So it is an investment of time, and some companies, some individuals will spend many hours, even weeks, preparing a complete, detailed business plan, and as you'll learn in the other materials, checking and making sure that your assumptions are correct and your numbers are correct. Make sure that the market is there. Make sure people will pay that price. Make sure that you can outsell your competition. Don't ever accept anything on faith in your business plan. Imagine you're going to have to take it to a real tough venture capitalist, and they're going to sit you down with eyes as cold as death, and they're going to make you validate every single point in your business plan. Prove it. Prove that this is a true number and not just a hoped-for number, a wished-for number, an assumed number, a wouldn't it be wonderful if number. So imagine you're going to have to speak to a real tough person who you're asking for money to, and they're going to say, where did you get this number? What is it based on? How can you validate or prove the number? So you impose that discipline on yourself, and your quality of your thinking goes up dramatically, and the quality of your results goes up dramatically. So now turn to the people at your table and tell them the one thing you're going to do as a result of this business planning process. Please turn to the people at your table. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. This is really important. Remember, your ability to think determines the quality of your decisions. The quality of your decisions determines the quality of your actions. The quality of your actions determines the quality of your results. So this is really important stuff. Now, I'm happy to say that we're right on track. We're supposed to stop at 12:45, and it's 12:50. So we're going to have lunch from 12:50 to 1:50, and then we'll start up punctually, right? Punctually, okay. The VIP luncheon is going to be across the street where the VIP breakfast was this morning, and we'll see everybody back in here at exactly 1:50. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful lunch. Thank you. We went through an exercise yesterday where we had each table select a leader. And what I find is that many people have moved around and many tables don't have leaders. And the leader is the person who's supposed to keep the conversation on track and make sure that each person gets a chance to speak and make sure that we don't deviate and start talking about our vacations and our cars and our carbuncles and things like that. So is there a table here that does not yet have a leader? Well, I'll be darned. Thank you so much. All right, good. Then we can start work again. Are you ready to start work? Say yes. Yes. All right. Now, this is my favorite topic, and we call this Create a Great Marketing Plan. And this is really where the rubber meets the road, is the marketing plan. Now you are a leader. You've made the critical decisions about your business. You've developed a business plan. You have thought through the critical parts of what it is that you offer and how you can make it better. And now let's talk about marketing. And marketing is my favorite subject. This is the jelly and the jelly donut of business. Marketing strategy. All business strategy is marketing strategy. In other words, everything we do in the business has to do with our position in the market. Whether it's finances or technology or people or anything else, it all comes down to helping us sell more. Your ability to attract qualified prospects determines your success in business. So here's a great question. What is the difference between marketing and selling? I see my coming here was an emergency. Marketing is where you get people who want and need and can use and afford your product or service to raise their hand in response to your efforts. Perfect example, you're driving down the highway and there's a big, big sign, a poster board, and it says, "Hungry?" ? Boing. Next one says, "Turn off at mom and pop's, mom and dad's family cooking at the next outlet, turn right." And there you are, beautiful home-cooked food. In other words, what they do, marketing gets your attention and gets the attention of the person who is a good prospect for you. Selling converts them into a customer. In fact, Drucker's wonderful definition is the purpose of marketing is to make selling unnecessary. If your marketing is effective, look at iPad. Was any selling necessary? The marketing was so brilliant, all they had to do was really announce it with all the bells and whistles, and people just lined up to buy the product because the selling became unnecessary, partially because it was Apple, but partially because of their success in the past. So, you are responsible for making the critical strategic decisions for your business. And the most important decisions you make have to do with marketing. Now, the wonderful thing about business is that you can always measure how good you are, how good your decisions are, how good your marketing is, one way. What is it? It works. The way that you can measure anything in business is it works. It gets the results that you expected or anticipated. So it works. If it doesn't work, then who is responsible if your marketing is not working in your business? You are. Who is responsible? You are responsible. Not the market and not the government and not the competition. You're responsible for making the changes necessary. It's almost like if you go driving and you end up at the wrong address and you're driving and you choose the route and you got to the wrong place, who's responsible? You don't curse the darn house that's got the wrong address at it. What you have to do is you have to make new strategic marketing decisions. And the only answer is, does it work? Is it working? Are your phones ringing? Many years ago, I was working with a advertising agency. It was an interesting story. We were doing a promotion, a big seminar in Grand Rapids, and they had advertisements, 1-minute advertisements on all the radio stations. And he called up my promoters, and he asked them, he said, "How's the promotion going?" Well, he didn't want to tell them because they were aiming for 1,000 people. They had about 25. The ads were running all the time, and yet They weren't getting any response. His name is Barry LeBoeuf. He's one of the most respected advertising guys in the country today. This was many years ago. He said, so I have only one question for you. Is your phone ringing? That was the primary method of promotion. They gave the phone number on the ads. And he said, well, he had to admit, no, the phone's not ringing. His name was Bob. The phone's not ringing. He said, well, can I write your advertising for you? Because I've listened to your advertising, and it's lousy advertising. I wouldn't phone, and I like Brian Tracy, and I need a sales seminar, but I wouldn't go because of your advertising. He said, I'll write the advertising, and you can only pay me if it makes your phone ring. And so he did, and it did, and they did. And within 2 weeks, there were 1,000 people in that room. And my promoters basically saved their shirts because they had spent so much money. But the advertisers who'd written the advertising at the radio stations were completely incompetent. But I always remember that. From now on, the only question you ever ask in any marketing expenditure or effort at all is your phone ringing. Is your internet clicking? Are people walking in the door? Because if they're not, then stop and don't wait. People say, well, if you advertise a little bit longer, it'll start to work. No, advertising is direct response. If it does not cause the phone to ring or the cash register to jingle, stop and do something else and do it fast. And who's responsible for this? You are. So it's really important. And I would ask you today, is your phone ringing often enough? And if it's not, then we need to change some things. Fortunately, we can. Now, competitive analysis. Your competition determines your level of sales, the prices you charge, and how much money you make. Sometimes I will ask business owners, I say, who sets your prices at your company? I do. And who determines how much you sell? Well, we do. And who determines the size of your sales? And we do. And I say, no, your customers determine it all. Your customers will tell you exactly what you can charge. How? Because they will undercharge you. And if you overcharge, then people will not slow down, they'll stop buying altogether. So remember your competition. That's why you have to keep analysis of your competition. In warfare, all strategy is based on what the opponent is likely to do. Are you with me so far? It's what the person you're fighting against is likely to do. You don't make up your strategy in a basement room and go out and implement it. Your strategy is made up based on very, very careful consideration of what your opponent is likely to do. If I do this, will they do that? If I do that, will they do this? If I charge this, will they charge that? And so always think, who is your competition and what are they likely to do if you were to do something else? And because competition will respond like a switchblade very, very fast if they see that you're trying to get their customers. Now, 4 principles of marketing strategy. And number 1, we say your decisions in these 4 areas determine the success or failure of your business. And there's 4 basics, and we're going to talk about something else later. The 4 key marketing principles, number 1 is specialization. If someone were to ask you in what product, service, or market do you specialize, you have to have an answer. Some people say, oh, we do a lot of this and a lot of that and a lot of this, and we're very quickly going broke. Of course you are, because your customers must know that you specialize. Morton specializes in what? Steaks. Morton's Chicago Steakhouse. What does Ruth Chris specialize in? Steaks. What does the fish market specialize in? Seafood. Come on. In other words, one of the smartest things you can do as a small business is make your area of specialization clear in your company name. So a child, the rule is, as Einstein said, a 6-year-old child should be able to look at your advertising and know what you sell and why someone should buy it. And so if your advertising or your name is more complicated than that, then you need to go back and revise it. Many companies will just go back and they say they're going to name their company ABC 26 Services. Why? Well, it's a great name. ABC is the first 3 letters of the alphabet, and that means first, second, and third place, and 26, that's my uncle's birthday, and so I'm going to call it ABC 26 Services. Ah, get out of here. How can a person looking at that figure out what the heck you're in business doing? So it's really important that you think carefully about your name. Now, differentiation. This is the core. We're going to come back to this in a second, is how and why are you different from your competitors? All marketing is differentiation. All sales is differentiation. You must be crystal clear about why it is that your product or service is different and superior to any of your competitors. Someone should be able to wake you up from a dead sleep and slap you in the face and say, how come you're different and better? And you should be able to open your eyes and tell them. And every person who works for you should know with crystal clarity why it is that your product or service is superior. If they don't, then you need to decide what it is, and then you need to teach them. Number 3 is segmentation. Segmentation is you say, based on my area of specialization, Walmart specializes on those people who live from paycheck to paycheck. That determines every location, every staff member, every product, every service, every guarantee, every warranty, every return is aimed at taking good care of people who live from paycheck to paycheck. And that is known from the president of Walmart down to the lowest person on the loading dock knows that these are our customers. So then you say, all right, what is my area of specialization? And in that area, where am I different and better? And then who are the people who most appreciate what I do different or better than anybody else? So if we go out, you drive past the sign and it says hungry, but you just ate at McDonald's 20 minutes ago, it's not for you. So that's not your customer. So we'll talk about this later, but what is the question that the owl asks in the deep woods? Who? Who is the biggest single question in marketing? Who is my customer? And what do I have to do to, first of all, attract that customer, and then to get that customer to buy from me, and then to please that customer so they like me so much they buy again and again and tell their friends. We'll come back to all of this. And then concentration. Concentrate all of your marketing efforts single-mindedly on the very best potential customer for what it is that you do better than anybody else in your area of specialization. I said a lot. Don't worry, we'll come back to this later. So let's go through it again. Specialization, this is the product. You can specialize in a product. You can specialize in a service like dry cleaning. You can specialize in a customer, people who live from paycheck to paycheck. You can specialize in a market, a local or a national market, or you can specialize in an area of technology, Microsoft and software, where you focus all your efforts. And you don't go out of your area of specialization unless you are making so much money doing what you're doing so well that you're throwing up. You have so much money, okay? And other than that, you don't try to be all things to all men. A friend of mine has this wonderful, she calls it the M multiple complex. It's MIDC, multiple ideal customer complex. Is where people say, everybody's my customer because I got so many products and services I can satisfy everybody's big, small, large, poor, rich, everybody. No. That means basically you have no idea what you're doing and you probably should be institutionalized. All right. So be clear. Second of all is differentiation. What is your competitive advantage? In other words, why are you superior? What is the advantage of buying from you than from your competitors? What is your area of excellence or superiority? We talked about this before, and we'll talk about it again. What is your unique selling proposition? This, by the way, there are seminars that will spend a day or 2 days helping you be clear about this because it's so important. But it is, if someone were to ask, what is it about your business, product, or service that makes you unique and different from any other business in the world and is relevant and important to me as a buyer? So we know one thing about the word unique. Unique is an adjective. Unique is a descriptive word. And unique is singular in there's only one type of adjective like unique. Now, and what is that? Do you know what I'm talking about? Well, you can be tall or taller or tallest. You can be big or bigger or biggest. But you cannot be unique, uniquer, or uniquest. Unique stands by itself. It is only one. There is no other. It is alone in the universe. Unique. So people say, my unique selling proposition is customer service. Well, you could say that as long as none of your competitors anywhere in the world offer any customer service. So whenever I see people say, well, what is your unique selling proposition? We say quality and service. Quality and service. I call these the parrot answers. Quality and service. Quality and service. Quality and service. Anybody who tells you that their competitive advantage or unique selling proposition is quality and service is a complete blithering idiot. And they're going to go bankrupt very quickly, and don't lend them any money because they're going to spend it all. The point is that quality and service are the parrot answers that are meaningless unless none of your competition in the world have any quality or any service. It has to be unique. It has to be unique. It's only one. So what do you do as a small business? What do you have that is unique? Well, Tom Monahan came up with one thing that made him one of the richest men in the history of the world, is deliver pizzas in 30 minutes. And everything he did was focused on specializing in a certain number of pizzas, a certain type of market, a certain differentiator, and single-minded concentration on young people who were price sensitive, who wanted pizzas fast, who were near the pizza place that he bought, which is right next to the university. So his whole focus was on that customer base and get him fast, cheap pizzas, worth $1.8 billion. Not too bad for an insight. My point is, what is your unique selling proposition? Yours could be you. And in many service businesses, especially small business, it's you. You are the unique selling proposition. There is no other person like you. As I said earlier, be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Well, in your business, sometimes it is you and your personality and your commitment to your customers and your skill and your ability and the speed and your sense of urgency and so on that makes you the one. And in most professional service operations, it is the unique person. It's the dentist that you go back to. It's the doctor that you go back to. It's the chiropractor that you go back to. It's the company that you go back to. So, but you must be clear. What is it that we offer, that I offer, that nobody else in the whole world can offer? And sometimes it's speed of operation. What is the unique selling proposition of a 7-Eleven or a fast food, not a fast food store, but a convenience store? What's the... Well, it is convenience. It's convenience because it is located so it's more convenient for people to pay them 25, 50% premiums for what they offer than to go all the way downtown to a shopping center. So that's the USP. The USP is location because the location makes it more convenient. Certainly not the selection. Jeez. Okay. And then where are you or could you be the best? Where are you or could you be the best? Remember this, every product or service starts off not very good. I was reading this article in Inc. magazine recently. It was very good. It told about 6 businesses that started on a kitchen table and became massive, multi-$100 million, even billion-dollar business. One of them was Sony. Sony's first product after World War II was a rice cooker that cooked rice and it clunched into inedible chunks. They had to throw it away. That was the beginning of Sony manufacturing, which is now one of the highest quality manufacturers in the world. Every single one of these people who started off with a business or service, it wasn't very good to start with. And they had to continually improve it and improve it and improve it and improve it by getting feedback until people started to say, geez, this is a great product. This is a great service. And it started to sell and sell and sell. So therefore, where could you be the best? What product or service area, what is it that you do where you could eventually be the best? This is one of the most important questions you ask. If you want to be financially independent, if you want to just get by and make a living and worry about money all your life, then you can be average. But if you want to be the best, if you want to really make the big bucks, then what you have to do is you have to be really good at doing something that customers really care about. So segmentation is who are those customers who most appreciate your area of superiority. Remember, there's thousands and millions of customers out there, but they're not all your customers. There's some customers, all they care about is low price. And those are not your customers. So don't even argue with them. Don't fight with them. Don't compete to try to get them. You don't want them anyway. They don't pay that well. And they're as disloyal as alley cats. So you don't even want people who are preoccupied with how cheap it is. They're just not a good choice. So say, who are the customers I want? They're the ones that really appreciate what I do and are willing to pay for it. What are their demographics? In other words, what is their age, their education, their income, their position in their family status, and so on? What are their psychographics? What do they want? What do they fear? What do they love? What do they care about? What will motivate them to buy? What are their needs? How would you describe your perfect customer? Here's an exercise for you, and I won't have you do it, but imagine that you are talking to somebody at the break, and the person says, you know, I know a lot of people in the city or in the country. Describe to me your perfect customer, and let me see if I know anybody who fits that profile. And the test is this. You have to now describe your perfect customer without mentioning your product or service or company. You can't mention your product or service. You have to say, well, he or she is a person who is in this situation in life, and they want this, and this is what they need, and this is what they care about, and this is their financial situation, but you cannot talk about your product or service. Try that just once. That's a great exercise because it really clarifies for you who you're selling to when you can describe the person without mentioning what you sell. And concentration is where you focus your time, money, and resources. Remember, you'll never have enough time and you'll never have enough money, so you've got to be focused. This is, by the way, how we teach people to double their income and double their time off by focusing and concentrating on those few areas where the greatest results are possible and don't do anything else. And as soon as a person starts doing that, they double their productivity, literally the first day. What are the best possible ways to contact your ideal customers? Very best marketing methods. What are the very best possible media? What are the most powerful appeals? Now, this is important because we call this single attribute principle. And we'll talk about this later with regard to sales. But people buy because a particular appeal, a single unique appeal that you offer, not a whole variety of appeals. It's almost always one thing that will cause a particular customer to buy from you. Now, you may have 5 appeals, and each of those may appeal to different customer groups. But there's always one. Nobody says, well, I bought it because of this and this and this and this and this. They say, I bought it because of this. Now, if you want to do something really interesting in terms of market research, call your last 10 customers and ask them this question. This is a biggie, by the way. This can make you rich. Is ask them, first of all, call them up and say, thank you very much for using our services. We really appreciate it. We really delight. We know you could have used the services of lots of other people. Tell me, what was the one reason that caused you to buy from us rather than from someone else? Could you tell me what was the one reason? Don't say, why did you buy from us? It's too general a question and people will blather and so on. Just say, what was the one reason that caused you to buy from us rather than from someone else? Now here's what will happen. If you call 10 customers next Monday, 8 will give you the same reason. And then you'll find that none of your advertising or promotion contains that one reason. Is you've been trying to sell to people and they've been buying by accident. They've been buying in spite of your lousy advertising. They've been buying just because they were able to figure out that if they bought from you, they would get this particular thing they wanted. Once you know why the majority of people buy from you, you move that right into the center of all your promotion. And that's what you say first. That goes on your billboards, that goes on your internet site, it goes on your masthead, it goes on your business card, it goes everywhere. Is you just keep repeating to people, this is why people buy from us. If this is important to you, we're the ones to buy from. Really important exercise. It takes you a few minutes on the phone. They will all talk to you and they'll all give you the answer. And after you've done this about 10 or 20 times, you'll be astonished. You'll have the best market research. If you could hire a company and pay them thousands, they could not give you a better focal point for your marketing than this exercise. So demographics. Here are the demographics: age, gender, income, education, occupation, location, family status. These are pretty easy things to measure. But here's why people buy. Psychographics. What are their goals and ambitions, and how can your product or service help them? What are their wants and needs and motivations? What will cause them to make the buying decision? What are their hopes and dreams and aspirations? What are their fears and doubts and worries that you can either take away or you can allay with your offering? What are the problems to be solved that your product or service solves for them? And so here's a great marketing plan. It attracts a steady stream of qualified prospects. It emphasizes your unique selling proposition throughout. And it positions your product as the first and best choice in the customer's mind. So the strategy, before I go here, now I want you to, okay. Geez, I like this stuff. This is my favorite stuff. And by the way, there's all kinds of exercises on video for you here. This is the most important thing. Okay. Now please begin the 4 principles of marketing strategy exercise, which starts on page 95. Woohoo! Jeez. Good glasses. So what is your area of specialization? Write it quickly. If you were starting over again today, where would you choose to specialize? What is your area of differentiation, your area of competitive advantage? In what way are your products or services superior to your competitors? And you must be specific here. What is your unique selling proposition? Segmentation. Who are the customers who can most benefit and pay for what you do best in your area of specialization? Concentration. On what customers should you focus your time, money, and efforts? 7, what are your 3 and best, most popular products and services based on the above? What do people really like when they buy it from you? What products, markets, or customers should you abandon or discontinue based on the above? This is one of the most important decisions you ever make, is what products and services or markets are you going to get out of? And finally, what one action are you going to take immediately? Please begin. All business is differentiation. All advertising and selling is differentiation. And the ultimate of differentiation is your unique selling proposition. The one thing you offer that is of great value to customers that they want and need and are willing to pay for, rather than that of any of your competitors. So now you're going to be a consultant to the people at your table, and you're going to answer the question, the one thing that you're going to do differently, but you're also going to tell your mastermind partners what exactly you offer that makes you different, superior, better, unique to your competition. And then if your people are not sure, help them with that. Help them, ask them. See if you can't help determine a unique selling proposition for the people at your table, because this can change the whole direction of your business. Please begin. This is a great question. If I could have your attention, please. Shh, 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 shh. A friend of mine has a PhD in marketing from the University of Georgia. There are complete departments at Harvard, Yale, Cornell, Stanford, and the biggest universities all on marketing. You can take a master's degree in marketing. You can take hundreds of hours, and there are libraries full of books on marketing. What I'm giving to you distilled is the essence of what you would learn in an entire university program. And so therefore we can't go into it in great depth, but you can revisit it over and over. These questions are the best questions I've ever derived in 25, 30 years of working with corporations, and many companies have actually transformed their businesses by answering one of these questions differently. So remember, the measure is what? What is your measure? It has to do with the cash registers, has to do with the telephone. What is it? Is your telephone ringing? If your marketing is good, your telephone is ringing. People are throwing their checks and their credit cards at you to buy your product. And until that starts happening, then we need to just keep reworking our marketing. And I've had to do this, and you have to do it all the time as the market changes. Because what will cause people to buy today will be different from what will cause them to buy tomorrow. And you need to keep really, really sensitive to that. And the very best source of information is who? Your customers. Your customers will tell you enthusiastically what you need to do to please them. So, the strategy of preeminence, I notice it's not in your workbook, but this is a great concept from Jay Abraham, the marketing genius. He said, your goal is to position yourself in your market as the only choice for what you sell. The strategy of preeminence. It is a great concept. Now, look at Apple. They have structured their iPad in exactly the size, configuration, downloadable apps, and so on, so that there are many other companies coming out with different pads. You see that? There's only the one iPad. No, and the betting is that nobody will ever catch Apple. They'll come up with cheaper ones and Me Too ones and different technology ones and so on, but Apple will lead, just like Apple's leading in the iPhone. Nobody will ever catch Apple with an iPhone with apps. So you want to be the only one in your market. So you have to think, what do I have to do so that when people think of my product or service, they think only of me. Think only of me. Well, the marketing mix. The marketing mix, again, is a major, major source of study, but it is so critical to your success. I'm going to walk through it, explain each of them to you, and then I'm going to give you an exercise. The marketing mix is any change in the mix can change your sales and your results. You can change, it's almost like cooking in the kitchen. You can change the amount of any ingredient or the ingredient itself, and it can change the taste of the entire dish. It's the same thing with the marketing mix. If you change any one of these things, it can have what they call an iteration effect. Like an Excel spreadsheet, you change one number, and it goes, it changes every other number in the mix. And whenever you are not selling a sufficient quantity, you need to go back and you need to be open to the possibility that you need to change in one of these 7 areas. And I have worked with thousands of companies and individual entrepreneurs, and sometimes a single change has transformed their business. Something that they hadn't even thought about, and I'll try to give you an example or two. Okay, here's the marketing mix. This is my little matrix. First of all, there's the product or service. What is it exactly that you sell in terms of what customers want and need and value? What is it that your product is? What is it that your product does? Many companies have made the decision that the product they're selling today, the crummy rice cooker from Sony's first run at the market, is not going to work. We can't build a business on a defective rice cooker, so they change to a different product. You have to be open to the possibility that your product has passed its date, its due date, its prime date, its use by date. You have to be open to the possibility that the product or service you're selling is just never going to make it in today's market. It's just not that in demand, or not that popular, or not that good, or you can't make a profit on it. I've had worked with people who said, everybody wants this product, but they're only willing to pay this amount, and at that amount, I can't make any money at it. So it's not profitable anymore. It may have been profitable at one time. Anybody here wants some audio cassette programs? Talk to me later. I'll set you up. Have I got a deal for you? Okay. Number 2 is the price. You have to be willing to look at the price, how much you charge, how you discount, how you upsell, cross-sell, competitive pricing. Sometimes just changing the pricing in a particular way can double your sales. The third is your promotion, and the promotion has to do with both marketing and sales. We'll talk about sales in a later session, but you have to look at what you're doing to get people to come to you. And again, unless the phone is ringing, you have to go back and you have to keep working in this area, because there's no point in having everything right if nobody comes to your store, okay, if nobody calls you. The fourth is the place, is where do you offer your product or service. Look at the situation we see with Walmart. Right here in San Diego, we have a challenge because the unionized high-price industries are trying to keep Walmart out of San Diego. And they're weeping and crying that they don't pay enough and that Walmart puts little businesses out of business. And what they have found, it's totally false, is that wherever Walmart goes, all the companies around them thrive. Because Walmart acts as sort of like a sump pump, and it sucks traffic from all over the place. Smartest thing you can ever do. If somebody announces, they announce a Walmart in your community, if you're in retail business, get a piece of property right next to it and open up, and you'll be thriving. People will fight and kill. The value of the real estate around a Walmart location goes up 5 or 10 times because there is so much more new business. So in terms of the place that you locate, Walmart's very sensitive about place. What's the biggest restaurant operation in the world? McDonald's. Do you know what McDonald's is? Not a hamburger operation, it's a real estate operation. They're also the biggest real estate holders in the world because they buy every piece of land. And where do they buy the land? At the bomb site conjunction of massive traffic, whether it's downtown, out of town, on the interchanges, on the highways. And what they do is they just build a restaurant there which pays for the land, and they have owning billions and billions of dollars of prime real estate worldwide. It's paid for by hamburgers. Isn't that interesting? If you took away all of Walmart's hamburger joints today, they'd probably be worth more just for the raw land where they are. So the place is really important. Packaging. What does your packaging look like? I worked with companies that had, and by the way, I hate art people, commercial art people, because they'll recommend the most awful art for your product or service. They like black, and they like death, and they like picky, I call picky type that you can't read, red on black, that's invisible except to an ultrasound machine. And your packaging's got to be clean, clear, and bold. My packaging, by the way, when I was young, I looked at the packaging of the best companies in the world. My favorite was IBM, because I did so many talks for them. So I use IBM blue in almost everything I do. I use IBM red. I use white space, because IBM used lots of white space. Now why? Because IBM, best company in the world at that time, had spent a fortune determining the right colors, the right fonts, the right size of typeface, and everything else. So everything in my business was IBM. And even though it was selling different prices. So you'll notice that an enormous number of my books, tapes, courses, everything else are red, white, and blue. Or red with white, and red with blue, and blue with white and black. And anyway, because those are the great colors. So packaging is important, how you look on the outside. Remember, human beings are very visual. 95% of the first impact is visual. That's why I've worked with people, they say to me, I'd like to be more successful in business. I said, then you better dress a little bit better than you're dressing. You may think it's fine to dress like a slob or a bum, like you just fell off a watermelon truck. But what that does, as soon as a person sees you, they see no credibility. Can't trust this person. Can't give this person money. They look like a bum. People say, well, they shouldn't judge me by the way I look on the outside. Well, you judge everybody you meet in your whole life by the way they look on the outside, and nobody's supposed to judge you. Well, you need to get your head out of where it's stuck and join the real world, because people are extremely visual. Another thing is positioning, is what do people think about when they think about you? Do they think quality, friendly, warm, good service, intelligent, knowledgeable? What do they think about when they think about you? And finally, the last is people, is what kind of people do you have interacting with your customers? Remember, here's the question. What percentage of people's decision making in buying is emotional? What percentage is rational or logical? No, I just take a stab at it. It's okay. You won't be beaten or anything if you don't get it right. Answer, 100% emotional. People are 100% emotional. We justify emotionally on an instinct, and then we decide emotionally on an instinct, then we justify logically. We think of the reasons why we decided to buy that. And we think, and the reasons may not even be that good, but we thought emotionally. Most people, by the way, who are happily married, there was a connection, an electrical connection that took place between them and their spouse at the moment of meeting. And it took less than 2 or 3 seconds. And they've been married for 30 years. That's what happened with Barbara and I. And it's happened with lots of people that I know who've been happily married for a long time. They look, spark. Look back, chemistry was there. Been married ever since. I mean, it may have taken a while to get to the church, but in other words, the decision was made emotionally in an instant, and the major decision of your life is made in an instant emotionally so fast. So all of our buying decisions are made emotionally. By the way, going back to packaging, one of my friends here, I wanted to talk about this. I had a couple in my course, entrepreneurs, they owned their own business and they operated out of a small office. And they came to me and they said, we have a real problem. It was a financial and wealth management service. And I said, what's the problem? They said, well, we have an office and we have good advertising, we have a good reputation, but then people come to our office to see us to consult for financial services, and 9 out of 10 walk away without buying and they never come back. And we don't understand why that is. And I said, well, let me guess. You started off your business in your home, is that correct? Well, yeah, that's right, most people do. And then when you opened an office, you moved some old home furniture to the office. And that's what you've got in your office. And they said, how did you know that? I said, because entrepreneurs are always trying to save money. They're cheap. So they think they'll just take some used furniture from the house to the office. And she said, I told you that. And she elbowed him. He went like this. I said, so when people walk into your office, what they see is cheap, 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 undependable, lack of credibility. Invest your money here, danger, danger, danger. Get out fast. That's all they see when they look at your office. And they said, well, but we give such good service. This is him. We give such good services. And she said, our office looks cheap and crummy because we just got old furniture, used furniture, blah, blah. I said, spend some money on your office. So they came back 90 days later, ta-da, and they came back and they're shining. I mean, they are shining. They're so happy. They said, you cannot believe it. We went and spent $4,000. We put brand new furniture in our reception area, changed the walls, put some beautiful pictures, fresh flowers, had piped in classical music. People came in, and the first impression was, whew, this is nice. Our closing ratio is up to 60% now. We've increased our income 500% by just changing the first impression, visual impression that people had when they walk into our office. Everything else we offer is the same, but the offices look beautiful. And and there may be people in here who can identify with that. So what people see visually is very, very important to them. And remember this, don't do anything to exclude yourself out. And what counts? Everything counts. Everything counts. If you want people's money and business, everything counts. Everything you do or don't do counts. Nothing is neutral. All right. So, and finally the people. Make sure that the people who interact with your customers, the emotional part, are very nice people. Hire only nice people. Don't ever allow anybody who doesn't have a great personality to talk to your clients. I've had people in my office that had terrible personalities that if you want to kill a customer, pass the telephone to that person in my office, and that customer will never deal with you again. There's some people are just aggravating. And they may be cheap, but they're aggravating. So therefore, be very careful about your people. Now, the Parthenon principle says this. It says small improvements in multiple areas can result in large improvements in results. So in other words, if you make a little improvement in one area, you get that kind of an improvement. But if you make multiple improvements, it's called multivariate analysis. By the way, there's lots of work in the business schools on this, where instead of changing one thing, which is a common strategy, you change several things at a time. So let's say that this is the area of activity, and it's your product. And you decide to improve the quality of your product by 10% over the course of the year. And then the improvement overall in your company's business will be 1.10. In other words, you'll be 10% better. And then you improve the price by making it easier, smaller, breaking it up, combining it, and so on. by 10%, so the pricing is 10% more attractive, then your total cumulative is 1.21, because it's 1.1 times 1.1. If your promotion is 10% better, so you get 10% better results, then it's 1.21 times 1.10, which is 1.33. If you improve the place of offering, so it's easier for people to get to your product or service, easier to service them, then you increase by 1.1, it's 1.46. If your packaging is 10% better, times 1.1, it's 1.61. If your positioning, the way people think about you, is better because you've done better marketing or PR, then it's 1.76. And if your people are 10% better, then it's 1.94. Here's the point, that by becoming just a tiny bit better in each of the 7 areas, the cumulative effect is a multiplier effect, almost a geometrical effect. You can double the size of your sales and profitability by becoming just a little better in each area. Now, if you became 20% better in each of those areas, you would triple or quadruple. But we're just saying 10% per annum better by thinking about it. That's less than 1% per month. That's actually 0.83% per month. Can you become less than 1% better per month in the critical things that determine your whole life? Say yes. Of course you can, just by thinking, how could we do this better? How could we make it more attractive to customers? So the product is, what do you sell? Describe it in terms of benefits and outcomes. What does it achieve, avoid, preserve? We talked about this. How does it change or improve the life of your customers? How does it transform the life of your customers? And how could you improve it? Second is the price. What does it cost? How do you charge? Some people can change their business by taking credit cards. Others will change their business by taking only cash. Some people will change their business by charging small payments over time. How does the customer pay and what means? Could there be a better way to charge or pay? Thinking about this is really important. Promotion, how do you reach your customers? How do you advertise, how do you market? Marketing, advertising, public relations, sales strategies and methods. What could you add, delete, improve, or increase to improve your promotion, to get your phone to ring more often? Advertising and promotion creates an immediate response. It causes the person to say, that's for me. Now this is really important. If your advertising does not trigger the response, that's for me, what we call a knee-jerk, I want that. Almost like the person's hands impulsively, uncontrollably reaches for the product. If it doesn't cause that reaction, you need to go back to work on your advertising, so when a person sees your advertisement, they say, that's for me. They say, I want that, I want that. If you're not triggering this, which is emotional, then we need to go back and work on it until we do. And it's amazing how many advertisements are so boring. You know, you read the advertisement and there's no mention of why one should ever buy that product. Sometimes they're what they call institutional, say, we have wonderful products and services that help lots of people all over the world, improving quality and life wherever we go. 2 pages, full color, large magazine, $50,000. And not a single word why anybody should pick up the phone and buy. Now, do you know what the most popular ad, financial ad in the world is? Save money on your taxes. All they have to do is save money on your taxes or pay lower taxes. Anything that helps people to reduce their taxes will immediately get people's attention. I want that. That's for me. Because everybody hates taxes. For the whole history of the world, everybody hates taxes for good reason. How do you do that? If you're good at advertisement, learn how to achieve this particular goal or change in your life. How do you do that? You want to read. How do they bring that about? Has anybody heard of Herbalife? Okay, Herbalife is $1 billion company worldwide. And they sell a weight loss product. You take this product and you lose weight. And you know what their promotion is? They have a little button that people wear, and it says a little red light that blinks in the middle, and it says, lose weight now, ask me how. $1 billion in sales. That's what a good advertisement is. Now, who's going to be appealed to by that ad? Your customers who want your area of specialization, weight loss, your area of differentiation now, area of segmentation, here's the person right here, and they get concentration. So people just go out and they walk around in public places with these little lights, these little badges. Have you seen them? They go to supermarkets and they hang around the candy department, you know? When people come around and they stand there like this and people say, how do you do that? Well, that's exactly what I'd like to show you. You've got a couple of minutes. You'd like to lose weight quickly and keep it off forever? Who is overweight who doesn't want to lose weight quickly and keep it off forever? Are you with me so far? That causes the phone to ring. And if your advertisement doesn't trigger that response from your prospective customers, it's back to the drawing boards. This is an art, by the way. Advertising is a real art, but you have to get it to the point where it triggers these responses. The goal is to get customers to want to buy what you're selling. They want it. They want to reach out, want to wrest it out of your hands. A place is, where do you offer your products or services? Where else could you offer your products or services? Who else could carry them? What other outlets? Retail, wholesale, and so on. How could you change or improve the location of your sales activities? Many businesses transform themselves by moving to a different location. Packaging. How does your product or service look to your customers? What visual impression do you make? What's the first visual impression? By the way, who are the best? By gender, this is a tough question. If you don't get this, you need to have your head beaten about the head and shoulders. Who are the best people to tell you if you have good marketing or good packaging? Women. Women are the best customers in the world. They can tell you in an instant if your packaging is attractive, if your message is attractive, if your name is attractive. Women have this incredible instinct for what will sell because they are the biggest and best buyers in America. They say women in America control 80% of the money in America, and they know how to get their hands on the other 20% in a pinch. They make about 60, 70, 80% of the most important purchases in America, or they influence those purchases. And women are influenced intuitively, instinctively, emotionally. They're not influenced by rationality. There's something about the look and feel of your product or service that says, I want that, and you should have that. This is a better choice. Now, if you notice how women will read the description of how a dish is prepared on a menu before they'll choose, man will just say, porterhouse, 24 ounces, I'll have that. They don't even read the description. Women will read the description, the mushroom reduction and the this and the, that and everything else, and the porcino sauce, and then they'll decide. Anyway, so number 3, how could you improve your appearance? How could you improve the way your products or services look so that they're more attractive? Packaging, offices, as we talked about before, your staff. Do you know who is the biggest vendor of residential real estate in the world? Century 21. Century 21. And what does Century 21 have in common? Yellow jackets, yellow blazers. They decided right at the beginning, it was just an idea, to take all of these small real estate agencies and put them under one umbrella, but they need something in common. So they picked a color and a blazer that men and women could wear that everybody would know that's Century 21. Became the biggest in the world. That's not the main reason, but it was a contributing factor. And sales materials. Make sure that your sales materials are equal to or better in quality than any of your competitors. Go and find your competitors' sales materials. Go in and ask for them, ask them to mail it, look at them online, and then say, we've got to do better than this. We have to look better than our competitors, because if you look worse, what does the customer decide? Your product or service must be worse, because the way you're selling it is worse. This is real deep stuff, right? Okay. So positioning, how are you talked about or thought about by your customers? What do they say when you're not there? What words do you own in your customers' minds? What words do you own? My positioning as a speaker began 29 years ago, and I decided that what I wanted to own was high energy, high content. And it's never deviated. High energy, high content. So when people say, what kind of a speaker is Brian? All over the world, they say high energy, high content. I mean, he's got a lot of energy, and he really gives a lot of good information. And that has been solely responsible for my success. And of course, I produce books and tapes and courses and CDs and things like that, which are validations of the high content. But the critical thing is that position. Those are the words I want to own. And other people try to get those words from me, and they're not successful. What words would it be helpful for you to own? What words would you like people to say about you? And how could you organize your behavior so people say this after dealing with you? Nice person, highly qualified, expertise, good customer service. I mean, what do you want people to say? What were the best words that people could say when they think about you? And how can you get your customers to think of you this way? Customers are 100% emotional. How they feel determines their buying decisions. Every customer contact must be warm and friendly and positive. So people say that it makes them happy to come and buy from you. And 95% of your sales will be caused by you and your people. So people buy people, not products or services. They're available everywhere. What impression do you or your people make on your customers? And how could you change or improve this impression? We're going to do an exercise on this, which is, I could spend all day on it, But here's the Parthenon principle, which I wanted to show you. Here it is this is where you are today, your total business performance, let's just say it's 1. It's just like a consumer price index, it's 1. And then you get 10% better in each critical area by focusing on that, and over the course of the next 12 months, your business performance is 2. And this is how companies get better. They get a little bit better in this area, and a little bit better in this area, and a little bit better in this area by thinking about it all the time. And as a result, the cumulative effect is enormous. Dell Computers, by the way, increased their sales and profitability as a multi-billion-dollar Fortune 500 company by 500% in 1 year. That's how they were able, even a huge company was able to bring about so many small changes that their sales and profitability went up 500% in a year. Unbelievable. Don't do it anymore, but there you have it. Okay, so now please begin with this exercise. And in this exercise, you're actually going to ask and answer these questions. Number 1 question is your product or service. What additions or changes could you make to your product or service offerings to make them more attractive? Number 2 is prices. Are your products or services priced properly for the existing market? How can you tell? People are buying them at those prices. How could you change your pricing to be more competitive? Promotion. How could you market or sell your products or services more effectively? Place. Where else and what way could you offer your products or services differently? Packaging. How could you make your offerings differently to make them more attractive and more desirable? Positioning. How could you position yourself more effectively? Who are the people? Who are the key people inside and outside your business? And then finally, what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of your answers to the questions above? Please begin. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. These are 2 great subjects, marketing strategy and the marketing mix. These are the heart of the jelly donut. All of your sales comes from this, all of your advertising comes from this, all of your customer development, all of your success will come from this. If you have a great product or service, which you will have, you'll just continue to work on what you have, then the most important thing is to be able to convey that to other people so that they say, that's for me, I want that from you. And you can increase your sales by as much as 100% in a year, or 200% or 300% of the stories that I've told you are true stories, simply by getting it right. And then you can fulfill all of your dreams. So revisit these questions, go back over them a few times, go through them. Talk to the people around you. Talk to your spouse and your friends. Ask them for advice, because sometimes one little tweak can make all the difference. Now we're going to talk about something that's really interesting and important, and it has to do with numbers. Now, most of us as entrepreneurs don't like numbers very much. We avoid numbers, we hate accounting, but I forced myself when I went to university to study accounting and to study costing and to study management accounting. I had to take about 3 or 4 courses in the MBA program, and I didn't like it, but you know what? I decided that, by gum, in order to be successful in business, I've got to understand the numbers of business. I've got to be able to determine what are the important numbers. I've got to be able to read financial statements. And surprise, surprise, these are learnable skills. You can just learn them and it's done. Now you know. You know where to go, you know how to look at footnotes, you know how to compare different time periods, you know the difference between an actual and projected. You can put together budgets. And now what I do is I get a printout every day from my office with the critical numbers that I want, which are sales, payables, receivables, line of credit, usage, current sales, daily sales, and so on. And I get it, and every day I take a look at it, and every so often I pick out, and I realize this number's wrong. And I'll call my controller, my accountant, and I'll say, this number doesn't make any sense. And they'll go back and say, oh, got the number wrong. And they'll correct it, and they send me back a corrected version. And the reason I can do that is because I learned how to look at numbers. And I'm not a numbers person, I never will be, but I've got a sense, and most entrepreneurs that I have met are good with their numbers. They have a sense, they have a feel for what numbers make sense or not. So I want to talk about numbers today because these are really, really important. We say session 5 is to generate great numbers. In business, everything is determined by numbers. Continual focus on your most important numbers changes and improves them. For example, if you say to a sales group that your sales will be in direct proportion to the number of calls you make each day, all things being equal. And so first thing we do is we have them track their number of calls. How many calls are you making today? Oh, I'm making 10 or 20 calls. So good. From now on, for the rest of the week, we want you to track them. And when you make a call, I want you to write it down and who you called and what happened, all right? They come back at the end of the day. It turned out they only made 4 calls. They thought they were making 10 or 20. So what we have found is the very act of studying a number causes you to become better in that number. And, for example, there are people here who teach debt service. How do you get out of debt? The very first thing they teach you is to start measuring every penny you spend. Because you say, well, how much do you spend, random during the day? Coffee, meals, donuts, things like that. Oh, a couple of bucks. And they look at their tracking, and they're spending $29 a day. My friend David Bach, who writes the book, not the Instant Millionaire, but it's the Automatic Millionaire, talks about the latte factor. Got him onto Oprah, by the way. The latte factor says if you buy one Starbucks latte per day at $5, and instead of doing that, you save the $5. That's $25 a week. That's $100 a month. $100 a month is $5,200. I'm sorry, it's $1,200 a year. $1,200 a year over a period of time, compounded, starts to become thousands and thousands of dollars. And so he said that just by cutting out simple expenses like that and putting it in the bank instead, you can automatically become financially independent and later become a millionaire. My point is that observing the number is important. So you have to determine what your most important numbers are. And your assignment in this session, which you're going to do, is to figure out what your most important number is. So in fact, the potential profitability of your business is far greater than your current results. This is how much you're earning today. This is how much you are capable of earning in your existing business. And how do we know that this is true? How do we know that it's possible for you to earn vastly more in your existing business? Not renting skyscrapers and hiring 50 people. How do we know? Because others are doing it. Others with the same size of business as you, selling the same product against the same competition at the same prices in the same type of markets are doing 5 or 10 times as much as you. And those people at one time were doing half as much as you are, and now they're doing 5 or 10 times as much. So obviously they're doing something different. They took a different road to get there. And your job is to figure out how. And the key is to focus on the key numbers. And you can't imagine how important this is. So all business activities can be expressed in numbers. The numbers don't lie. Numbers are real hard things. As Reagan said, facts are stubborn things. They're real hard to change. Key numbers measure success or failure. They determine if you're going to make it or not. And it's amazing how many companies go broke because they take their eye off the numbers. And what happens is they're busy, 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 and they come to the end of the month and they're out of cash, and the bank is on top of them like Harry on a hound dog. Number 3, accuracy is essential to business success. Always the question, as Napoleon Hill says, accurate thinking is the most important part of business. And whenever anybody presents a piece of information to you, you say, how do you know that to be true? And with numbers, you always want to know, how do we know that is a true statement? That's a true number. And the rule in business is never assume. Never assume that a number is true. Always double check. The biggest mistake I've ever made, which cost me more money than I hate to think about, is not checking the numbers. I just accepted what a nice person told me were the numbers. It turned out that they had no bearing at all in reality. There's a cartoon, Snoopy and Lucy, or Charlie Brown and Lucy. And Lucy's walking around pontificating. You know how Lucy is? She said 54% of men prefer red cars to brown cars and buying sports cars. 28% of women prefer 3-inch heels to 4-inch heels. And she's going on with these kind of numbers. And Charlie Brown looks at her with that Charlie Brown look and says, where do you get these numbers? And she says with her arrogant voice, she said, I just pluck them out of the air. And do you know something? Most of the numbers you read, the political numbers that the politicians give you, they just pluck them out of the air. We've saved or created 2 to 3 million new jobs. Do you know where that number came from? Nowhere. There's not a single statistic in the world to validate that. They just plucked it out of the air and threw it onto the airways. So always check your numbers. Don't accept numbers for sure until you've checked them. So generate great numbers. Here are some of the numbers, and we're going to talk about them. Sales revenues. If you ask people, what's your most important number? I remember I was building a shopping center. It was a turning point in my life, and I needed a major restaurant tenant. And I looked all over the place, and I finally found an operator of pizza restaurants. His name was Peter. And I said, would you come out and look at this space? And it was in a small town of about 5,000 population. It was a new shopping center. I'd already had the rest of it leased out. I learned it through the books. All business skills are learnable. And I needed a tenant for this, because a tenant for a restaurant will pay really good rent. I mean, for a Safeway, they'll pay $3 a square foot per year. For a restaurant, they'll pay $10 or $12. So you want to get a restaurant, because a restaurant's always a traffic generator that helps you to lease other space. So anyway, I wanted to get him. So Peter came out, and he was running 3 operations called Peter's Pizza. And they're good pizza operations, good, clean, modern, delicious food, well laid out and everything else. And so he said, okay, well, let's do some market research. And there are 3 other pizza restaurants in this same town. So we drove to each of the restaurants. I just remember it was after dark. And we drove to the restaurants about 7 o'clock at night, 7, 8 o'clock at night. We're doing our market research. He said, we have to do our market research between 7 and 8 at night. So he'd go into the restaurant, and he would look at the spike by the cash register. Because the way restaurants worked at that time, I'm not sure now, is when they took an order, they'd write it up, and they'd put it on the spike. Okay? And then they take the other slip, and it would go to the cook to prepare the pizza. And then they ring it up. So they would take the order, put it on the spike, ring it up, pass the note. So he would go in and went to all 3 restaurants, and at between 7 and 8 o'clock at night, all the spikes were full. And so he said, okay, we'll open a restaurant. Because obviously they're doing great pizza business in this town because all the spikes are full. That was his measure. Guy became a multimillionaire. He had one measure: how many sales slips on the spikes of rival restaurants. And that's how he determined to spend about $250,000 to build a restaurant, which became a great success, by the way. So knowing the numbers that count in your business are really important, and most people don't know what they are. So sales revenues. People say sales revenues. Well, he wasn't concerned about sales revenues because some pizza orders would be big and some would be small. He's just concerned about number of orders because the averages would work out. Another is expenses, is another number that you look at. When you look at expenses, what you do is you always look at your biggest expenses and say, how could we, zero-based thinking, how could we eliminate this expense altogether? That's what's transforming American business, by the way. They say instead of building a new plant, we'll just outsource to a Chinese supplier. Well, we have zero investment. We just simply buy the finished product. All costs go from fixed to variable. Are you with me so far? And it transforms the business. It makes them incredibly profitable. Third is profit. That's another number that people are concerned about, but profit is the result of many other things. So I want to walk through this. And loss, of course, what are your losses to be avoided at all costs? So here's the question: what is your most important number? Now, Jim Collins, in his book Good to Great, has some good ideas. Great piece of writing. He said that when he studied companies that went from good to great, every one of them knew what their economic denominator was. The economic denominator is the one number that more than anything else predicted the health of their business, predicted their size, their growth, their sales, their profitability, and they looked at the economic denominator. So one of your exercises today is you're going to decide upon your economic denominator, the one number that is more important to your business than any other number. Because once you've identified that number and you focus on it, you can transform your business. When I was doing public seminars, by the way, I would agree to speak for a fee, and then we sold audio programs in the back of the room. And my economic denominator, can you guess what it was? It was the number of the dollars and cents of purchases per person in the audience. So if you had 1,000 people and you sold $34,000 worth of product, that would be $34 per person in the audience. So the focus was always on increasing the amount purchased per person. Then I found that sometimes the promoters would give away free tickets. And so free tickets, people who get things for free think that nothing is worth anything, so they don't buy any products. So then my question would be, how many paid people? And it got to be a joke in my industry. I got off the plane, the promoter would pick me up, and I'd say, hi, how you doing? How many paid attendees do you have tomorrow? because then I could immediately multiply that. Eventually got up to 40, 45, 50, 55, $60. I could immediately multiply that times 50, and I would know exactly how much product we would sell. In fact, we got to the point where when we knew how many tickets had been sold to a seminar, we could then determine the number of audio programs that we would send. Then we would do an analysis and say, if we sell 500 programs, how many of Psychology of Achievement, how many of Psychology of Selling, how many of How to Master Your Time, how many of each of about 10 programs, and we would know that there were proportions. So then we would send the perfect proportions. We got to the point where in a 1,000-person seminar, the last person would buy the last program as they walked out the door, and we'd have nothing to ship back, because we could so accurately determine the numbers. Was this helpful for us? Yes, we built a multi-million-dollar business, which still goes on like Old Man River. And so the numbers are really important, and you got to figure out what your numbers are. First, people say, well, it's the number of people in the audience. No, it's the number of buyers in the audience. What if it's all husbands and wives? Well, if it's 1,000 people and it's husbands and wives, it's only 500 buyers. If 100 of those couples are free, then it's only 400 buyers. Then you know how many products to send, how much to, okay. So the economic denominator, the one number that most accurately predicts business success or failure. Jim Collins tells an example of his wife was working with the local symphony, which is a nonprofit charitable group, and local symphonies are always out of money and doing fundraisers, right? They're always broke. And so she was talking about how they were really worried, and they had a board meeting, and they said there's thousands of dollars short and they don't know what to do. And she said to her husband, Jim, could you come in and give us some advice? You're a big shot consultant. That's how wives think about famous authors. You're a big shot consultant. Anyway, and so he said, okay, and he came down. He said, what is your economic denominator? And they said, well, number of donors. That's the critical thing, is number of donors. He said, really? He said, well, is it really number of donors? He said, yeah, that's what we work on. We work on to get number of donors. He said, well, what is your average donation per person? And they went and looked at their numbers, and they found that their average donation per person was, say, $25. They said, well, what is your average donation of your bottom 80% of donors? It turned out the average donation was $10. How about the bottom top 90% or bottom 90%? It was about $12. So all of your donations are coming from the top 10%. What they found out was that the big donors were donating $1,000 or more. The little donors were donating $10. And all this time, they're spending all of their money trying to get more $10 donors. So they said, let's change it around and let the economic denominator be size of donor, not number of donors. So if it's size of donor, then what we want is what? We want more big donors, $1,000 plus donors. Well, people who give $1,000, he said, are people who can give $2. Obviously, they believe in the symphony. They believe in supporting the community. They believe in the arts. They obviously have the money. So let's go back and ask them to double their donation next year. And, well, how could we do that? Well, let's have a platinum club for the top donors where they get a special reception, where they get to meet with the singers, the opera singers, the talents that we're bringing in, and they get special seating up in front, and they get special VIP passes, and they get special red carpet treatment. It costs a few dollars, doesn't cost very much. Let's give them something special as $1,000 plus donors. And then, if we have a $10,000 donor, they get to have dinner with the maestro or the singer or something else. And so they did, and they worked out this little reward package, and they went out and say, we have this new tiered structure. You know what? The donations poured in. Everybody doubled their donations. Somebody increased it from some increased it from 1 to 10,000. They solved all their financial problems, and the symphony was in the black up until right now. It's still in the black. By changing the economic denominator, not number of donors, but size of donor, and going after bigger donors. My friend Ken Blanchard, who has a company, Blanchard and Associates, and they have 10 Blanchard Training Development. They told me that they had 10,000 customers, and they had 35 people in customer service, and they had advertising going on, and they weren't making any money. And so they called in someone like me, a friendly consultant. They said, could you take a look at our situation, give us some advice? His question was, what's your economic denominator? They said, well, number of customers. He said, really? He said, let's take the 80, 20, 90, 10. It turned out that of 10,000 customers, 93 were contributing 90% of the revenue. And the others were contributing 10%. They were buying one book, a paperback book, 1 Minute Manager, $9.95. Other people were buying complete training programs, $50,000 for their national corporation. So what did they do is they just changed their whole focus away. They redid their whole division. All small orders were sent in by mail or email, and they focused their telemarketers and their key people on the big companies that bought training programs and spent $1,000, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000. Today, Ken Blanchard is rich. He's got 170 staff. When I was there, he had one old office building. Today, he's got 15 office buildings, and it's called Ken Blanchard University. It covers a whole area. Bought out every office building within about 2 or 3 blocks of where he is, because he changed the economic denominator. He's not doing anything different than what he's doing 15 years ago. He's just focusing on the right number. And so it's very important for us. So what is it for your business? Now here's some of the numbers to watch. I'm just going to go through them quickly because I've written them all out for you to review. But remember, it's like taking the wrong turn when you're going down the road. You take the wrong turn, eventually you're going to be so far from your destination that you may never get back. And so if you pick the wrong number, and many people pick the number without even thinking about it, unconsciously. Number 1 is sales of all products from all sources. What are your sales? Number 2 could be other revenues of all kinds. Many companies find that their sales of this are X, but their revenues from other things that they weren't paying attention to are 2X. They're getting revenues from licensing, and they're getting revenues from joint ventures, and they're getting revenues from strategic alliances, and so on. And they think, well, it sure is nice to have that, but they don't realize that's where the money is. Number 3 is cost of goods sold. What is it costing you? I just went through a costing exercise with 2 companies, 2 very excellent companies, and I gave them the identical product to cost for me. One is in New York, and it does a huge volume production. The other one is in San Diego, and they prey on San Diego business people. And the first one in New York will give me the identical product, absolutely world-class, for $4. The one in San Diego wants $12 to $15 for the identical product, not a whit of difference, using the identical materials, CDs, packaging program, everything. They want $15 for it, for a $4 package, because they think that I don't know about the guys in New York. All right. So by lowering your cost of goods sold, you can transform what you can do with your markets. That's why many companies manufacture. Have anybody seen the book, The Little Red Book of Selling? Jeffrey Gitomer has made a fortune. He's become a millionaire by having it manufactured in Taiwan for 50 cents a piece, world-class quality. Brings it in and sells it for $15. Is that a good markup? And it's in every bookstore. And then he's produced several others. But by having them manufactured overseas, he makes enormous profits. If he had it manufactured here, he'd be lucky to make $1 or $2 a book. But now he makes about $5 to $8 a book after he's paid distribution costs and so on. So expenses, every cost of doing business. Study your expenses all the time. What are the costs? There are hidden costs, by the way, that will kill you. That's why you need to go over your finances. Salaries and wages. Usually salaries and wages are the biggest single recurring expense in your business. They can be up to 85% of your operating costs. I remember a gentleman bought a business for $200,000. The gentleman wanted to sell the business for $200,000, and he agreed to stay on for a transition period of 2 years. So he went in, and after he'd done the numbers, he's an accountant, he looked at it, he found this manager was paying himself $200,000 a year, and he was paying his secretary $75,000 a year. Who knows what the secretary was doing for the $75,000, but nonetheless, these guys had a really great business, so he fired the manager, he fired the previous owner, hired an excellent manager for $60,000, fired the secretary, hired a replacement for $25,000, and his business investment the company was making $200,000 a year. He's suddenly making $400,000 a year. It was better run. And so he paid back his entire investment literally within the first 30 days of buying the business by identifying salaries and wages that were excessive. Lead generation. How much does it cost you to generate a lead? When I work in the online university market, it costs $40 to $50 to generate a lead. You see those ads you get on the email, sign up, take a degree, improve your life? It costs $40 to $50 to generate a single lead online that is then turned over to a university telemarketer who then calls you and so on. So lead generation can kill you. When I ask people, how much does it cost you to generate one lead? Most people have no idea. All your advertising, all of your promotion, all of your expenses, phone calls, time, meetings, travel, and everything else. How much is it costing you per lead? If you can dramatically lower your lead costs, like with Brendan's program, you have somebody else generate all the leads. If you have somebody else generating 100% of your customers, what does that do to your bottom line? Explodes your bottom line, because you turn fixed costs into variable costs or into non-costs. So conversion rate. This is one of the greatest of all numbers, and again, Brendan was talking about this, is what is your conversion rate from lead to sale? How many people who actually raise their hand and say, I'm interested in your product or service, do you actually convert to customers who pay you? And when I asked that, I said, well, when I ask customers, I say, what is your lead rate? or what is your cost of acquisition of a lead, and what is your conversion rate? Most of them have no idea at all. No idea at all. But focusing on those numbers. I worked with companies that had a conversion rate of 1 in 10. By the time they finished working on those numbers, they had the conversion rate 5 out of 10. What did that do to their business? I work with salespeople who increased their conversion rate from 1 out of 10 to 9 out of 10 within 6 months. What does that do to their income? It takes them from struggling to making them rich. They go from literally struggling to rich. They become the kings of their industry. They own beautiful homes and drive Mercedes-Benzes by learning how to improve their conversion rate. Are you with me so far? It's really important that you understand this, because this is, we look at every single number in our business all the time to find out where we can tweak. So here's another one, the cost of customer acquisition. How much does it cost you to buy a customer? Do you know that every single person is in the business of buying customers? Every single business person is in the business of buying customers. And we try to buy customers at a lower cost than the profit that is generated from that customer. If we do that, we survive and thrive. If we don't, we don't. If you were to strip everything away and say, what do? I buy customers. Why do you spend money on advertising, promotion, direct sales, indirect sales, and so on? To buy customers. Everything is buying customers. How much do you pay to buy a single customer? And could you lower that amount? Average size of sale. What's your average size of sale? Could you increase the average size of sale? Average gross profit per sale. In other words, how many dollars do you make gross in a sale? Average gross profit margins as a percentage of each sale. That's an important question. Average net profit per sale. In other words, at the end of the day, after you've paid 100% of the expenses, the rent, the overhead, the utilities, the salaries, the wages, the cost, the taxes, the UIC, everything, how much do you actually make in a sale? Do you know that there's studies now that show that about half of the products that multi-product companies sell, they lose money on? And because the numbers are all jumbled together rather than broken out, and I'll show this to you later, they don't even know they're losing money. You know, I lose money on every one, but I make it up on the volume. They're losing money on every one, and they're going down the drain, and they can't understand why at the end of the month. You see these companies, you read in the paper, so-and-so company lost 4.6 million or billion last year. Did you read that? On sales of 26 billion. How could they lose hundreds of millions of dollars on all these sales? It's because they don't know what they're doing. They're actually losing money on the sale, and they're advertising more to sell more of the products in which they lose money on every single one. Now, I know you don't do that, but all right. The average cost per sale. What is your average cost per sale in totality? What is the average number of times a customer buys? You know, if a customer buys several times, I work with Morton's. They're good friends of mine. And I noticed that they changed their strategy a few years ago from advertising to non-advertising. Simultaneously, they began to really, really ramp up the service when you're in the restaurant. And there are all kinds of things they do we won't go into. But I asked them, I said, I think you've changed your strategy to increasing the number of times someone comes to Morton's rather than trying to attract new people to Morton's. They said, absolutely. We had the best consultants come in, and they say the easiest customer to sell to is a happy customer. So what can we do to make our customers so happy they come back? And here's their strategy. They found that their average Morton's customers dine at Morton's once per month. So they said, our goal is to get the average person to dine at Morton's once every 3 weeks. And it took them about 6 months to a year, depending upon the restaurant, to achieve that goal by dramatically increasing the service within the restaurant. Then they set a goal to get their average customer coming once every 2 weeks rather than once every 3 weeks. Now, if you get them to come from once a month to once every 3 weeks, what increase does that represent? 33 1/3. You've already increased your sales 33 1/3 with zero cost of advertising. So almost all that goes to the bottom line. If you get them to come twice a month rather than once a month, you've doubled the size of your business with no additional cost, no advertising. And what happened? They went from literally being a successful restaurant chain at $300 million to being a fabulous restaurant chain at $600 million in volume and with a great reputation. Does anybody go to Morton's, by the way? Yeah. Do we go back? You know, when you're thinking, well, where should we go for dinner tonight? Oh, let's go to Morton's. It's always a good experience when you go to Morton's, and they are so determined to make it a good experience. So therefore, they focused on the number of times a customer came back, and it was worth doubling their revenue within 2 years and profitability. So lifetime value of a customer. Once a customer buys from you, how long do they buy? And many people, if a customer's satisfied, they'll come back year after year and bring their friends. By the way, if you have a high lifetime value of a customer, you can give the money away you can give the first sale away almost for nothing. Has anybody heard of Easy Hot? Is it Easy Hot? Icy Hot. Anybody heard of Icy Hot? Icy Hot was a bucket shop. Guy ran it out of a garage, and nice labeling, and it's a liniment that is icy hot. It's supposed to take away your aches and pains. And he was selling it with advertisements, and my friend Jay Abraham worked with him, and he would sell it, and he was selling for $5 a tube, plus shipping and handling. And he said to him, and he wanted to increase his sales, but he just simply couldn't get them up. He couldn't spend more money on advertising. So he said, what's the lifetime value of a customer? He never figured it out. So he went back and he figured out the average person who bought 1 tube of Icy Hot bought 4.5 tubes. They would buy 4.5 over the course of their lifetime. So he said, well, you can give the first one away free. How much does it cost you to produce a tube of Icy Hot? He said, well, 50 to 75 cents. All right, then why don't you, how much to mail it? Well, 50 to 75 cents. So why don't you give the first tube away free, just pay shipping and handling of $1.95? And they said, well, if I give it away free, I mean, everybody will take it. Yes, but if they like it, they'll buy 3.4 more at full price, full profit. So he began advertising, we're so confident that you will like this product, it's free, all you do is pay shipping and handling. They sold so much, they couldn't keep up with the sales. People bought an average of 4.5 more. He sold out to Shearing Plower, one of the big companies, for $100 million 5 years later. You can buy a lot of garage for $100 million. He said, because the sales went off the clock with this strategy. Sales per employee is something that many companies look at. If you have 10 working people working for you, what are the sales per employee? Just a good number. And how could you improve them? Sales per day. We look at sales on our internet business. We look at sales to the penny every single day. We calculate every single 24-hour period to see what it is. And then we calculate it by the day and by the week and by the month and by the hour and by the offering and so on and so forth. This is important information. Sales per specific product or service. We find that some products will sell 10 times as much as another product with the same amount of promotion. So where do we put our promotional emphasis? On the one that sells 10 times as much. Average size of upsell or cross-sell. Do you know when you buy a car that because of competition, car dealerships make almost no profit on the sale of the car? Where do they make all their money? Tinted windows, chrome hubcaps, undercarriage treatment, upgraded GPS systems, music systems, and everything else. So when you sit down with those people, they're the nicest damn people you ever met. And you cannot imagine why you wouldn't want to have all these upsells that turn out to be $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000, plus a tire guarantee on your car. If ever you need tires, we'll replace it, as long as you're still the owner of it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? And so they make all their money on the upsell or cross-sell. And that's where all their profit is. Their profit's about 75 to 80% on all the additional things that they sell to. When you rent a car, what's the upsell? The insurance. You know, I rented a vehicle in Hawaii, and I looked at the insurance, and they had the liability insurance and the collision insurance and the loss damage waiver and the theft insurance and the breakdown insurance and this. It was $49 a day for a $60 car if you got the insurance. And they look you in the eye, as sweet as Jesus, and they say, most people take all the insurance just to be safe. And you know what? I know the industry, they get 50% commission on the insurance, because all the cars are fully insured anyway, so there's not a penny's worth of investment on their part for anything. If you rolled it off a cliff into the ocean, it's covered by their insurance. But they work you like like they're not covered, and if you don't take insurance and blah, 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 blah. So they upsell and cross-sell is where they make all the money. The prices for renting the cars are determined by who? The competition, so they make the money on the insurance. Average number of referrals received. Referrals are really important. Many companies will transform their business by focusing on how do we get more referrals. And salespeople the same way. Average size per square foot. In retail, that's what they look at, square foot sales per retail. Return on investment. These are the big numbers that the companies use. If we invest $100,000, how much do we get back at the end of the day? Return on equity. How much money do we have in the business that we haven't taken out? What's our return on equity? Return on sales. What's the net profit per dollar of sales that we get? Amount of receivables is a great number. Is how much do we, you know, many companies go bankrupt because their receivables get longer, further and further stretched out, and then the company that owes them the money goes bust and doesn't pay them, and they go under. That's why you've got to be on top of your receivables. If you have a receivable that's 90 days old, that is dust, baby. You take it to the bank, they will just laugh in your face. As far as they're concerned, if it hasn't been paid in 90 days, it will never be paid. That's why good businesses are very clear about when the money is due, and then at 30 days, they start phoning. They put somebody awful on the phone, and they phone them and phone them. I had one company that had an awful person, body odor, angry, dirty. They'd go sit there in the waiting room, and they'd sit there 12 hours. They'd be there in the morning. They would not leave until they got their money. Why? If this company's going to stiff somebody, it ain't going to be my company. I'm going to stiff someone else. Amount of payables is a very important number. How much do you owe, and when is that amount due? Amount of money in the bank. That's really important. How much cash do you have? Amount of money drawn on your line of credit. How much flexibility do you have? The amount of debt or total owed by your business. That's a critical number. General trend of various numbers. In other words, which way are the costs going? Which way are the sales going? Which way are the referrals going? Are they going up or down? Are they improving or going bad? As Drucker said, trends are everything in the business. Look at the trends, follow the trends, and don't expect trends to change. Sometimes a trend will start and it will get worse and worse, as we've seen in this economy in the last couple of years. 33 is the number of orders for future fulfillment. This is a critical factor that's put into stock market prices, it's put into loan documents, is one of the things our bankers look at is how many sales do you have for the future on which you have deposits or written orders and so on. Number and age of bad debts, past due payments, ouch, ouch. Your economic denominator, your most important number, what is it? So this is the exercise you're going to determine is what is your economic denominator? You've got to know this number. All right, let's see what we've got here. All right. Here's a written list of all these numbers. And this is the most of them, but there's about 4 or 5 others. So fill out this exercise, generate great numbers. What are the 3 most important numbers that you watch in your business? Number 2 is what 3 numbers give you the best idea of the health of your business? Number 3, what are your primary sources and costs of leads? How much do you pay to get a lead? What percentage of leads or prospects actually buy? In other words, what's your closing ratio? What's your average size of sale, your average gross profit, your average cost? What's your average real profit on sales and operations? How often, by the way, do you know how much oil companies make? Oil companies are in the crosshairs today. You're not supposed to say that. But do you know how much oil companies make? They make about 7 or 8% a year on operations. Do you know how much many other companies make? Apple makes 49% gross profit on sales. Oil companies make 7%. And oil companies have everything from 10,000-foot drill wells in the Siberian tundra to oil pipelines to ports to tankers, which bring things to refineries, which refine them to break them down and put them into more pipelines, which get them to distribution centers, which get them to trucks, which get them into your gas station and get you gasoline that you can buy cheaper than you can buy bottled water. And they make 6 or 7%. One of the great questions, by the way, is if you're going to beat up the oil companies, who else is going to provide the gasoline? And they said, well, we don't want to deal with that question. Who else is going to spend tens of billions of dollars getting that oil from 10,000 feet below the Siberian tundra to your gas station cheaper than bottled water? I mean, just when anybody attacks an oil company, you remember that what they do is indispensable to our way of life, and what they invest to be able to get us gasoline so cheap is beyond the human imagination. Anyway, don't listen to those awful people that attack people who go to throw much to get us this stuff. Number 10, what is your economic denominator? The one number that best measures the health of your business. Now, I'm going to guarantee you that most of you won't know these numbers, so write down a guess, and then when you get home, figure it out. But I want you to get to question number 10. Please begin. Okay, now please tell the people at your table, what is your economic denominator? Based on your very best sense for it, what is your economic denominator right now? The most important single number in your business, and act as consultants and grill people. Why did you pick that number rather than something else? Go ahead.
What's been your real focus strength?
And so then what happens is, I always say the
This is a good exercise, isn't it? This really helps you think. And remember, some people are still not clear, so you have to be clear. It's like saying, Am I going to go to Hawaii for my vacation, or am I going to go to the mountains of Colorado? Which is it going to be, mountains or Hawaii? Which is your economic denominator going to be? You've got to pick it. They're very different. The wrong choice can lead you in a completely different direction. The right choice can explode your business, because then you just really focus on that economic denominator. You know, my economic denominator for health is waist size. It's pretty simple. Your waist size is predictive of everything. Every health habit you have is your waist size. So if you just focus on your waist size and think, what can I do to improve, change, reduce my waist size? That single focus will change your diet, change your exercise, change what you eat, what you drink, how much you do, and so on. I think that the economic denominator for financial independence is how many years you can live without ever working again or worrying about money. How much do you have put aside, and how many years could you live on that amount? And that's your economic denominator. That's the economic denominator of most self-made millionaires in America. It's called your burn rate, or your survival rate. How long can I survive without working based on my current savings? And where your job is to get it beyond 20 years. And the clearer you are about how much you'll have to live for 20 years or more, starting today, if you had no income supporting your standard of living, the faster you achieve that number. The reason why most people are in financial trouble today is they never knew it. In fact, a book came out 2 years ago that was a big seller called The Number. And all it talked about was, what is your number? What is your number? What is it today? Most Americans, 78%, did not know. And when they finally made them sit down and think through, they were absolutely shocked, sick to their stomach, barf bag time, if you like. They were shocked at the distance between their current savings and what their number had to be for them to stop working. They thought they're doing pretty well. And so really, you've got to know your number. And if you want to really help other people, ask them, by the way, what is your economic denominator? What's the number you focus on in your business more than anything else? And you help them with that. Wow, is it helpful? And then the question you ask is, how? How can we really improve that number? How can we improve that number? Which brings us to a second part, and there are companies that charge millions and millions of dollars to do what I'm going to do for you right now. And it's called the profit curve. And what we have found is that in order for you to be successful, you have to analyze and identify your most profitable products and services. And as you know, 20% of your products and services generate 80% of your profits. Sometimes 5% generate 90%. Here's the thing, it takes just as long to sell a low profit, no profit item as to sell a high profit, knock your eyeballs out item. It takes just as many meetings and just as many presentations and just as many discussions and just as many everything else to sell a low profit as a high profit. So we have what is called the profit curve, and this was developed by a company in San Francisco called Maricon and Associates, and they call them the Maricon men. And I picked this up in my studies of business, and what they found is they go into a multi-division company and they take every single product and they would say, all right, how much does it cost to produce this product? How much to sell it? How much to market it? How many associated factors like utilities, salaries, wages, even the percentage of the income of the top executives? And they would work out exactly what a product costed relative to its sales. And they found that most companies bundle so many costs that it's not clear exactly the cost or profit of an individual product. Like Levi's may have 100 different kinds, and they may have high profits on some and low profits on others and no profits or losses on others, but they don't know because it's all bundled. Are you with me so far? So what they did is they go into a company and they used their methodology, which I'm teaching you, and they'd say, all right, what is the highest net profit product in this company? Boom, it's number 1, 2, and 3. Then they found every single product that you sell can be rank ordered from your most profitable product in terms of the total profits you make all the way down to your least profitable. So they would determine this and determine your next most profitable products and your next, and then they would look at your products where you're losing money. Then they would sit down with the board of directors and they say, we've completed our analysis, please sit down. And they would do a PowerPoint presentation like this. Mine's better. And the executives would be literally shattered. They couldn't believe it because the one that they're advertising on billboards all over America is their second biggest money-losing product in the whole company. And they're astonished at how much they're selling. They're selling so much of it, and the company just reported $359 million in losses, and they can't figure out what the hell's going on. And so they show that if you attach every single cost, including your labor cost, many business operators don't realize that if your goal is to make $100,000 a year, then your goal is to earn $50 an hour. Just trust me in that. We'll talk about it later. $50 an hour, all right? So then you say, all right, and if I spend 2 hours working with a client to sell this product, that's $100. That money's got to come from somewhere. That's going to come out of my pocket or out of my kids' mouths, but it's $100. And what do? You sell a product that costs $200 and you make $95 profit on your $200 product, but you spent $100 selling it in just your labor cost. And people go on and say, hey, I made $100 there. Am I ever clever? And I'm going to do that all day long. And they keep doing it, and they're working harder and harder, and they don't realize your labor cost is causing you to lose money on every sale, and sometimes lose big money. Are you with me so far? So you really have to be hard as nails with your labor cost, and that's what they do. They take every single person who touches a product directly or indirectly, every single cost, expense, every rent, every utility bill, everything, and calculate it to determine what it's really costing for each product. So this is what you have to do, and you will be surprised. Sometimes you find that a product you've been ignoring, and most companies find this, a product they've been ignoring is their big profit center. It's keeping the company alive, and a product they're paying all this attention to, they're losing money every time they sell it. So the second, we could say profit from the core. And what we find is another model, and your core business, talents, products and services, customers, and competencies account for 80% of your revenues and profits. Most companies start off with one product or service that is their core product that is profitable. And so what we do is we call this the Citadel strategy. This is my contribution. And I'm a student of history. And there are, over the ages, for 1,000 years, there were marauding bands. So if a powerful leader wanted to set up a city, he would pick a high place that was defendable, and he would build what is called a citadel. And the citadel would be where he would surround it with walls, armed like a fortress. Sometimes you see these castles in England or the castles in the Loire Valley in France that are fortified, they have moats and everything else. Now, sometimes they would build it on a hill so they could protect and defend, they could see the enemy coming. And then if the kingdom began to grow, people would build houses around the bottom, and they'd build buildings and so on around the outside of the castle. And pretty soon you'd have a pretty substantial city there, and they'd build another wall around it. And this is what's called a walled city, quite standard throughout most of human history. And as the city grew and more people would come to the city and the empire would grow and the kingdom would grow, they build another wall and another wall. And pretty soon an armed city, a citadel, a king city, would have a series of walls in it that went out and expanded. Now, one day, along comes a marauding army and they attack and lay siege to the city. And the city has to defend, so they put all their best men on the walls and they defend and they fight against the attacking enemy. Meanwhile, they send away for help from their allies in other kingdoms. We need help. We're being attacked by the Hittites, the Huns, the barbarians, whoever it happened to be, and they'd hold out. If the barbarians were strong enough, they'd breach the first wall, in which case people would have to pull back into the second wall to defend. If the barbarians were strong enough, they'd breach the second wall, and they'd have to pull back. If the barbarians were strong enough, they'd breach the third wall. But as long as the citadel held, and the best treasures, the kings, the noble people, all the top people and the top soldiers would center in the citadel, as long as the citadel held long enough for relief to come, then the marauding army could be attacked from the outside. They'd have to withdraw, and the city would grow, and the city would again be repaired. Every business starts off with a citadel, a core business, and as it becomes successful, they enter into peripheral areas, new products, new services, new markets, not as profitable as the core, but profitable enough, and so they move into the next area, and as it grows, they move out and they expand, and pretty soon you have a multi-division, multi-product company that has lots of products and services sold to lots of customers in lots of markets at lots of prices. Anybody with me so far? Quite standard, and we're guilty of that. And what happens when the market contracts, when suddenly we are attacked by the marauders of recession, and they attack us from all sides, and the amount of customer spending power drops, and the amount of sales goes down, we've got to start pulling back into our citadel. We've got to go back to our core products and services. We've got to go to the ones that give us the greatest profit. We've got to get lean and mean and focus on the core. And so I've given this talk, by the way, to many large companies, and it transforms their strategy. They say, oh my God, we're dispersed into all of these small, low product, no product areas that we're trying to defend. What we have to do is defend the citadel. Now, I have spoken in Slovenia several times, and one of the cities I've spoken in is a city called Bled. And Bled was a royal city at one time, and around it, at the top of Bled is a mountaintop, and it has the citadel of Bled. And around it, and it's all well defended with very high walls, and you have to climb up steep banks in order to get to high walls, virtually impregnable. And down below it was the city, and which was defended with walls. And this is one of the cities that was attacked and plundered throughout the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages and everything else. But the citadel was so well defended, I walked through it, the citadel never fell, and the kingdom of Bled was never conquered, because they managed to protect the core. And inside the core, they had a water cistern that was almost like an Olympic swimming pool that was kept full. They had storehouses. They had barracks for all of their best soldiers. They had homes for the king and all the nobles and all the business people and guildsmen and treasuries for all the treasure. As they had to pull back, as they were attacked, they just pulled back into the citadel. The citadel was never conquered. In your business, the point is clear, is there are citadel products that you have, core products. These products are what represent your business. If you lose the market in this, you're finished. These are the ones that generate the most profit and the most customer satisfaction. And in times of economic turbulence, you have to know what they are so you can pull back into the citadel. Because if you can defend your citadel under any economic conditions, you can come out again and begin to grow when the economy improves. And by the way, there's lots and lots of research on this. So what I want you to do is I want you to do an exercise, and I want you to answer these questions with regard to the profit curve. And a profit, we say, is a gain, a reward, or an increment of value. We're going through an interesting time in America and in the Western world. People are very confused about profits. They think profits are evil. Profits come from greedy businessmen who rip off innocent consumers and so on. But I just want to tell you the best line on profits, and I've studied this for 30 years, is that profits are the cost of the future. Where there is no profit, there is no future. Where there is no profit, there are no jobs. Where there is no profit, there is no hope. Where there is no profit, there's no future. And so therefore, anybody who complains about profits is complaining about the future, and it's the future for average people. Because above average people always make out. It's average people who have no future when companies make no profits. Who are the first people laid off by the thousands and the tens of thousands when profits go down? Innocent working people who don't have the resources to start a business or to find a job. So therefore, never you can be proud of earning profits because you are the ones that create the future. It's the profitable businesses that create all the opportunities and new jobs and the new innovations and open the new markets. What we need more than anything else in America today is profits. And profits come from businesses run by people like you. Are you with me so far? It's the most important thing we should have. We should pray to God every night that companies have big profits. Because where there's big profits, there's big future. No profits, no future. Okay, so when you write this down, your goal is to organize your business to achieve the greatest possible profits or return from your investment of time or money. So what are your most profitable products and services? What are they? You got to know. What are your least profitable products and services after you've deducted all the costs and time and energy? What are your most profitable tasks and activities? Remember the law of three. There's only three things that pay all the money. What are your least profitable and productive tasks and activities? Things that you shouldn't even be doing at all. Number 5, what are your most profitable marketing and sales activities? The ones that generate the most best customers. What are your least profitable sales and marketing activities? The ones that you should just discontinue altogether. Who are your most profitable people? Those whose contributions are the most valuable. And there's always 2 or 3 in a company that are worth more. In my company, we have 100%. Number 8, who are your least profitable people? Those who contribute very little. Number 9, what personal work activities give you the greatest pleasure and satisfaction or personal profit? And what sort of personal work activities give you very little pleasure or satisfaction that you should get out of altogether? And what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of your answers to the above? Please begin. I could have your attention, shh, shh, shh. You have to be continually looking at your business. Remember, this is like a hockey game. It's moving. The puck is moving all the time. You have to be saying, what is my most profitable product? And remember the old English saying, jam today, but never jam tomorrow. You have to be looking at what is jam today, what will be jam tomorrow. And sometimes a low profit product has potential to be a huge product in the future. So you have to take that into consideration. If we really make this fly, if it really works in today's market, it could be the iPad of tomorrow for our business. But keep your eye on the puck. Where is the most profitable product? What is my most profitable activity? What's my most profitable marketing activity? Who are my most profitable people? Keep thinking about those top 10% or top 20%. Other than that, the natural tendency is toward default. You default down to spending all of your time in low profit, no profit activities, products, services, marketing, sales, and everything. We're all guilty of that. I'm guilty of it all the time. It's almost like you're riding a bucking horse. You've got to keep pulling on your own reins and keep yourself focused on profit, or you very easily get off the track. Now, I have some good news for you and some more good news for you and some even more good news for you, which I'll give you the last good news later. The first good news is that my dear friend and associate of ours, Jennifer Rogerson, who is one of the nation's foremost authorities on how you can hire exactly the right people for you for almost any position, has agreed to come up and give you a couple of comments. Many of you have spoken to her in the back, but we've used Jennifer now for more than 10 years. She has saved us a fortune. In our coaching system, we have introduced her to all of our coaching clients. They have literally saved themselves millions of dollars in making the wrong mistakes because it costs so much to make a mishire. I'll give you one example. One of our clients, very successful woman, who took her income from doing books to over $1 million a year in financial services. She called Jennifer and she asked Jennifer if she would do an analysis of a woman she was thinking of hiring. And it was all done over the phone, so the woman was logged in and filled out a complete personality diagnostic, which Jennifer provides. And then she called up the woman, her name was Angela, and said, all right, let me give you a breakdown on this person's personality. Temperament, personality, strengths, weaknesses, difficulties, challenges in communication, abilities, what she'd be best at, worst at, everything else, how she responds under pressure and everything else. And at the end of this debrief that Jennifer gave to Angela, Angela said, I didn't tell you, but the woman that you just analyzed is my daughter. She's 26 years old. She said, and I wanted to see what kind of an analysis you would give of my daughter, whom I've known for 26 years. She said, your analysis is more precise than my knowledge of her as a mother. She said, you hit every single personality quirk, strength, weaknesses, change. She said, I've never heard such an accurate description of my daughter, and I've known her for 26 years. That's how good her analysis is in telling you exactly whether or not you should hire a person for what study. And Jennifer's going to tell you later. Now, I'm going to have you come up at the end, Jennifer. Please sit down. And so she's... No. First of all, I want to talk to you about this chapter, which is how do you attract and keep good people. And this is really important. Nice intro, wasn't that, Jennifer? Okay. Is attracting and keeping good people. Your success in business will be determined by the people who work for you more than any other factor. Small businesses, by the way, have a turnover rate of about 200% per year. What does that mean? It means if there's 5 people in the business, there will be 10 new people each year. Because why? Because the turnover rate is so high. And why do you think this is? It's because the art of hiring good people is something that takes experience and suffering and mistakes and wisdom and depth and knowledge. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to help you jump the learning curve today. I'm going to give you the essence of what you need to dramatically increase your ability to hire the right people for you. Because there's nothing more exasperating than hiring the wrong people, and more expensive, and as I've said a couple of times, it can be fatal to your business. I speak to business people all the time. I gave you an example earlier of people who have never developed the ability to hire. And they run businesses. The one example I gave you earlier, he's got 170 staff and he can't hire. And so the company is in constant chaos. Politics, backbiting, money losing, mistakes and things like that. and the company is growing like topsy, and then when the market turns around and the citadel begins shrinking, suddenly you have all of this dead weight and all of this money losing, and it's very distressing. So I'm going to show you how you can increase your hiring rate to 90%. And I've given this stuff to some of the best business people I've met, and they come back and say it's fantastic. And then I'm going to show you how to plus it. That's my second piece of good news. Okay, so we say here, all work is done by teams. All work is done by people working together, whether it's you and one other person. I started my business, by the way, with one person and 1/3 of a secretary. And so my team was 1/3 of a secretary. And over time, I got her half-time, then I got her full-time, and then I got an accountant who assisted her, and then I got a telephone rep who assisted that person. By the time it was finished, I had something like 28, 29, 30 people. But it started off with 1/4 of a secretary, so that's still a team. Anybody that you work with, either directly or indirectly, is a team. The manager's work is the work of the team. Is once you start to have other people working with you, then your results are determined by how your team wins. It's almost like the manager of a sports team is his results are the team's results. It's how the team plays on the field that reflects on him. It's so how your business gets results reflects on you. So success requires excellent performance of each team member. Now, large companies, and I'm going to tell you stuff based on thousands of hours, large companies can hire people and train them from the ground up, and they can afford to have deadwood because they have so much resources and such volume of sales. Small companies can't afford one piece of deadwood. They can't afford one poor performer. And so it's really important that you hold yourself to the fire when it comes to performance. If people cannot perform, chances are they will never perform, and it's time to encourage them to move on and go to work for your competitors and ruin their business. The best businesses, without exception, the best businesses have the best people. If you actually go into it, the second best businesses have the second best people. The third best business are on their way out of business. They just don't have a chance. Today it's like saying, well, I've got a third-class football team and I'm going to put them into the major leagues. They don't have a chance. Not against first-class teams, not even against second-class teams. And so your job must be to field a winning team. And that means an excellent player in every spot. So here's how we start. We say determine your hourly rate. This is one of the great thinking tools that you can learn. I've hinted at it a couple of times. Divide your annual income by 2,000 to calculate your hourly rate. The average entrepreneur works about 2,000 hours a year. That's about 8 hours a day, 250 days a year. 2 weeks off, but if you then expand it and you take travel and so on. So say 2,000 into your annual income. If your goal is to earn $100,000 a year, that means that your goal is to earn $50 an hour. Now please understand this, is you earn your money by the hour. Sometimes you earn your money by the half hour or by the quarter hour. In fact, there's an interesting discovery. The more tightly you plan each hour, the more money you make. If you decide to call a lawyer or an accountant for advice or service, how do they bill you? They bill you they used to bill you by the 10 minutes. By the 10 minutes. So you'd get a little bill saying 10 minutes for this, 10 minutes for that. And then they went to a conference somewhere where some very smart consultant like me said, why not charge them instead of by the 10 minutes, by the 10th of an hour? Oh, so now all the professionals charge you by 6 minutes. When you call up and say, hi, how's the weather there? That just cost you 6 minutes, that's $25. Don't chat with your professionals on the phone. You get right to the point and get off as fast as you can, because what they do, and there's a lot of them here, is they have a little timer right there. They pick up the phone, they hit the timer. And you talk to them for 10 minutes, you get a bill for $75. And so therefore that timer is going. I want you to imagine, click, 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 tick, 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 ding, 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 ding. All right? And it's going very fast because a professional has nothing to sell but their time. And so therefore a professional measures their work life by how many hours they can bill. Okay? You must measure your work life by the hour. How many hours do you work and how much work do you put into those hours? If your goal is to earn $200,000 a year, that means you have to earn $100 per hour. Are you with me so far? Now, as I said before, what is the law of three with regard to work? Come on, 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 come on. I won't let you go out. I'll keep you till 10 o'clock. I'll make you go back over that session again. What is the law of three with regard to work? Yeah, well, what I told you before, the law of three says that there are only three things that pay you 90% of your value. Those are the only three things that pay you your hourly rate. Everything else pays you a below hourly rate, and many people work at things that pay $5 an hour or no dollars an hour when they should be doing things that pay $50 or $100 an hour. Are you with me so far? So therefore, if your goal is to earn $50 or $100, $150 an hour, 50, which is 50 or 100 or 150,000, what you have to do is you have to do one of those three things. You have to do work that pays you $100 an hour or more. And you have to ask yourself, if your goal is to earn $200,000 a year, is what I'm doing right now pay $100 an hour? Would I hire somebody else off the street to do this work for me and pay them $100 an hour? When you're driving around in your car listening to music, you say, well, I pay $100 an hour for somebody to drive my car around in circles listening to music or talk radio. If you would not, don't do it. Stop doing it, slam on the brakes, and stop doing things of lower hourly rate. Do only things of higher hourly rate. But there's two advantages. One is soon you get into the habit of it and you get very jealous of your time. Second of all is it gives you far more satisfaction to do high value work. You feel happy and you feel powerful when you're doing valuable work. And you get better and better at it. And so you get to do more and more of it, and you do it better and better, and your hourly rate goes up and up. And now I know people who make $300 and $400 and $500 and $800 and $1,000 an hour. I'll tell you stories that just are wonderful. Okay, so next is the Ricardo's law of comparative advantage. This is one of the great economic laws of history put forth by David Ricardo, an English economist. And basically he said that you should delegate everything that anyone else can do at a lower hourly rate than you earn. You say, well, it's no big deal making the coffee or making a photocopy or emptying the wastebasket or carrying a box down to the car, bringing freight up and so on. No. If somebody else can do it for a lower hourly rate than you do, it's better that you rest. My wife and I went through this many years ago. I started off my career mowing lawns. I love to mow lawns. I mowed lawns throughout the neighborhood. I made a great living. I had lots of money. So now time passes, years go by. I now have a house. I'm a grown up. I'm married. I've got a house and I've got a lawn. Aha! I love to mow lawns. So I go out and buy a rotary lawnmower, and every Saturday I go out and mow my lawn. And I walk back and forth and mow my lawn. It's 75, 80 degrees. I get sweaty and dirty and everything else. But hey, true, real men don't eat quiche. They mow their own lawns, right? So I would do this every Saturday, and one day I came home. I was busy working all week long. My business was growing. I came home late on Saturday, and my lawn had been mowed. My lawn had been mowed. The lawn was mowed. I walked in. I didn't say hi, and I said, who mowed my lawn? Who mowed my lawn? That's my lawn. And she said, I had the neighborhood boy mow your lawn for $5 an hour. It cost $10. But that's my lawn. I mowed the lawn. I'm the man of the house. She said, Brian, you cannot afford to mow your own lawn anymore. It's better that you rest or that you play with the kids than that you mow your own lawn. And she was right. And I went and pouted for a while and sulked for a while, and I came back and I said, okay, honey, you're right. And the next week when I was gone, she gave away my lawnmower. Just in case I was going to sneak back, like a recovering alcoholic and do a few strokes of my lawn. Anyway, now here's the other thing. If you are making good money, your wife can no longer afford to do laundry and to clean up the house and to do housework. You can no longer afford it. You can't do yard work anymore. You get your wife a maid and you get yourself a gardener. And you have your car washed down around the corner by having the maid drive it down and run it through the car wash. You've got to be tough. When you're young, when you're starting off, you do everything by yourself and you develop a habit of doing everything by yourself. But what you've got to do is be very, very tough on yourself and only do work that pays you your desired hourly rate. People say, I don't have time to play with my kids. Yes, you do. Stop doing all this useless stuff that you can hire somebody for a couple of bucks an hour. Don't do any more labor. Don't carry any more boxes. Now we have most of our groceries done. Send out laundry. Don't wash clothes. Don't do ironing. Don't allow your wife to work. I've had so many of my clients come back to me and they bring their wives to the coaching program, and I tell them this, and the wives come back and they are happy as pigs in you know what. They are so happy because now they don't have to do any housework. I don't want my wife to do housework. I want my wife to do other things. I want her to do things that make her happy. And housework, I don't care what you say, does not make women happy. They do it dutifully, but your job as a man, if you're successful, and if you're a successful woman, is to organize your life so that the other person doesn't have to do laboring work. Okay, so free up every minute possible for doing those things that only you can do. What can you and only you do that nobody else can do? You free up time so you do only those things, and you hire people to work at lower income levels to do those other things. And that's how you free up your time. It's the only way that you can actually reach the stars in your business is do only those things that pay you the most. What was the rule? Is do fewer things, but do more important things, and do them more often, and get better at them. That's the rule for success. That's it, and every wealthy person has absorbed that rule into their skin. So here's the key productivity principle. Do what you do best, delegate or discontinue the rest. Either have somebody else do it or stop doing it altogether. Probably half of the things you do on a regular basis could be discontinued and it wouldn't even matter. You just do them because you're like Old Man River. What do you do best? And that's what we talked about before. So great people in business, they are excellent at their work. Now we're talking about your staff. You want to hire somebody for your company. They are excellent at what they do. Your job is not to take people who are no good and spend months and years training them. You find people who are already pretty good and make them better. You want one of those little toys where the wheels are spinning and you drop it and it goes boom, like the Roadrunner, beep, beep. You want people who can hit the ground running, can start working right away. Big companies can afford to spend long time training and breaking people in. Small companies have to have people ready to hit the ground right away. These are people, your best people, accept high levels of responsibility. Now this is something I'm very adamant about because about 90% of people will rise to high responsibility. I tell people, you're responsible, you're in charge, this is your job. I'm not going to sit and supervise you. You get on with it. If you have problems, come to me. And most people love that. They love to be able to be given the freedom to do their work and to ask questions if they need it and get back to their work. About 10% of people cannot handle responsibility. And these are the biggest problems you have. These are your jerks, these are your time wasters, your complainers, your moaners, your incompetent people. And your job is not to be an emotional first aid station and take care of these people. Your job is to inflict them on other employers and ruin their businesses. So as soon as you find that a person doesn't do their job in an excellent fashion and doesn't take a high level of responsibility, let them go. Your job is not to micromanage your staff. It's to find good people that you can just get out of their way. Number 3 is to have a positive mental attitude. I remember Leona Helmsley had this great ad, and it said, we don't hire people and teach them to be nice, we just hire nice people. And so number one thing is only hire nice people. Hire people that you like and hire people that everybody else likes. Number 4, they use their time well. They're efficient, they're effective. You don't have to be on them all the time like, why are you doing that? It's a waste of time. They're always thinking in terms of their higher priorities. And number 5, they get along well with others. Everybody likes them and they like everybody else. We found that one negative complaining person in a business can affect as many as 300 people if it's a large enough business. One negative complaining person in your little business can just poison the environment. Pretty soon nobody's talking to anybody and they're all talking in whispers and they close their doors and they sneak in and sneak out. So if you have a person who's not a nice person, my philosophy is this, is in my family, my job is to assure harmony. And so I make sure that people in my family, my wife and my children, are happy. In my company, my job is to assure harmony. So therefore I make sure that everybody's happy. And if they're not happy, I encourage them to go somewhere else. I used to have a woman working for me. She was from the other side of the tracks. She was a tough, attractive girl. Her name was Brandy, but she, chewed nails and spit out barbed wire. She was a toughie. She had colorful language, which she would share with anybody who crossed her. And she was in charge of shipping, and she was very efficient. And yet she'd come down on somebody. Somebody would come in and say, Brandy, this needs to go out right away. And she would tell them to perform the physically impossible on themselves. And they'd come to me and they'd be very offended. You know, she told me this, and they would be very upset. And she would, and I would say to her, and I say to her, you know, if you could be a little bit nicer. She said, well, I'll do my best. I do my best, but I am who I am. And one day, this has happened several times, I brought her in, I said, Brandy, I said, you know, we got a real problem here, because the way you talk to people, and the way you treat people and everything else is causing a lot of dissension. And she said, look, Brian, I love her for this. She said, look, Brian, she said, I'm a bitch. I've always been a bitch. My mother was a bitch. I've been raised as a bitch, and if you don't like a bitch, I'll go somewhere else where they can deal with bitches. But that's what you get. I said, really? I said, you know, that is one of the most honest answers I've ever heard. I said, I'll tell you what, Brandy. I will check around to see if I can find someone where you can work, where your personality is not going to be a problem, and if you'll help me hire a replacement for you. She said, sure, I'll do that. She was a good person. And so I called around, and I found a friend who had a company that had a loading dock, and the Teamsters ran the loading dock, and these people were as tough as she was. And so I said, I've got a really good person here. Would you interview her? And they did, and they hired her. She's still there years later, and she helped us find a replacement who was very nice and trained the replacement, and we took her out for lunch at a going-away party. And we wished her well. We wished her to go, when she goes to somewhere else, where she'll be happy. Because if you're not happy here, we'll help you go somewhere else. And that's your job, is make sure everybody's happy. If they're not happy, either make them happy or send them somewhere else. So hiring the right people. Your ability to find and hire the right people is the key to leveraging and multiplying yourself. You can never get beyond what you can do individually unless you can hire somebody who can do part of the job. And so thinking, what little managers do, little entrepreneurs, they think if you want the job done right, you have to do it yourself. You abolish this thinking from your life from now on. From now on, if you want the job done right, your job is to find somebody else to do it and make sure they do it right. The very best executives are those who are just artists at finding other people who can do the work. They don't do any work. What they do is they make sure they find the right people and make sure that those people do the right work. And that's the way you need to think from now on. Now, how to hire? Selection is 95% of success. If you select poorly, basically, you're playing catch-up ball for the rest of the employment. And so therefore, take your time and hire well. And I'm going to give you the keys. Never hire as a solution to a problem. We've got a problem we're not getting done. We'll hire somebody. It's almost very often you think you'll hire this person, they'll solve your problem, but it's like throwing water on a bucket on a fire. Sometimes the bucket you grab is full of gasoline rather than water, and this makes the situation worse. So we say poor hiring is very expensive. It costs 3 to 6 times a person's annual income for a mishire. If you pay a person $25,000 a year, it'll cost between $75 and $150 to mishire that person. There's all kinds of associated costs, unemployment insurance, Social Security, there's supervision, there's desk, there's training, there's often cost for a personnel agency, there is the decreased productivity while the person is learning their skills, loss of sales, and so on. If they're a negative person, there's the decreased productivity of other people. When you start to work it all out, and there's ways of doing this, you're astonished these numbers are correct. A $25,000 person, if you make a mishire, may cost you $100,000. There's your time in interviewing, there's hiring, there's supervising, there's training, there's firing the person, letting them go, the lawsuits occasionally, then finding somebody else and recruiting and training and hiring them. So it's much better not to make the mistake in the first place. Just go slow. And one of the most powerful of all hiring techniques is slow down the process. So we say think through the job carefully. And think on paper. When you think it, ink it, write down a description of all the characteristics that you would like to have in the ideal person that you'd like to hire. Their age, their education, their intelligence, smoker, non-smoker, live close to the office, their previous experience, especially success experience doing what you want. Their personality, how they get along well with others, their intelligence, their computer fluency. Hey, just imagine that there is a perfect person factory and you're making out an order. And you write down, I hired a gentleman once, and I wrote down, this is the kind of person I needed to head up a new division in my company. I wrote down 38 things I needed in a person. Within 2 weeks, somebody called me up out of the blue who I never knew and said, I worked for a company that you worked for some years ago, and I always dreamed of working for you, and I just moved back to California, and I'd like to talk to you and see if you have an opportunity for me. He sounded quite intelligent, so he came down. I said, well, I've got a half an hour, we can talk. I spent 3 hours with him. The guy was so competent, so smart, I hired him, which is something you never do. But after 3 hours, I talked to him about the job. He had ideas and he was insights and he had things that I didn't know about and things that he could do. I hired him, worked for me for 6 months. Super guy, did a fabulous job. But about a month in, I took out my list. And I said, I want to go over this list with you because this was the list that I wrote down and put away. Never looked at it. Law of attraction. And I went over the list. He had 38 of 38 things and 4 more qualities, including the ability to literally design computer programs for marketing and hiring, which I never even thought of. This guy was a great guy. I still remember, but everything I had written on the list, he walked in the door and said, here I am. And he had the list. So therefore, writing out that list is quite amazing. It has 2 things, maybe 3 benefits. Number 1, it helps you be clear about who you want. Most people interview people, they're not even clear about who they want. What have you done in the past? And how did that work out? And what are you looking to do in the future? And what are your plans and goals? And they're making up questions like they're smoking dope or something. And then they say, well, you sound all right, so why don't we hire you? And then you're in trouble. You know, then you've started the engine and getting out of it is pain. But once you have a list, you have a very clear thought track of how to interview, what to look for, how to compare people against each other, and so on. Number 4, think about the results that you expect. If you have 80-20 in qualifications, 80% of the person's value will be determined by their proven ability to get the results you want. Don't hire somebody because you think they might get results. If you spend enough time with them, hire somebody who has already gotten the results that you want for someone else. This is also going to be your basis of checking referrals, because people will come in and they will lie to you. Can you imagine that? They will tell you things that are not true about what incredible things they accomplished in their previous jobs. So you just make notes and make notes. Say, by the way, I will call people that you worked with in the past and I will ask them about all of these things. Is there anything else that you'd like to add before I begin phoning? And then it all comes out. Okay. B, what will the skills be that will be required to do the job? And be very clear about the skills. These are the results I need. These are the skills. And C, the personality attributes that are necessary. What kind of a person do you want? Remember, in a way, you're inviting a person into your house, your business house. And so you want to get a person who's positive and cheerful and friendly and optimistic and gets along well with others. You don't want to hire neurotics because they're all over the place. They're up and down like the NASDAQ, happy, sad, crying, laughing, everything. You don't want manic depressives. Your job is not a first aid station or a mental ward where you hire people who need serious treatment. Your job is not to do that. It's to hire really good together people who will do the job. So how to hire, write out the job description and idealize in as much detail as possible. As I said before, write it down, write it down, write it down. Number 6, cast a wide net. Tell lots of other people. Here's a job description. And what we sometimes do is we say, here's the person we're looking for. Does anybody here in the company have any input? What else should be in this? And they say, oh, a person should be able to do that. Oh, a person should be able to do this. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. So get everybody to agree this is the kind of person that we are looking for, and then pass it on to friends. I have friends who will do that. Once a year, they'll call me up and say, pass me on a description. And they say, I'm looking for a person that fits this description. Do you know anybody? Has anybody come into your office looking for a job that wasn't appropriate for you but might be appropriate for me? So cast a wide net. 85% of all jobs in our industry, by the way, all of our different industries are usually filled by referral, by somebody who knows somebody. And why? It's because they ask, I'm looking for a person. You know somebody like this? Well, I don't know, but I'll ask my wife because she works at this guy. And it's amazing. You're only a few degrees of separation from an enormous number of people moving into town, changing jobs, looking for a different opportunity. But don't hide your light under a bushel. Tell lots of people you're looking for this kind of a person. How to hire interviewing process is look for achievement history. As we said before, ask them what they've done in the past and how well they did it. That's the most important single fact. 80% of the hire is their success history in the past. Look for a sense of urgency. Really good question is, if we were to offer you this job, how soon could you start? You want a person who wants to start immediately. They'll give notice, they'll get out of their current job, they'll work evenings to start learning the job. You want a person who's really ready to hit immediately like the Roadrunner. If a person says, well, I want to take a vacation first, and I want to take some time off, and I want to go to the beach, and so on. If a person does not want to start the job immediately, cancel them out of consideration forever. Because a person who doesn't want to start the job immediately is going to never do a good job. It's one of those things that we've learned. By the way, never hire a person who comes late for a job interview. If they invite them for a job interview at 10 o'clock, and they come at 5 after 10, say, thank you very much, the job is filled. Never talk, oh, I got cut in traffic, I couldn't find the address. Tough. Go and have a good life somewhere else. A person who comes late for a job interview, something as important as a career choice, is defective. You will only find out later how many defects they have if you hire them. But the simplest thing of all is don't do it. Number C is look for intelligent questions. The very best questions is they want to know a lot about your company, a lot about you, and a lot about the other people, and a lot about the products and services. They're really curious. They're almost like an excited buyer. They want to know all about the product. If they sit there passively and they don't ask questions, not a good sign. It means that they're desperate for a job and they don't want to say anything to offend you. And the rule of 3, and this is the big one. The rule of 3, I told you about the law of 3 before. This is another application. The rule of 3 is what increases people's hiring to about 90%. What you do is, first of all, you interview 3 people for a job, and you never hire the first candidate, and you never hire the person on the first interview. If you're going to hire somebody, interview at least 3 people so that you have a mental contrast between the strengths and weaknesses. And you go through the entire interview process, but at least 3. Never hire the first person or the second person or even the third person. Interview 3 people. Number 2 is interview the person of the 3 that you like. Interview them 3 times. You've interviewed them once, interview them down the hall, interview them across the street having coffee, interview them in 3 places. 3 people, 3 times, 3 places. When you move people around, what happens is their personalities change, almost like a chameleon changes colors. And a person who is perfectly put together and polite in your office, when you take them across the street for a cup of coffee, they may be brisk or rude to the waitress, or you see things. In Hewlett-Packard's 7-part hiring process, the last part, the sixth part, is you said, you know, why don't we go out for dinner? Why don't we have dinner together? Why don't you bring your spouse or mate with you and let me take you out for dinner? So they say, well, sure, I think you're going along really well. They take them out to dinner to a nice restaurant, and they watch how the person handles themselves, how they order, how they treat the waiter and the hostess, how they drink, their table manners, how they treat their spouse, how they treat other people, and so on, how the spouse reacts, and so on. And they get a real clear picture of this person. Many people are taken out for dinner and they think, hey, I must have the job. And no, this is a part of the interview process, and that's where they lost the job. And so therefore, when you move people around, you get to see them differently, but you're stretching out the process. Now here's the last 3 of the 3, okay? There's 4 threes. It's 3 different people. Have at least 3 people in your company interview them themselves. We introduced this some years ago, and it's the most wonderful thing, is we talk to a person that we like, and then we have that person talk to someone else in our company, go for lunch with them, have coffee with them, and then talk to someone else. Sometimes we'll have people talk to 6 or 7 people. They just come around and go from office to office, and they'll be introduced around, this is so-and-so, and we're talking about this job, you know, no commitments or anything else. And then they'll come back together, and I say, well, what do you think? No way. Barbara and I almost hired a woman once, and she seemed really good. The best they will ever look in their lives is on the first interview. They will never look that good again, okay? After that, they start to deteriorate. Anyway, we had decided to hire this woman. Barbara and I had interviewed her, and we thought it was a great choice, so we had her go around and talk to other people, and you know what happened? They came back and they said, absolutely not. You know what? She's an ex-dope addict. She's homeless. She's an alcoholic, ex-alcoholic. She's in rehab. She's wanted. I mean, she was fired from her last job for embezzlement. And how did you find that out? Well, she just kind of let it all out when she was hanging with the other staff. She was talking about this and talking about that, and how, you know, they shouldn't have fired me just because I needed a little bit of money for a few months, you know, out of the cash box. And they came in, and Barbara and I were just shocked. We never again not had people interviewed by others. But here's what happens. Let's say you have a small company, well, then have 2 friends interview them. Maybe it's just you, but have at least 2 other people talk to them so there's 3. And then what happens if you do have a company and you invite them to join you, and you invite them they're already embraced because everybody's already talked to them and has had a voice in hiring them, and they embrace them, they bring them onto the team, they integrate them into the team immediately. So it's really important. So check resumes and references personally. This is not something you assign to someone else. You call them up, you say, I'm thinking of hiring this person for this job. Could you give me any feedback that will help me make a good decision? Sometimes they will say, I can't say anything more than name and length of employment because they don't want to be sued. But one question you can always ask, and this is the question, is tell me, would you hire this person back again if they were to apply? And they can always answer that question legitimately with a yes or a no without being sued. If they say no, all your bells should go off. Red alert, red alert, red alert. All the best people I've ever hired, when I called for references, they say, we'd hire that person back in a shot. Our company's changed its direction and that department was eliminated, but if we had a job for him or her, we'd hire them back in a shot. He or she's such a good person. The person would work with us for years. So always look for, yes, I would hire them back. Hire slow, fire fast. Hire slow, fire fast. The best time to fire a person is when? The first time you think about it, exactly. First time it crosses your mind, that's the time to let them go because it'll never get any better. Don't keep them on because you're being compassionate. You're not being compassionate, you're just being gutless, okay? It's not a sign of character, it's a sign of cowardice. Once you've decided the person has no future, encourage them to go somewhere else where they may have a future. Start them off right, start them off strong. In other words, once you hire them, load them up with work and load them up with 120, 130% of the work they can do. Just give them assignment after assignment after assignment, because however they start off, based on 30 years of research, if you start them off working their tails off, they will say, in this job, I work all the time. And 10 years later, they're still hard workers. If you start them off coasting, 10 years later, they're still coasting. So load them with work. There's no break-in time. If you can't be there to get them loaded up, have them come in the next day. But the day they do start, they start working their butts off. Okay. So here is the form that I want you to fill out, is attract and keep great people. This is page 152. So determine your hourly rate by dividing your annual income by 2,000. Okay? And then what are the 3 activities that pay you your hourly rate or more? If you could only do 3 things all day long, what 3 things would they be? Which is a kind of repeat of the question. In what 3 areas are you excellent at what you do, which is the areas that maybe should be your big 3? In what 3 areas are you average or not very good? What 3 tasks or activities at work do you enjoy the most? What 3 tasks or activities do you enjoy the least? What 3 jobs or activities should you hire someone else to do? If you hire excellent people to do certain jobs, what specific people should you hire? Who are you going to hire, assign, delegate, or replace immediately so that you can concentrate on your top tasks? And what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of your answers to these questions? This is very important. Please begin. This is such an important subject that you'll notice at the end of your chapter, there is a list of the additional sessions that you should listen to. And one of the things I don't have time to get into, but I do a real good diatribe on it, is how to fire. And there is a session in Business Growth Strategies called How to Fire. And in business, your ability to fire competently and confidently is essential to your success. You inhale, you exhale, you hire, you fire. And you have to become good at firing. Because if you're not good at firing, pretty soon you become afraid to fire. And pretty soon you start to accumulate detritus, deadwood, because you're afraid to let them go. But if you learn how to fire and you do it confidently just once, everybody around you knows that you can fire. And it changes people's personalities. I've had people come to me, I was always a nice guy, and I've sat them down and fired them from a major job. And he said, "You're firing me." I said, "I'm firing you." He said, "I didn't know that you could fire anybody. I never thought you could fire anybody," which is why he was being a jerk. And they will push you like dogs if they think that you're afraid to fire them. But once you make it clear, and just go to watch my program, How to Fire. It's a great program. I have so many people come to me and say, whoa, it changed their whole business life because it's low-keyed, it's professional, it protects self-esteem, it saves you from lawsuits, it separates you easily. I call it the no-stress, low-stress way of firing for everybody. and you just try. Has anybody ever seen that program of mine? Because you will love the program. It's just worth its weight in gold. Managers love the program. Okay, my third piece of good news is that we are going to stop now. Is you have the sales session on your agenda, but what I've decided is that selling is too important a subject for us to go into tonight. So we will start with it tomorrow, and what we'll do is we'll sort of, like an accordion, we'll kind of accordion the day, and we'll finish at about 5:30 tomorrow. So we'll finish everything, but we'll give us more time to talk about selling, because selling is so important. Do you agree with that? Say yes. And you're and you're probably a little bit tired, right? It's been a long day. Adults are not used to this much learning. So last 2 points, pay attention, is the VIP reception begins immediately on the 6th floor veranda. Please go there, and breakfast for the VIPs is also on the 6th floor veranda tomorrow morning at 7:15. And for the rest of us, have a wonderful evening. One last point, if you walk down, if you walk one street down to Fifth Avenue is the heart of the gas lamp. It is the greatest restaurant row in Southern California. As you go up that street, there's 50, 60, 70 great restaurants of every kind, every food, everything that you could imagine. So if you're going to eat, walk over a block and go up the gas lamp, and you'll find so many restaurants of so many sizes and flavors. So have a wonderful evening. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we're having a good time so far, are we? Say yes? Yeah. Now, I cannot overemphasize to you the value of business growth strategies that you have available to you at your fingertips, online, anywhere in the world. Anytime you need us to know something about a subject, it's sort of like, instead of driving off across country with no road map and no road signs, what you do is you say, geez, I need to know about telephone prospecting. I need to know about closing sales. I need to know about setting better priorities. Just click on bang, bang, and there's the course. I've spent years and years and hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars shooting all this stuff, and then streamlining it and making it available, and then writing the notes and writing the outlines and the bullet points and the exercises, and you have it all available to you at your fingertips. So please take advantage of it. Now, someone was asking me, well, can I train my staff with this? People are doing that all over the place. You know, it's the U.S. military policy. Don't ask, don't tell. The point is that, yes, you have unlimited usage of it. So many companies are training their people on sales. They're doing management seminars. And if you want to train with it, there's instructions, but it's very simple, is download the written materials, which is the outline, the bullet points, and then download the exercises, and then staple them together, and then get your gang together and give each person a set of the paper version, and then start playing the video and watch it. We do it on widescreen in our office. And then we have this, we say, if somebody wants to stop and talk about something that you just heard, they just go like this, and you push pause. And then you discuss it. And the discussion is where the great value of a learning experience comes from. So then they say, anything okay? Click, pause again, it goes on. Somebody says pause. And you might take a whole hour to do a 22-minute session. And at the end, people then write down their answers. How are we going to apply this material immediately? Their action commitment, as you've seen, and then you discuss how we're going to use this in our business. I had a roofer come up to me. He was running a roofing company in a very competitive market. He came up and said, we bought this. And we used to sell it on video, by the way, 30 videos. The selling program, 30 videos of the management program, 30 videos of the personal development program, time management, and so on. Anyway, he bought it. He paid several $1,000s for it, and they used to play it for his staff. He said he increased his sales by something like 500% in 1 year in a competitive market, just by training his people every day. The most productive single division of Hilton International got this program, and they began training their people on it every Thursday morning. They said the day after the training was the highest sales day of their week. And he said they became the highest grossing division of Hilton International by using this program just once a week, just one training session a week for the sales team. So the reason I'm telling you this with great enthusiasm is don't go home and say, well, I'm going to get to that someday. You know, someday I'm going to get to that. You know, someday I'll. That wonderful place, that fantasy place that people live on most of their lives, someday I'll. You know, someday I'll take a look at those videos. You'll notice at the end of every session, because we can't teach you everything, at the end of every session there's specific recommended lessons for you to take to reinforce what you're doing here. Now, one last point is Americans are very impatient. We've grown up in a generation where everything is instant. There was an article in Reader's Digest magazine a few years ago, and it said the television generation grows up expecting a 30, 60, or 90-minute solution to all the great problems of life. And the most that we'll settle for is a mini-series. You know, a little bit of a couple, 60 to 90 minutes this week, 60 to 90 minutes next week, but then we want all the great problems of life solved, because that's what they do in a television show or in a movie. It starts off, there's all the problems, the solution. At the end, the person wins, and they're successful, and they win their lottery, and they're rich, and they're thin, and they're beautiful, and then they have the makeover programs and the reality programs, and everybody thinks there's some kind of fast, instant way to be successful. Get it out of your head. There's not. You can't be successful at anything quickly, but you can be successful slowly, patiently, deliberately. So people say to me, well, I want to lose weight, so I take a weight loss program. How long do you stay on the weight loss program? A week. It didn't work. So I decided I had gradually got my weight up to, about 196 pounds, you know, and for some reason all my suits were shrinking. You know what I'm talking about? And I finally decided that I had to get this about 15 pounds off. I've now got about 20 pounds off. And so I decided to lose weight, I had to give myself a year. I was going to give myself a year. I was going to change my eating lifestyle for a year. More salads, lighter foods, more water, more exercise. Just deliberate, not try to lose 5 pounds in a week, but lose 1 or 2 ounces a week. 1 or 2 ounces a week is 52 ounces a year. 52 ounces in a year, what's that, 3 or 4 pounds? Actually 2 ounces a week and so on. And what I did is you take the weight off and you actually reset all of your internal adjusters, and the weight never comes back again. Because now you just naturally eat lighter and eat better. So give yourself, with regard to becoming really, really smart in business, give yourself a year. Say, I'm going to put a year into this. I'm going to work at it a little bit every day. I'm not going to try to go back home and watch 30 programs, you know. I'm going to do 1 a week. And I'm just going to apply that one a week. And the cumulative effect of this, like a snowball, will be astonishing. It always is astonishing. People are amazed that 1 year from now, you're earning 2 or 3 times as much, and you're doing it as easily as you were blowing your brains out a year ago. Are you with me so far? So therefore, be prepared to get going. Just keep at it a little bit each week. When we say exercise, we don't say go out and exercise 8 hours a day, for heaven's sakes. 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes a day, going for a walk, a little bit of aerobic exercise, eat some salads and rather than, cheesecake and things like that. And the cumulative effect over time is extraordinary, but be patient. Expect to put in a lot of work. Okay, you ready to go? Say yes. Now, this is one of my favorite sessions. This changed my life. When I started off my sales career, when I could no longer get a laboring job like you, what I did was I was given the 3-part sales training program, which is common in 70% of companies in America. Here's your cards, here's your brochures, there's the door. Go out and hang in there. That was the first motivational talk at the end of the month when you haven't sold anything and you're discouraged and in despair and you're starving and you're worrying. They say, hang in there. At the end of the second month, they give you the real motivational program. They look at you very grimly and they say, if you don't sell something pretty soon, we'll have to fire you. And some people go out and make a sale just to spite the bastard, you know. But the fact is that most salespeople have never been trained. And what transformed my life, and I've worked with many of the Fortune 500 companies, is every one of these companies, because the reason they're big is because from the very beginning, like IBM started off and they were a punch card operator, then from the very beginning, they drilled their people in sales techniques. They trained them and trained them and trained them. Xerox came from out of nowhere with the xerography program and built the Xerox Corporation on tremendous sales training. They trained and trained and they sold tens of billions of dollars. If you're going up against a professional salesperson who's been trained, you haven't got a chance if you haven't been trained as well. And wonderfully enough, all sales skills are learnable. So therefore, you must never let yourself be held back. And this is what changed my life. It was my transition moment, is I found that I could learn how to sell by simply studying what other top salespeople were doing and asking them questions and going to courses. I still remember listening to my first sales audio program. I couldn't believe the techniques and methods that they taught. There was a science to this. Wow. It's like cooking with a recipe in the kitchen. You could cook with a recipe and the dish would taste delicious once you had perfected it. So I went out there and I began to sell, and my sales went up and up and up, and pretty soon they made me a sales mangler. And they said, look, whatever you're smoking, find some other guys and share it with them because it's working for you. So I began to recruit other people, and I taught them what I had learned, and their sales went up and up and up. I had a great experience jumping forward. I was speaking to a large group in Vancouver last fall, and Vancouver's where I was from, and I went to school, high school there. And many years later, I was in Bangkok. And I was living in Bangkok, and this is where my career was starting to take off, and I was getting into sales. And I got a call through the Canadian consulate in Bangkok that someone was trying to get a hold of me. And I went down and I found, and it was a friend of mine from high school who I hadn't seen for years. I've been traveling around the world now for 5 years. I've been gone for a long time. Hadn't seen him for years. He was just a friend of mine. Well, he was in a Bangkok jail. Now, you've heard of Mexican jails? Well, Bangkok jails are a little bit better, but they're still not very nice. And he was in a Bangkok jail, and he was desperate. He was, he'd heard through the grapevine that I was in Bangkok. Could I help him? So I went to the jail, and I went there, and here's the jail, and he's wearing the bowels, and he's way back in this little cell, and he's dirty, and he's unkempt, and he's unbathed, and his clothes are ragged, and he's broke, and they've stolen all of his stuff, and here he is in jail. And what happened was he had a motorcycle, somehow he had a motorcycle, which got confiscated, and he had a small amount of grass that he was bringing with him when he was coming into Thailand, and Thailand is illegal. And so he was lecturing to me about how these people don't understand, and it's my first offense and everything else. I said, hey, you're not in America, or Canada in this case, where you can get a couple of offenses, you get a slap on the wrist. You're in a real bad place here. If you tried to smuggle in dope, then you are in serious trouble. Well, I don't know. I said, look, either you work with me or I'll leave you here. And he said, all right. I said, I'm going to get you a lawyer because I have contacts, and I'll find out exactly what we have to do. Fortunately, grease works in Thailand. And we'll find out who we have to grease and who we have to pay. And so I got him a lawyer. We pled down. We paid a fine. We greased the proper people, and we got him released. So here he is, skinny, ragged, dirty, poor, no college education. And I said, all right, I'm going to teach you how to sell. And with what I teach you, you'll be able to make some money. So I sat him down and I taught him what I had learned and sent him out into the street to sell, cold calling, knocking on doors, mostly calling on expatriates who were living and working in Bangkok at that time. Jump ahead, I'm in Vancouver last year, and I'm riding down the escalator, and the hand on my back, and it's my friend from Bangkok from all those years ago. Now, I've seen him in the interim, so this wasn't the only time I saw him. Now, who is he now? He's the president of the Vancouver Yacht Club. He was the chairman of the British Columbia Vancouver Airport Commission that built what is considered to be one of the most beautiful airports in the world. He has several businesses. He's a multi-millionaire. He is one of the most esteemed people in his community. He lives on a yacht on the bay in Vancouver. I mean, he has accomplished extraordinary things, and here he is. And the last time we spoke, I said to him, I'm so proud of what you've accomplished. It's so great. And he said, yes, he said, and looked around like this, he said, especially when you consider where I started from, when you got me out of that jail in Bangkok. I could still be in a Bangkok jail. He said, if you hadn't gotten me out. So what I'm saying is that the ability to sell can transform your life. And what he did is he just used those skills and he multiplied them and he hired other people and he taught other people. And now he's just one of the most successful people could have, and a great guy, just a great guy. And I always think of that, wow. And every time I see him, and I see him about every couple of years, we just smile. We got this sort of intimate bond. We smile and laugh because I would never in 1,000 years ever tell anybody where he came from because he's one of the most prestigious members of the community. And if they knew, it might get into the papers. Anyway. So here we say your ability to sell your product or service and to get payment is the key to your business future. And many people they say, well, I'm not very good at selling, and I don't like prospecting, and people reject me, and I'm not good at closing, and I don't want to be pushy, and wah, 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 wah. Ah, shut up. The very best salespeople who work for the best companies, who make millions of dollars of sales a year, are some of the nicest, warmest, friendliest, likable people you'll ever meet. Remember I talked to you about my seminar on maximum achievement. Every salesperson who goes through that doubles and triples their sales because they transform their personality. And by transforming their personality, they transform the interaction with the client, and they make sales almost effortlessly. They say, never made so much sales, never made so much money in my life, and I'm not even working at it anymore, because they transform from the inside. And what they do is they become completely positive, optimistic, cheerful, high-esteem people. They like their customers. The customers like them right back. So don't get over this idea that selling is something where you manipulate people and you are hard-charging like a used car salesman and so on. No. The very best professionals are the nicest damn people you'll meet. And you meet them and you talk to them and they ask you questions about what you're doing. You think, whatever this guy's selling, I want it. They want to buy from you before they even know what you're selling. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? So remember, one of the things that we teach is that one of the greatest obstacles to success is what we call self-limiting beliefs. You have a belief that's simply not true, but you believe it and it becomes true for you. And one of the beliefs is that you can't sell, or one of the beliefs that selling is nice, or one of the beliefs that selling is aggressive or manipulative. No, selling is merely persuading and communicating. Daniel Goleman, who wrote Emotional IQ, was asked sometimes later, after the book was a huge seller, what's the most important part of emotional IQ? What is the most important expression of a truly self-actualized personality? And you know what his answer was? He was asked, and he thought, and he went back and forth, and he said it is the ability to persuade. Either you are persuasive or you are persuaded. Either you have the ability to persuade others, very professional, low-key way, whether it's your kids or your spouse or your clients or your customers or your boss or your friends or your bankers, or you are persuaded by them. You are either active and you are an agent that brings about changes in people's behavior that's favorable to you, or you basically accept whatever life gives you. And so persuasiveness, the ability to persuade others, which is a big subject. We could do a 3-day seminar just on persuasion, because it involves meeting, negotiating, personality development, learning about the other person, asking good questions. I mean, it's a great thing, but persuasive just means you can sell. And you can learn how to be persuasive just by learning how. So this is number one. And if you don't have this, then it's impossible for you to be successful. I told you about my son, Michael. He came to me about 3 or 4 years ago, and he'd just gotten out of college, and he said, Dad, I want to be successful in life. What can I do? And he'd been out and he'd applied for a couple of sales jobs, and they turned him down. I said, well, if you really want to be successful, do what I did when I was your age, is get a job in cold calling, straight cold calling, straight commission selling. It's the hardest, it's the most awful work that you'll ever do. You'll get more rejections and negativity from more people than you ever dreamed of in your life. But if you can get through that and be successful at cold calling, you will own the future. You will be able to do anything for the rest of your life. And he took 1 solid year. We talked about that. For 1 year, he hammered on doors 14 hours a day, 7 days, 6 days a week. He just worked and worked and worked and worked and worked, and he finally became better and more positive. Now you could shoot him with a bullet. You can't stop the kid. I mean, he said, Dad, I will always be successful because I'm not afraid of anything. I can sell, and I'm not afraid of anything. And he will just get on the phone. He was working in my company, and we had this new idea. He said, well, let me just check it out. And he went out and made 30 cold calls on offices within walking distance and asked them about this business. Came back, he said, I just made 30 cold calls. 30 cold calls? How many did you make last year? Because he's not afraid of anything. So selling is really important. It's not something you have to do. It's not something on the side and you get to it no, it's something that's really important. So we say the number one reason for business success is high sales. And this is in any economy. If you can sell well, you can weather any economy. Number one reason for business failure is low sales. This is based on a McKinsey and Company study where they studied IBM when it got into serious trouble, and the problem was low sales. And they said, what's the solution? The solution's high sales. And if you have high sales, it's like a high water line. You could go over any rock in the economic waters. If you have low sales, you can have the finest product in the world. Not a damn thing will happen to you. Nothing happens until a sale takes place. Nothing happens until a sale takes place. What is the job of the entrepreneur? It's to get customers. What is the job? It's to get customers. Your job is, what do? I get customers. What do? I ask them for their money. I get in front of people and ask them for their money. Give me your money. Give me your money. And I use every persuasive reason, every device, every argument possible, every good product, service, presentation. But the bottom line is give me your money. And if they give you your money, you're going to have a wonderful life. But if they don't give you your money, then somebody's going to keep the money and you're going to worry about it. Does anybody know about worrying about money all the time? I know nobody here worries about money because you're all rich and famous, but there are people out there who worry about money. And why? It's because they don't ask people for money often enough. And so you get up in the morning and here's the rule. You have not worked until you've asked somebody for money. You are not working when you're on your computer. You're not working when you are organizing your business cards. You're not working when you're having coffee. You're not working when you're chatting with your coworkers. You're only working when you ask people for money. One of the things we teach salespeople, which changes their lives, is plan your first opportunity to ask for money as early as possible. Make your first appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning. And at the end of the sales conversation, ask them for the money. Give me the money. You know, where's the money? Where's the beef? Ask for the money. And if you can ask for money first thing in the morning, you'll be asking for money all day long. You know what the average first sales call in America on a customer is made at 11 a.m. Last sales call is made at 3:30. In between, it's warming up and warming down and going for lunch and having coffee and just playing on that computer. Oh, I'm doing so much good stuff here on the computer. Yeah, I don't see the cash register. I don't hear the cash register going jing, jing, jing. No. The only time you're working is when you're asking for money. I see a lot of people looking at me with very glum faces. The fact is every entrepreneur wakes up unemployed every morning and is unemployed until they get face-to-face with a customer and ask them for their money. And so everything else is secondary. The rule is the 80-20 rule. You should spend 80% of your time asking for money and only 20% of your time doing detail work. Well, when do you do your computer work? Before the time that customers are available and after the time that customers are available. Do it before 8 o'clock in the morning, do it after 6 o'clock. There's a friend of mine named Stephanie Winston who just wrote a book last year. It's called, she's a great time management expert. It said, don't check your email in the morning. That's the name of the book. When you say that to people, don't check your email in the morning, they go, it's almost like taking them off of a drug. I mean, don't check my email. I check my email all day long. While I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm checking my email on my BlackBerry. Somebody might send me some spam, and I don't want to miss it. Oh, I love spam. Oh, there's people telling me I have terrible sexual problems, and I get some of this. It'll solve it. Oh my, is that physically possible to do that? I read this article in Fortune. It said, I was amazed at how many people have taken a personal interest in my sexual deficiencies and are sending me all of these wonderful cures for my sexual deficiencies. Anybody who has email knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, and they're sitting there reading this in detail, and while the customers are going past. Customers going past like boats on a river, and they're sitting there reading their spam. So don't check your email in the morning. I have a friend who's a multi-millionaire, started with nothing, and he's a multi-millionaire today, and he writes a note, and he said, don't be offended if I don't get back to you. I check my email twice a day at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. He said, and I reply once a week. That's it. And he's worth jillions. I mean, he's worth millions of dollars, and he's highly respected. And he started off with nothing. I know because I knew him when he had nothing. But he's just very efficient. I check it twice a day. What I'm saying, because if you're checking your email, what are you not doing? You're not selling. You're not asking people for money. So we ask people for money, and the more people you ask for money, the more likely it is that somebody will give you their money. And the more people you ask for money, the better you get at asking for money. And pretty soon you are very relaxed, friendly, happy, cheerful, no fear of rejection at all. You just ask people for money all the time. Hi, what you doing? Can I have your money? So, number 4 is your primary job is to create and keep a customer. This is what you think about 80% of the time. People say, when am I going to do all my paperwork? Before customers are available to be seen and after customers have gone home. But when customers are available to be seen, all you do is get face-to-face or ear-to-ear or email to email. All you do is think about customers all the time. Customers make everything possible. Without customers, nothing is possible. So, a great sales process consistently converts prospects into customers. Remember, marketing is getting people to say, yes, I am interested in the product or service that you have. Remember, the basic rule of marketing is we do not seek people and convince them that they need our product or service. We seek people who already need and want and can use and pay for our product or service and get them to buy ours rather than that of our competitors. Okay? So if a person says, For example, one of the examples I use is, I have Excedrin here. I have this little bottle of Excedrin. Excedrin, if you ever have a splitting headache, one of those splitting headaches like a knife blade, 2 Excedrin will knock it out. It's the greatest headache remedy in the world. It's 2 Excedrin. I don't know what it is about Excedrin. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Excedrin is your best friend if you have a splitting headache. Advil is helpful, Aleve is helpful, Excedrin is your friend. So if I say, if you've got a splitting headache, I have the most fantastic remedy. Take 2 of these and it'll be gone. You should take 2 Excedrin. You say, well, I don't have a headache. Well, but you might have. You should have it. No, but I don't have a headache. Why would I want your Excedrin if I don't have a headache? Well, no. If people get headaches, you should have it standing by them. And the point of the matter is that if a person doesn't have a headache, you could have the finest remedy in the world, and it's no damn good. If they don't need it, if they don't want it, if they don't have a pressing desire for it, then move on. Say, well, thank you very much. Have a great day. Move on to the next person. Remember, the only time that we try to sell to a person is when it's clear that the person wants it and needs it and can use it and can benefit from it. So we say a great sales process creates a great buying experience. In other words, people are happy afterwards. As a result of the buying experience, they feel happy. They walk away. They don't think, oh, geez, have I made a terrible decision, buyer's remorse. Oh, my God, what if how can I get out of that? In other words, they're happy because you sold them well. In fact, they're so eager to use your product or service, they just want to get started. It sets the stage for resales because you build a relationship. And it's interesting, professional salespeople, when they're dealing with a prospect for the first time, think about the second and the third sale. They think about the second and the third sale. One of the things I often ask salespeople, I say, what is the most important sale in your interaction with your customer? What's the most important sale? And they say, first sale, got to make the first sale. Well, yes, but you can make the first sale through deceit, through lies, through discounting, through misinformation. You can make the first sale through a variety of ways. So what is the most important sale? It's the second sale, because the second sale is when the customer tells you, you did fulfill your promises. You did do what you said you would do. Your product did what you said it would do when I bought it the first time. And my stamp of approval is I'm buying it again and again and again. So when you're dealing with a customer for the first time, always think of dealing with them for the second time and the third time, and that dramatically changes the way you deal with them the first time. It's a mental set. Think of this customer as a lifelong customer when they haven't even bought from you at all. And the way you treat them will be considerably different than if you are just thinking of them as a single sale. So number 4 is generate recommendations and referrals. A good sales process will make the customer so happy that they will want their friends to experience the sales process as well. They want their friends to buy your product or service as well. And we will talk about this extensively when we talk about create a great customer experience. So the 7 steps in the selling process. Number 1 is prospecting, is finding qualified people to talk to and making appointments with them. This is really important, and this is the hardest part, but it's the kickoff of the game, and it is a learnable skill. Your job is to get to the point where you have so many prospects that you just can't prospect anymore because you don't have enough time to see any more people. All top salespeople eventually get to that point where they're so swamped with prospects they just can't prospect anymore. Spend 80% of your time prospecting until you're so busy you can't do it anymore. You just don't have you can't fit it into your calendar. 80% of your time when you start off a new business or a new career should be in prospecting, not anything else. Number 2 is establishing rapport and trust. So what you do is once you have found a person who can and will buy your product or service, we say separate prospects from suspects. Don't spend your life building intimate relationships with suspects, people who cannot or will not buy from you. Is once you have found a person who actually seems to need it, they've got a splitting headache, then take some time to get to know them, ask them questions, almost like you're courting a prospect, building a relationship with them so that they like you and they trust you and they're willing to open up to you. Number 3 is identifying needs accurately by asking good questions. Is ask really good questions to make sure exactly what this prospect has. One of the models that I teach, and I'm not going to teach you sales today, I'm going to teach you what you need to know in sales, and then I'm going to refer you to the programs that you can watch. One of the things I say is think of yourself as a doctor of sales. Now, a doctor of sales, if we imagine a doctor anywhere in the world where you go to a doctor, the doctor will take you through 3 processes. All doctors do the same thing. All doctors of all kinds go through 3 steps. And what is step number 1? It's the examination. The examination. They examine you. They ask you a lot of questions. If you went to a doctor and said, "Hi, doctor, I thank you for the appointment. I'm glad to be here," and the doctor said, "Here, take these pills." You'd say, "Well, wait a minute. Don't you want to know anything about my condition? Don't you want to examine me, take heart rate, blood pressure, anything else?" Nah, I'm an internist. People come to me with stomach problems all the time. Take these pills. What happens to salespeople? They go in and they say, "Hi, I'm Brian Tracy. Here's my product. Take my pill." "Well, don't you even want to learn anything about me or my situation?" "Nah, I'm just trying to sell my stuff." So, no. So what you do is you do an examination. Now, at the second part, after you've done the examination, you get the test back from the lab and everything else. What's stage 2 in the medical process? It's the diagnosis. And if you find with a good doctor, the good doctor will explain to you that based on the examination, this is what it seems that you have in need. And they'll discuss it with you. They won't just tell you, they will discuss it with you based pros and cons. It seems like the very best choice for you now would be these little blue pills. But they discuss it with you and explain to you how they came to this conclusion. And then what is the third part? The prescription. The prescription or the treatment. Now, from now on, for the rest of your business life, I want you to see yourself as a doctor of sales. Now, if you go to a leading university and you complete a doctorate degree, then you can go on the stage and they give you a diploma. Well, if you are knighted by the Queen of England and given a title, they have you kneel, and then what do? They tap you on either shoulder and say, "Arise, Sir so-and-so," or "Lady so-and-so." Well, I just happen to have a magic pen here. And so I am going to give you a combined doctorate and lady lordship. And from this moment onward, I hereby dub you doctors of selling. You're a doctor from now on. From now on, you behave like a doctor, carry yourself as a doctor, think of yourself as a doctor. And when you deal with your patients, clients, you deal with them as a doctor would. You ask good questions. The only difference between you and a true doctor is that you make house calls. Right? And the wonderful thing is, this is self-image modification. Again, it's one of the most important things you learn, is you see yourself as a doctor, you will dress better, you'll be better prepared, you'll be more punctual, you'll be more thoughtful, you'll be more sensitive and attentive to the needs of the customer. You'll ask better questions and listen more closely. You'll be focused, as a doctor does with a code of ethics, on doing no harm. You'll be focused on helping your patient as much as you can and not doing anything that is not helpful to the patient. By seeing yourself as a doctor, you'll put yourself into the top 10% of business professionals. Because why? It's because all top people are seen that way because that's the way they treat their customers. Are you with me so far? So from now on, you're all doctors, all right? And you do an examination, a diagnosis, and a prescription. Person says, "Well, what have you got? Tell me your product." They're in a hurry. You say, "Well, I don't even know if what I have may be helpful to you, but I would know if I could ask you a couple of questions. For example, what are you doing now in this area, and how is that working?" In other words, you ask a series of questions. Every doctor has a series of pre-programmed questions, and they ask the questions in sequence from the logical to the particular. This is what starts off the whole sales process in a positive way. And this is all available to you. Okay, presenting persuasively is showing the person that your solution is the ideal for them at this time. And why? Here's the pros and cons, and all things considered, this is why. Number 5 is answering objections effectively. Because everyone has objections. What about this? What about that? Can I get it cheaper? Do I need to do this now? And so on. Closing the sale, consistently asking for the order. Just asking them to make a decision. And there's 7 really good ways. There's probably 50, but I teach 7 really good ways. And in my books, I teach dozens of ways of closing the sale. The wonderful thing is that the more ways you have to ask for the order, the easier it is for you to ask. Because you just pick a tool out of your toolbox and say, well, this would be the best way to ask for this order. I told you earlier about this young guy who increased his income 500% in 1 year with one closing technique. That one technique changed his whole life. And he just asked it. Every single person he spoke to, at the end of the conversation, he would lay that technique on the table. And his sales just exploded. He said it was unbelievable. He's one of the happiest guys you ever met. He never made so much money, never dreamed he would make that kind of money because he learned how to ask for the money. Okay? And number 7 is getting resales and referrals. So those are the 7 big parts of selling. And what I want you to do now is I want you to turn to page 163. And I want you to give yourself a grade of 1 to 10 in each of these 7 areas. And I want you to be honest, okay? Be honest with yourself. Remember, the only way that you can improve is by honestly identifying the areas where improvement is necessary. So give yourself a grade and be tough on yourself, all right? So prospecting, give yourself a grade of 1 to 10. I develop a steady stream of qualified prospects, so I always have more people to see than I have time. Give yourself a grade of 1 to 10. Number 2, I'll give yourself a second. It doesn't take long to fill in your grade. Probably your number is really close to the word grade. Hardly have to move your pen, you just go right down the page on the left-hand side. Okay. Number 2 is building rapport and trust. I quickly and easily build excellent relationships with my prospects. Here is why, by the way, and I'm not selling this, but here's why the Maximum Achievement course works, is we show you how to build your self-esteem to very high levels so you really like and respect yourself. And we found that the more you like yourself, the more you like others, and the more you like others, the more they like you right back and want to buy from you. So by changing nothing in terms of skills, but just changing how you feel about yourself, you automatically change the quality of your relationship with your customers. So give yourself a grade, building rapport and trust. You get along really well with customers. Number 3, need or problem identification. I ask excellent questions, and I should say pre-prepared questions, that enable me to identify the true needs of my prospects before I ever start talking about my product. Give yourself a grade of how good you are at this examination process. Number 4 is presentation skills. I present my product or service clearly so that my prospect quickly realizes that what I sell is the ideal product or service for him or her. In other words, you have a great presentation. At the end of the presentation, people say, "Oh, wow, geez, I want that. How soon can I get it? I mean, we do take cash." They love it because your presentation is so persuasive. I work with sales organizations that have spent years developing a presentation, and we say that a great sales presentation is developed by geniuses and can thereafter be used by morons. And their sales presentation is so effective. I've watched them do this. They can walk cold call. They can knock on a house door and cold call from the opening sentence. Within 3 sentences, they've got the customer interested, and we'll ask them one more question, which gets them inside, and they are guaranteed a sale 9 out of 10 times. And they take people, I worked with them, people that, the 3rd grade educations, they drag their knuckles along the ground, and they teach them this sales presentation, and these guys make $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 a year because they talk to a person and they say these words. The words are so effective that people grabbing the product out of their hand in 7 questions. I watched it, and you can't believe it. The presentation is so effective, you want to buy it from them. You want to buy the product, and you're just there to listen. So you can develop a good presentation that really works. Give yourself a grade of answering objections. I have well-developed answers and responses to most customer objections, which means you've thought them through, and you know what they may object to, and you've got an answer all prepared. Number 6, closing the sale. I close each sale smoothly and in a timely fashion, which means you have a series of methods that you can use for sales closing, and you know exactly which one to use, and you use it professionally and smoothly. Interesting about closing the sale. Closing the sale is one of your jobs, and it must be done smoothly. And I remember the story of this old guy, and he calls his dentist, and he says, "Bill," he said, "I haven't seen you for quite a while, but I got a really bad tooth. It's got to have it taken out." And he said, "Well, Sam," he said, "I haven't seen you for a while. Why don't you come on in?" He said, "Well, Bill, just a second." He said, "How much do you charge to pull a tooth?" And he said, "Well, I charge about $80. He says, "Well, $80, well, how long does it take?" He said, "Well, it just takes a couple of seconds." He said, "Well, $80 seems to be an awful lot of money for a couple of seconds work." He said, "Well, now, Bill," he said, "if it's the time you're concerned with, I can take all the time you want." When you close a sale, you want to do it quickly and smoothly, so it's over and done. And that is your job. At the end of the conversation, just close the sale and get on with the rest. And finally, the last part of selling is resales and referrals. I get a steady stream of repeat sales and referrals from my customers. Now fill out your strongest area and your weakest area. Where did you give yourself the highest grade? Page 164. Where did you give yourself the lowest grade? This is really important. Because the way you grade yourself here is going to have a major impact on your future. Now, here's our discovery. If a bunch of kids goes for a walk, which one kid sets the speed at which all the other kids have to walk? The slowest kid. Your weakest key skill in sales is your slowest kid. Your weakest key skill sets the height of your income. It determines the quality of your life, the home you live in, your bank account, your car, your vacations, and what you order when you go out for dinner and where you go out for dinner. Your weakest key skill is the sea anchor that holds you back. It's always the case that your weakest key skill is the ceiling that determines your income. So bringing yourself up in your weakest key skill will have a greater impact on your overall financial results than any other thing that you can do. And your weakest key skill is almost always something you don't like. It's something you're not comfortable with, something you don't do that well, and it's because you're not good at it when? You're not good at it yet, because it's a learnable skill. Every single person who is excellent at any skill in sales was at one time terrible. My friend Harv Eker says every master was once a disaster. Every person who starts off is terrible at it, and then they just put their head down through deliberate practice until they master the skill, and then they put the skill into their quiver like another arrow and go on to the next skill. So therefore, whatever skill you've identified as your weakest skill, that's where you go to work and bring that skill up so you can use all of your other skills at a higher level. Now, some people say, well, you should only do what you love to do and only do what you really feel good about doing. No, there are some things that you have to learn to do well in order to be able to do all the other things that you love to do. One of the things you have to do as an independent business owner is you must become good at selling. Just like if you're going to have a home, you must learn how to cook. If you're going to type, you have to learn how to use a keyboard. If you're going to use a computer, you have to learn how to use computer programs. There's lots of things that you may not love to do, but you have to do them so you can do all those other things. And fortunately, they're learnable skills. Once you learn them, you own them, you've got them for the rest of your life. Once you become an excellent salesperson, you can sell well and sell lots forever. So this brings us to, now I'm going to ask you, just turn to the person at your table and tell them your weakest skill in selling and the one thing that you're going to do to start bringing yourself up on that skill. It's going to be a short exercise, but just tell the person next to you your weakest skill and what action you're going to take to bring yourself up. Okay. Shh. Congratulations. What you've done is really quite remarkable. One of the major reasons is for us not growing is we don't want to face the fact that we're weak in a particular area. But what you've done now is you've identified where you're strong, which is good, but you've also identified where you're weak, and you've told one other person or the people at your table about it. Now the only question is, how do you become excellent in that area? And the way you do it is you simply say at the top of the page, I am absolutely excellent in this area. And then you write down 20 things that you could do to become excellent in that area, knowing that if you become excellent in your weakest skill area, it may by itself double your income in the next 12 months, which is a really wonderful thought. And so what you do is you say, all right, what could I do to become excellent in this particular skill? I could learn this, and I could read this, and I could practice this, and I could watch the video. I could fulfill the exercises, and I could take action every single day, and I could get advice from here. And the answers that you'll come up with, you'll be amazed, and you'll end up with a structure, and you set priorities on it, and then you take the first step. Monday morning, you start working on becoming better in that skill. And don't expect to become better in a week or 10 days. Give yourself 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year. If it's an important enough skill, it's worthwhile working for a whole darn year. Because when you master that skill, the impact it can have on everything else, like ripples in your career, is quite astonishing. I've had people who've just mastered the skill of asking for the order, and their whole life has changed by hundreds of %. Just think if you could close every second person you spoke to, every 2 out of 3 people, every 4 out of 5, which, by the way, are achievable numbers. Imagine you could close 4 to 5 people you spoke to would buy from you. What would that do to your life, your income, your business? And the fact is, it's a learnable skill. You can do it. If I said, I can teach you to drive a truck, I can teach you to drive a truck, and you can drive a truck all the way to Los Angeles. I could teach you to drive a truck. You'd say, well, of course. If I can drive a car, I can drive a truck. It's just a little bit bigger. You wouldn't have any doubt at all, would you? Sure, I can drive a truck. I can even show you how to drive a tractor, show you how to fly a plane. They're all learnable skills. Show you how to close a sale. Oh, my God. I mean, it's as simple as driving a truck or a tractor. Yeah, it's a learnable skill. And once you learn it, you get better and better at it. You get better and better results. Are you with me so far? Never let yourself be held back because you're lacking a skill. Because the skill it's there. It's laying there. Just pick it up. Just pick it. All right. So now our next exercise is sales is the heartbeat of your business, the oxygen to the brain of your financial future. Isn't that great? That's my own literature. If I could put that to make it rhyme, I could get a great poem. Okay. Hey, I'd get Eminem to do it. 14, the heartbeat of your business, oxygen to the brain of your financial future. Okay. All right. So, I don't know what I was smoking last night, but fortunately, all sales skills are learnable with instruction, practice, and repetition. So prospecting, here's the question you're going to ask. Who are the ideal customers? Well, we say the perfect customers for what you sell. If you could just cherry pick customers, who are the ones who would buy the fastest and buy the most? Number 2 is a good prospect has 4 qualities. What are they for your best prospect? Now, this is really important. They have a problem that's unsolved, and what would be the problem? They have a need that's unsatisfied. What would be the need? They have a goal that is unachieved. How could your product or service help them achieve that goal? They have a pain to be taken away. What's causing them worry or stress today that you can take away with your product or service? Number 3, trust and credibility are the heart of the sale. What do you do to build trust with your prospects? Number 4, identifying needs accurately. What specific needs, wants of your ideal customer does your product or service satisfy? And remember, customers buy because it satisfies one major need. What is the one major need? If you could say, just give me one reason to buy your product, one thing that your product or service will do for me, and you had to pick from all the things your product or service will do, what's the one that's the most important, the most helpful, the most impactful, the most emotionally involving? This is really important, because other than that, you'd just be like a drunk, lurching from lamppost to lamppost in your sales presentation. Number 5, what's the most pressing important need? Number 6, presenting persuasively. What are the 3 most important elements in persuading a prospect to buy from you? Okay, I will give you a hint. What is the most important single word in selling? The word that determines how much you sell, how fast you sell, how often you sell, how many times they buy from you, how many times they buy from you again, how many times they recommend you to others, the amount of money that you earn, the house you live in, the car you drive, the amount of money in your bank account, and your entire financial future. What's the one word? The answer is credibility. Credibility in business is everything. Credibility means I believe you. Credibility means I feel I can trust you. Credibility is everything. And everything you do in a sales conversation either raises or lowers your credibility. It causes people to trust you more or less. You're punctual for the appointment, your credibility goes up. You're late, your credibility goes down. You've prepared thoroughly, and it's clear that you've prepared, credibility goes up. You haven't prepared and you're asking dumb questions like, what business are you in? Because you haven't done any preparation, your credibility goes down. You're dressed properly, credibility goes up. You're dressed poorly, credibility goes down. Everything counts, everything counts. And credibility, how long your company has been in business, and the number of customers you have, and the number of repeat customers you have, all credibility. So it's really important to think of how can you build credibility. That's just a hint to how to answer that question. Number 7, answering objections effectively. What are the most common objections you get? And number 8, why don't qualified prospects buy your product? I mean, they want it, they need it, they can afford it, they've got the money. Why don't they buy from you? Oh, this is number 9. Whoo, hate this one. Why do prospects buy from your competitors? Those awful human beings. Now, I'm going to give you another rule that is so important, is that always admire your successful competitors. Always admire your successful competition. The natural tendency of the little person in business is to sneer at and criticize, condemn their competition who are doing better than they are. And everybody does it at the beginning because we feel these people are actually, depriving us of income, revenue, and so on. But as you mature and you become smarter, you start to admire your competition. And if they're doing something that's getting customers, you say, what is it that they're doing? And if you speak to it, somebody who bought from your competition rather than from you, you say, you know, that company, always speak well of your competitors. You say, that's a good company. Tell me, why did you decide to buy from them rather than from anyone else? Why would you decide to choose them? And listen to what your customers tell you. And they'll tell you what you need to do to win them next time. And so the very best salespeople are always admiring their successful. They look at their competitors. They look at their ads. Sometimes they meet with them. And they ask them, what is it that you do that enables you to be so successful? And they look at their offerings and look how their offerings compare with theirs. And so when you admire your successful competitors, you set up a force field of energy that starts to attract ideas and insights into your life that enable you to sell like your successful competitors. So always admire them. Never say a negative word. If your customer says, what about your competitor here? You say, always say, they're a good company, fine company, wonderful people. We take a slightly different approach than they do. That's all you say. We take a slightly different approach to our customers than they do, but they're a good company. Never criticize a competitor. Very important. Learn from them. They'll teach you how to get rich. Your successful competitors will make you rich if you learn from them. Number 10, what must a prospect be convinced of to buy your product from you? Usually it's only one thing, but try for 3. People buy only one thing, improvement. So what specifically does your product or service do to improve the life or work of your customer? Number 12, and this is really important, improve. Number 12, closing the sale. What are the 3 best methods that you use to get the prospect to take action or to buy from you? In other words, what 3 closing questions do you use most of the time? Number 13, resales. What 3 things can you do before and after the sale to get the customer to buy from you again? Number 14, what are 3 ways to follow through after the sale to assure customer satisfaction? Very important. And one action are you going to take immediately to create a great sales process? How will you measure success, and what is your expected date of completion of this action? Please begin. This is really a great exercise, and I was thinking as I was walking around, I wonder if I should put together a 2.5-day boot camp just on selling. Yeah, just bring us in and go through it and really teach every single one of these in depth, plus negotiating, plus interpersonal skills, plus some other things, plus body language and so on. How many people would be interested in something like that? All right, well, I'm going to think about that because I've done this in the past. I just haven't thought of doing it for you. But now that you're interested, I'll put it together and I'll send you out some information. That's a great idea. Jeez. Now, you have here something that I designed for my clients. It's called the Sales Improvement Process, and I'm not going to put you through it, but this Sales Improvement Process is a fantastic document. What it does is it says that sales and revenue and cash flow are essential to a business, and there's 4 ways to increase sales: to make more individual sales, to make larger sales to each customer, to increase the frequency of purchases from each customer, or to do or offer something completely different. But the goal is to increase sales revenues and cash flow. So increase your sales revenue and cash flow, you must accurately identify the correct reason why you're not selling enough at the present. You must accurately identify the correct reason, because if you settle on the wrong reason, it'll take you off the reservation, and you'll solve the wrong problem, and you still will not have increased your sales revenues and cash flow. So here's the great thinking tool, and this comes from years and years of research. It's the question, what else could be the reason? Natural tendency for human beings is to jump to conclusions. Is we leap to a conclusion, we say, well, the reason is we don't have enough sales. Well, what's the reason for that? Well, we're not doing enough advertising, so let's just assume it's advertising. Or our prices are too, so I'll just cut the prices. Or our competitors are selling too much. Well, then let's position ourselves more definitely against our competitors. But what you do, because what's the most powerful tool you have, the most powerful skill? Thinking, is you ask these questions. And you say, so all right, the additional definition of the problem is my sales are not high enough. Because each definition of the problem suggests a different solution. So possible reasons for this problem: we do not have enough customers. Okay, so I mean, what do we have to do? Get more customers. But what else might be the problem? Maybe you do have enough customers. Or our customers are not buying enough. Maybe we're attracting enough people, but they're not buying enough. Or we're not converting enough prospects into customers. Could that be the problem? You notice if that, and you keep asking, what else 21 times? It's taken me years to put this together. And each time you do this, you think, could this be the problem? For example, you say, our costs of making each sale are too high. Is this the problem? It could very well be that we're spending $99 to get a $100 sale after you've added all things in. And maybe that's what you have to do. Is maybe with the number of sales you have, you could be highly profitable if you could reduce the cost. Are you with me so far? So each of these is like a provocation, like a cattle prod that forces you to think, if this were the answer, then this would require a different strategy. So don't leap to the first possible answer, because it may be number 20. The market has fundamentally changed and the demand for our product has declined permanently, like the Sony Walkman. And that's a very hard thing to accept. The demand for our product has declined permanently. Then that means that we're going to have new products, new services, new markets, and so on. So hold your feet to the fire and then fill out the rest of these exercises. Ask yourself the following questions and so on. And remember, business growth strategies, high performance selling, the 30 lessons, this is so important. If you can get this down, then you can write your own ticket for the rest of your career. Right, now I want to talk about something that is really, really important if we want to be successful in business, and that is creating a great customer experience. This is so important. It is the absolute focal point. It's the point of focus and concentration of the very best and most successful companies of all sizes worldwide. Because without customers buying again, the company has no future. There's not a single company alive that can survive on a single customer. I've had all kinds of experiences where, for example, you see advertisements for a restaurant and you go to a new restaurant and the restaurants are beautiful, the advertisements are beautiful, the restaurant's lovely, it's expensive, lovely decor and everything else, and then the service and the food are mediocre. And so what happens is you never go back. I went to a restaurant recently, very high ratings, very expensive, within the Hyatt Hotel and everything else. And the food came out and it was cold, and they took it back and it came out and it was overcooked, and they took it back and it came out and they'd forgotten the vegetables. And it was an embarrassment. My friends took me there and said, "You're gonna love this restaurant. It's a really great restaurant." Finally, after the first problem, I called the manager. I said, "You know, this is quite unusual to happen," and I'm very polite because you don't want them spitting on your food. And he said, "I'm sorry this has happened. We'll change it." It came back and it was another mess, and then they brought the wrong dish to the wrong table, and then they brought the bill and they added the bill up wrong, and they charged twice for something else and charged for something we hadn't had. And at the end of this, he said to me, the manager came up and he said, "You know, you've had a terrible experience here tonight. I'm so sorry about this experience, but I hope it won't cause you not to come again and give us another chance." Barbara and I looked at each other and said, "You must be kidding. I wouldn't come near, this is like ground zero for bombing. I wouldn't come near here again." So my point is that creating a great customer experience is the ultimate end of business, and that's what we'll talk about now, because this is life-changing. Many companies have paid millions of dollars to learn what I'm going to teach you and have spent tens of millions of dollars installing it and become billion-dollar companies as a result. And I'll give you one example a little bit later. Okay. Create a great customer experience. We say how people feel after they do business with you determines whether they buy again. How they feel. Remember we talked about earlier is the type of people's feelings afterwards. Now, do you know what causes people to buy your product? How they think they will feel after they've done business with you. We always buy in anticipation of the emotion that we think we will experience after we have bought your product or service. Will we feel happy? Will we feel fulfilled? Will we feel proud? Will we feel wealthy? Will we feel thin? Will we feel vibrant? Will we feel more popular? Will we have greater status? And so on. So they'll even, one of the greatest advertisements in history, I was a copywriter for many years, was an advertisement to sell the most popular American pianos of the time. Give me the name of one of the big piano manufacturers. I'm sorry? Steinway pianos. This is at a time when they're trying to get people to buy pianos, and pianos were expensive. So they came out with a long-form copy ad, and it shows a woman sitting at a Steinway piano, and the headline was, "They all ignored me until I sat down and started to play." Does anybody remember that ad? That made Steinway the biggest manufacturer distributor of pianos in the United States. Because people looked at that, and what did they want? They wanted to feel everybody looking at them with reverence and esteem and amazement at how well they could play. They all ignored me until I sat down and began to play. Isn't that a great ad? And there's a book that I read when I was writing, it's called The 100 Greatest Ads of All Time. One of the other great ads, by the way, was by Ogilvy and Company. It was for Rolls-Royce. Do you remember Rolls-Royce? This ad, where they're trying to bring in the Rolls-Royce into the U.S., nobody ever bought one, most expensive car in the world at that time. It said, at 60 miles an hour, the only sound you can hear in a Rolls-Royce is the ticking of the clock on the dashboard. And that got, people wanted to drive an absolutely beautiful luxury car that was quiet. Because most cars at that time were noisy, didn't have undercarriage protection, you could hear the wind and everything else. And that made Rolls-Royce one of the most successful cars. So people buy it because of how they expect they will feel. And here's another discovery we've made, is that people buy only when they can see themselves using and enjoying your product or service. Now, what John did with his presentation was very interesting. He showed you a picture of yourself with your eyes closed, relaxed, while your subconscious mind was being reprogrammed. So everybody here saw themselves sitting with their eyes closed and the music playing. Some of you even thought about the speaker phones you would use or the earphones you'd use and so on. Isn't that true? It's just because that is how people think. So how people feel, how people think they will feel is why they buy, and how they do feel as a result of using your product or service, coming to your restaurant, is why they buy again. So it was what makes a great customer experience. So we say, what does it do? A great customer experience makes the customer happy. Aristotle said, going back to the beginning of philosophy, 350 BC, that the single primum movum, the major moving force in human life, is the desire to be happy. And so what a good customer experience does is it makes your customers happy. You'll find, by the way, your very best companies are obsessed about making sure the customer's happy. If the customer's not happy, they really worry about it because they multiply that customer times a lot of other customers. It used to be, by the way, that if a customer was dissatisfied, they would tell 10 to 13 other people. Today, they go on the internet and tell 10 or 1,300,000 million people. And if they're happy, they will tell 5 to 8. If they're unhappy, they will tell unlimited numbers. They'll go on. And some companies, for a little while, began to ignore the internet. There's a couple of people commented on the internet. Do you hear about United Airlines? United Airlines, there was a situation where this fellow shipped his musical instruments on United Airlines, and the musical instruments came off, and they were all beat to crap. And he videotaped the stuff coming off and falling down the United Airlines column and going onto the carousel, kabang, kaboom, boom, kaboom, bunk, kaboom, and this beautiful instruments. I mean, a tuba, not a tuba, but a cello, violin, and everything else. And he videotaped this, and he went to United, and he said, I'd like recompense for this. And they said, nah, it's your problem. This sort of stuff happens. Put in a form. We'll send it to insurance in Bangladesh. They'll process it 2 or 3 years. So he put that onto the internet, put it onto YouTube. It got 13 million views. Cost United Airlines millions of dollars in canceled flights. They watched the cancellations. As that played and replayed, they watched the United Airlines cancellations go up. They immediately came back to them, bought them all new equipment, said, please take it off the air, because it made the customer unhappy. Okay. Second, a great customer experience builds and maintains loyalty. It causes people to be loyal to you and makes it very difficult for other people to sell their products. Makes it very difficult for them to get in the door. It generates repeat business. A good customer experience makes people want to buy from you again and think about buying from you again when they need your product or service again. The perfect customer experience is the question, what would have to happen? We call this the chemical question, WWH2O. What would have to happen? WWH2O for a perfect customer experience. Now I'm going to ask you a very simple question. How do you find out what you have to do to give a perfect customer experience? You ask your customers and they'll tell you. I was working with a major $180 million trucking company a few years ago, and they had installed the most sophisticated package tracking insurance system for packages that their trucking companies picked up and dropped off. And you know, these trucking companies will come to your place to pick up your stuff, they'll take it on, they'll drop it off, they'll pick up more stuff and so on, and that's what they do. Anyway, so they put in this very sophisticated computer tracking system, so once the number was in there, they could tell you where it was, and they announced proudly, full-page ads, Jones Trucking now has this capability. If ever your package is lost, broken, or stolen, we can replace it or fill the insurance forms out quickly, easily, and efficiently, and make you happy with your experience. And their sales went down. And they couldn't believe it because they had spent 2-3 years putting this system in place. And so they brought in a group of customers, a focus group behind a black window and so on. And they asked them, they're all shippers, they're all people who shipped all the time. And so they asked them, what are the companies you like the best? What are the companies you like the worst? What are the things you want more or less of in shipping experiences and so on. And finally they asked the question that they brought them there to ask, did you hear about this new technical high-tech system that Jones Trucking has put in to help track lost, stolen, or broken packages and get you recompensed or replaced very quickly? They said, yes, we heard about that. We saw all the ads. Well, what do you think of it? They said, we don't think much of it at all. And here's all the Jones executives who approved this, green-lighted this whole $2 or $3 million expense. And they said, well, why not? He says, because when we ship, we don't want our packages lost, broken, or stolen and then promptly paid for. We just want them to get to our customers. They said, well, what would make you happy? Well, and here's, now notice what's happened. What would make us happy would be that the person who picks up the package from our customer to be delivered is positive, well-dressed, polite, fills out the forms correctly, and the person who delivers it, acting on our behalf, is also well-dressed, positive, and delighted. Has anybody here ever shipped anything recently with either UPS or Federal Express? Do you hear what I just said? That was the research that it came from. They show up, they're well-dressed, they're polite, they've got all their things, they fill it out, they act as delegates or ambassadors of the shipping or the receiving company, as well as their own company. So they went back and they changed their whole system so that the people were well-dressed, positive, polite, filled out the systems and everything, and Jones Trucking Company took off. It's still one of the most successful trucking companies in the United States. But what they did is they spent millions of dollars trying to give customers something they didn't even want. They didn't even want to hear about lost, broken, or stolen packages, much less bragging about how well we take care of you once we've lost, stolen, or broken one of your packages. So what would have to happen? Find out. Don't go spend lots of money. Don't imagine yourself, because sometimes what customers want is very easy to give. Now, what is the most important thing you could do? Of all the things you could do to make your customers delighted, to make them happy, what's the most important thing? And make sure that we do that. Make sure that we do that. And number 3 is, what is the most important change you could make in the way you deal with customers today, or the way that you interact, or the way that you even determine what the customer experience is? What one thing, what change could you make immediately that would help to create the perfect customer experience? Now, there's 4 levels of customer satisfaction. The first is where, the first is where you meet expectations. Now, it used to be that companies about 10 or 15 years ago, before the customer satisfaction movement really kicked off, companies actually advertised, we meet expectations every time. If you come in for a hamburger and you order a hamburger, you know what you're going to get? A hamburger. And they thought that was a claim to fame, is we meet expectations. And so whatever becomes the maximum becomes the minimum for the next leapfrog. And so pretty soon, everybody was meeting expectations. And the first thing they did is, what do you expect? See, now this is really key, is to find out what people expect when they patronize you. Sometimes we can think that, well, people expect this, but we are just guessing in the wind. We're just whacking out blind. We don't know. Ask people what they expect. Because you know what the major source of negative emotions, which leads to unhappiness, depression, recession, suicide, and all kinds of things? The major source of negative emotions is frustrated expectations. You want to go into all of the libraries of psychology. Basically, it comes down to one thing, is we expected a certain thing to happen, and it didn't happen. We expected a certain person to be there, a certain job to work out, a certain relationship to be happy. We expected it, and our expectations were frustrated in some way. So what will make your customers unhappy faster than anything else is for you to not fulfill their expectations. And you must be clear what those expectations are. And how do you find out their expectations? You ask them, what do you expect from us, normally and naturally, that we need to deliver to make you happy? Nobody's going to say, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you how to make me happy. Are you kidding? Everybody wants to be happy. They'll tell you, well, if you just do this and this and this. In a restaurant, you go into a restaurant, you know what people want? When they come into a restaurant, they want to be seated promptly. And once they are seated, they want to be brought something promptly. And they want water on the water immediately. None of this, well, if you want water, you have to order it. Because we're trying to be clean and green. You cheap bastard, you just don't want to wash the glasses. And the next thing they want is they want you to take an order, a drink order, if you're going to have wine or something. They want you to take a drink order, fulfill it, and get you consuming something. Because why? When people go to restaurants, they're already hungry. They don't want to sit there. Have you ever gone to a restaurant and they eventually seat you and wait you for 15 minutes? I have, with my kids, I'm not going to extend this, but and with my kids, if I had to wait, and I had kids, when kids are hungry, they're far worse than you are when you're hungry. I mean, they don't have no reservations. They start to fight with each other, and they get angry, and they cry, and everything else. So I would go like this. Like this. I would like this. And my kids would say, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. You're making a scene. Everybody's looking at you. You're bloody right they are. I want them looking at me, especially want the waiter looking at me, all right? So my kids started to call this goalposts. Oh, hurry, look how Dad's going to do goalposts. And now my kids are all growing up, and you know what they do? They sit down and they don't get service. You know what they do? Goalposts. Boom, we're going to do a Dad. And it's amazing. People come running. When you start doing goalposts, everybody in the restaurant sees those people that aren't being served, and the staff comes running to take care of you. Just pass that on to you, by the way. Try not to do it in places like Morton's. But if you're going to Arby's or somewhere else, do goalposts, and you'd be surprised how quickly you get service. Anyway, so we expect to be served quick. That's just a basic expectation. It's astonishing how many restaurants don't meet that basic expectation. And then they wonder why people say, let's not go there again. You have to wait for 15 minutes to get a glass of water. The second part of level of customer satisfaction is where you exceed expectations. And this is a form of thinking, creative thinking, innovative thinking. How could we do something that's a little extra? Has anybody heard of a baker's dozen, by the way? What is a baker's dozen? That's right. You order 12, they throw in an extra one. That's exceeding expectations. That brings a smile, like a blossom, like a sunrise, to the face of the person who just bought it. And they walk out, and their last impression of you was happy. And if their last impression from you was happy, where do you think they're going to go next time? They're going to come and they're going to shop from you because you made them happy. They have an unconscious association. Doing business with you makes me happy. And I like to be happy because everything I do in life is to be happy or happier, okay? So therefore, I will come back to you. Now, the third level is, the third level is where you delight your customers. And this is where you do something that's completely unexpected. You do something that makes them really happy. They hadn't even expected. They brighten up. It's almost like a flashbulb. They go, wow. And it can be something as simple as going to the door and opening the door and saying, thank you very much for coming. We look forward to seeing you again. I mean, it's so unusual to do that. Here's something that Nordstrom's, it's called Nordy's, by people who go to Nordy's. Anybody go to Nordy's, Nordstrom? Here's what they'll do is the shopper, the person who serves you will call you at home in the evening and ask you if everything is okay. Did you enjoy your purchase? Did it fit all right when you got it home, and so on? And you hang up the phone and you walk away. You thought it was a telemarketer, raising money for your least favorite political party, and it was someone calling up to say thank you for shopping. Now, what are you likely to do next time when you go shopping? Right back to Nordy's, right back to that person. You're looking for that person, and they'll greet you like you are a long-lost relative that has just come back from overseas. I mean, they're really nice people. And finally, you amaze your customers. And this is an area that is restricted only by your own imagination. How could you amaze your customers? Here's something that Best Buy is doing. And Best Buy started doing this just after, what is it, the other company that went out of business? Computer Circuit City. Do you know what Circuit City did? Those smart people. They looked at all the money they were paying in commission to their top. They had something like 3,500 top sales reps spread out in all the stores all over the country. These people were making commissions. And because they were making commissions, they were extremely knowledgeable about the products that they were selling, so they really boned up on it. When people came in, they were experts. They said, we're paying these people too much money. They fired them all. And they hired people at minimum wage. We don't need to pay money for these people. Some person, some genius in management who'd never sold anything in his life, they fired them all. They brought in minimum wage people and put them on straight salary. Didn't know anything what they were talking about. They expected people to just come in and walk up to the cash register with their complex computer products and so on. 6 months later, the company went bankrupt because people would never go back again. So then what did Best Buy do to raise the ante? They put together the Geek Squad. Heard about the Geek Squad? Because they're not always busy all the time, and they've got good people. So what will happen is when there's soft times, instead of them sitting around the store waiting for people to come in, they send them out on schedule to install your stuff for you at no charge and answer all your questions and make sure it works well. And if you have any problems, they'll come out and do it again. They don't charge you. Isn't that incredible? It's amazing. I mean, I'm here from the Geek Squad, and they got these shirts and uniforms on and everything else to install it all for you. Do you think anybody will ever catch Best Buy? No. Because if you ever shop with them once and they do that to you, they amaze you so much, you're so happy you go back and tell all your friends. Are you with me so far? How could you do that in your business? What does it cost them? It doesn't cost them anything extra for the Geek Squad. It costs a little bit of gas and so on. Costs them very little, but the customer satisfaction, the delight, the feeling, the emotion, the happiness, the bragging that people do about their experience is wonderful. And the only limitation on this for you is your imagination. You can find a way, and sometimes it's just one little thing. So the purpose of, I don't want to get ahead of myself here because it's so good. Okay, we're going to do an exercise here, and this is really important. In creating a great customer experience is we say fully 80% of the customer experience is determined by how customers feel after dealing with you. They say, this is a great company. And remember we said before, the key to your business success is for people to say, this is a great product or this is a great service. And the key to customer satisfaction is for people to say, this is a great company. I'm sure glad I came here. You know, there's so number one, describe your ideal customer, the one you most want and need to be happy. There's no point in trying to make your wrong customer happy, because then you just get more of the wrong customers. The ones that don't pay, the ones that buy too little, the ones that complain all the time. Number two, define your perfect customer experience. By the way, many companies find that when they're growing, they will take any customer at all that can fog a mirror, okay, because they need the business. After time, they start to grow, and they find that they've taken on customers who become what they're called customers from hell. They just are so difficult, they are so time-consuming, they're heavy maintenance, they complain, they don't pay, they're always grinding you, and so on. And so what they do is they make a decision that every year they're going to go through their customer books and fire the customers from hell. They're just going to get rid of them. They're going to encourage them to go somewhere else. And what they do is this. I've taught companies how to do this. What you do is this, is say, you know, we want you to be happy, but we don't really feel that we can make you happy. You're an important customer, and we just based on our experience, we don't have the resources to make you happy. So we'd encourage you to go to someone else who probably could make you happier. As a matter of fact, here's the names of a couple of our competitors whose lives you can go and ruin, okay? And what they do is they just use happiness as the way of encouraging them to go somewhere else. We can't make you happy, but perhaps they can make you happy, so why don't you go over there, all right? Number three, what do you offer or could offer in terms of the features and benefits? What's the difference between a feature and a benefit? A feature is a function that your product has, like multiple speeds. The benefit is that you can mix to different levels of quality because you have different speeds you can use. The feature is what it is, and the benefit is what it does that is of value to you. So what do you have in terms of features and benefits? And what improvements could you make in the way that you deal with and treat your customers? How could you improve your prices or terms to make them happy? Many people have transformed their business by just changing the way they charge. A minimum down payment, stretched payments, payments not till next year, which has now arrived. Number six, how could you make the customer experience faster, easier, and more convenient? And for example, what is the most successful online business in the world as a business? Buying and selling stuff. Amazon. What is Amazon? What did they patent? And they went to the Supreme Court to fight to keep this. What did they patent? One-click purchasing. You can go off and on Amazon in less than 30 seconds. They work and work and work, and they structure their front page and so on, so that if you decide you know the book you want, you can go psh, Amazon, psh, books, psh, title, psh, blip, click, click, and it'll be in your box in 3 days. You know what I'm talking about? It's now with Kindle, they have the Kindle, there you go, beep, beep, and it's in your hand within about 30 seconds. Why? It's because they want to make it easier and more convenient. The people who buy Kindles, within the first 30 days of buying a Kindle or now an iPad, they buy $200 to $300 worth of books. Because it's so easy. They go, boom, boom, I'll take this, I'll take that. I mean, they're buying books, and I'll buy a movie, and I'll buy some songs. I mean, isn't that true? It's because they make it so easy. You sometimes have to come and slap your hand before you bankrupt the family. But here, that's very smart. Do you know what it turned into? Do you see their latest economic reports? Highest sales in their history, highest profits in their history, highest growth rates in their history, sold 20 million Kindles over Christmas. I mean, because they're making it easier. How could you do that? How could you find some way to do that in your business? Now, 7, what 3 factors does your ideal customer want or value most in dealing with you? Not only write them down, but make sure that they're true. Find out. What additional services do you need to offer to satisfy and please your customers? Just look at your most successful competitors and you've got to beat them. Whatever your competitors offer, you have to offer as well, plus a little better. Number 9, what are the 3 minimum expectations your customers have and which you have to meet? What's the first minimum expectation that a customer has? Is that if they contact you, you'll be nice to them. You'll be pleasant and positive and smiling and friendly and grateful that they came. Do you know how many companies have wretched people on their front end? They have crummy people behind the desk or lousy receptionists answering the phone. Is the first thing they expect is that you'll be nice to them. You'll be grateful that they bought from you. The second thing they'll expect is that you'll deal with them promptly. The third thing that they'll expect is that you'll send the product out or service immediately. I mean, these are, interesting enough, are not written expectations, but if you frustrate those expectations, you make your customer angry, and they'll not come back, and they'll tell all their friends not to come back as well. In what 3 ways do you meet or could you exceed customer expectations? In what 3 ways could you do something unexpected to delight your customers? What 3 things could you do that would amaze your customers? Wow. And what 1 change are you going to make to increase the quality of the customer experience? Please begin. I'd tell you a quick story. I have been reading on customer service and what I'm going to tell you about in this next session. And one of the companies that had immersed itself completely in this was a little company that used to rent used cars to people having their cars repaired in St. Louis. And they called it Enterprise. Today it's the biggest in the world. Now why is that? It's because about 10 years ago they began to install a new customer service process. And I'm going to mention in a second, but the essence of it was this, is they kept asking their customers, every single customer contact, every single point of contact, what they call moment of truth, is how we doing? How we doing? How we doing? And everybody in the company got paid or promoted or moved up or sideways or downward or out based on the number, the quality of the answers they got. So I went up and I was going to rent a car, driving out of Oakland. I flew from San Diego to Oakland, going to rent a car, it's going to be gone for about 4 or 5 days. So I said, well, rent through Enterprise because I've heard all these good stories about them. So I arrive in Oakland and I go to the airport. They have a bus that takes you to the airport, the car rental terminal. And I go in and there's the Enterprise desk and I walk in. I say, hello. They say, hello, how are you? And I said, I'm here to get my car. And they said, oh, are you Mr. Tracy? Like, just a guess. And I said, yes, well, your car's all ready for you. Here it is. And I said, thank you. I think I said, thank you very much. And she was very polite. And she said, how was my service? Was my service okay? Did you feel comfortable when you came? Are you happy? Is there anything I could do better next time? And I said, no, that was excellent. I said, how do I find the car? I said, well, you go out this door and down there and you go through the parking lot and you take an L. And so I said, okay, thank you. So I went out and I started out, and there's Avis and there's Budget and there's Hertz and there's National and Republic and all these car plants, and all their lots are full, okay? And so I'm starting on this grid written on with lines on the concrete number, and this person comes hurrying toward me. This woman comes hurrying toward me and said, are you Mr. Tracy? I said, yes. She says, very complicated here around here. Can I guide you to the car? And I said, sure. So I guided to the car, like a blind person, take my hand. And I go into the enterprise lot, and the enterprise lot is empty. There's this long lot, and it's empty. There's only one car. It's an SUV. Now, I rented a full-size car, medium full-size car, and there's only an SUV. And so I got there, and she said, "Are you thirsty?" And she goes right into the shack. She brings you a cold bottle of water. It's really hot. This is summertime, about July. And I said, "Well, thank you very much. And let me show you to the car." I said, "But we had a terrible problem. We really ask for your forgiveness, but we've rented all of our cars. All the other lots are full, by the way. And here's Enterprise. It's empty. It's like there's been a bomb scare in their lot." And I go out, however, we do have an SUV available. And I'm going into the mountains anyway. And we'd love to give it to you at the same charge, same price as your previous car, which is about a $25 a day saving. I said, "Would that be okay? Would that be?" I said, "Sure, I'll take it." And so this little girl grabs my bags, lifts them up, puts them in, closes it out, has me check it out, and says, "Is everything okay?" I said, "Yes." "Well, then you're on your way. Do you need any guiding, any driving instructions? Do you need a map or anything else?" I said, "Yes." "Well, here's a map," and she showed me the map. And then this fellow comes rushing out of the shack, and a nice guy, obviously a manager, comes, how was Susan's service? Was her service okay? And he said, "Yes, her service is," and she said, "Is there anything I can do to do better next time?" And I said, "No, it was fine." She said, "That's wonderful. Thank you very much for coming to Budget. Thank you very much for coming to, Enterprise. Thank you for coming to Enterprise, and you have a good trip, and we'll see. If you ever have any problems, give us a call. We'll take care of it here." And I'm driving away like this thinking, geez, they treated me like I was royalty. So anyway, I'd rent the car, drive it out, gone for 5 days, bring it back, and it's exactly the same in reverse. "Thank you very much for coming. Did you have a good trip? How was the car? Everything else? Thank you. How was our service? Can we serve you better next time?" And I came back to the office, and we had a staff meeting the following week, and I was telling them the story. And one of the guys in our meeting, he was on his way, his vice president was on his way to Florida on vacation with another friend of his, and they arrived in Orlando, and they needed a car. And they said, "Well, Brian just told us this incredible story. Let's check with Enterprise." So they go to Enterprise, and the people at Enterprise brighten up like, "God, we haven't seen you. Oh, we're so happy to see you." Treated them like kings, said, "How was our service?" Word for word, exactly the same kind of service that I had gotten in the Oakland airport. And now they're the biggest in the world. They're consuming the other car companies, sort of like those Pac-Man in the old video games. Why? It's because everybody wants to be treated that way. Everybody wants to be treated that way. So this brings us to our next story. The purpose of a business is to create and keep a customer. Some people think the purpose of a business is to make a profit, but a profit is the result of creating and keeping a customer in a cost-effective way. The measure of business success is customer satisfaction. That's the only measure. That's the only way you can tell how well you're doing. And what is the measure of customer satisfaction? The answer is repeat business. Customers tell you they're satisfied because they come back and buy again. That's the only measure. If they don't, then they weren't. And that's why the most successful companies brag about how much of their business is repeat business. Sometimes 85% of their business is repeat business because their customers, once they have them, come back over and over again. So we say customer satisfaction, the true measure and purpose of a business is customer satisfaction. And so your business goals are, 1, to get them to buy from you first. When you have a customer, a prospect in the marketplace, and they're looking at different alternatives, your competitors and so on, your job is to get them to buy from you rather than from someone else on their first purchase. Second is your job is to get them to buy again from you, and your third job is to get them to bring their friends. And this is where the rubber meets the road. The key is to get them to bring their friends. So the ultimate question, and this is the result of the research that enterprise car rental and many of the most successful companies in the world in different industries have installed, is this. The ultimate question is, would you recommend us to others? My friends at Bain & Company, there's a senior consultant there who is a founder of the company, and his name is Reichold. I think it's John Reichold. And Reichold, what he has done is in many decades of research, he's found that all the customer surveys and all the questions and everything that can all be boiled down to a single question is, would you recommend us to others? Based on your experience with us, would you recommend us to others? That question is more predictive of success and repeat business, profitability, growth, and a wonderful future than any other single question you can ever ask a customer. Would you recommend us to others on a scale of 1 to 10? So what budget does, and what all the companies using, it's Fred Reichhold, I'm sorry, the Reichhold method are doing, is they ask people on a scale of 1 to 10, would you recommend us to others? They find that a 9 or a 10 is what is called a net promoter score. This means that they will not only recommend you to others, they will tell everybody about their experience. A 7, 8, or 9, 7 or an 8 is a neutral. That means if they give you a 7 or an 8, they are satisfied, but they will go away. If they give you a 1 to a 6, it means that they're on the verge of leaving already. So every single customer interaction, these companies ask on a scale of 1 to 10, how did we do? Most companies don't want to know. They don't want to hear that answer, so they never ask. As a result, they make mistakes and they compound their mistakes. But the companies like Enterprise ask on a scale of 1 to 10, and your score predicts your future success. So this has become the big number. It's called the Net Promoter Score. If you have 100 customers and 20 of them rate you 9 or 10, and 80 of them rate you 1 through 8, your Net Promoter Score is minus 80 plus 20, so you got a minus 60. Average company in America has a minus 30 to 50. Now, the companies that are growing like wildfire are the ones that have a Net Promoter Score, so there's 51 or more people giving you a 9 or a 10 to 49 or less people giving you a 1 through an 8. Now, here's the wonderful thing. They ask you this question, Mark, if I was to ask you to grade us on a scale of 1 to 10, would you recommend us to others? What kind of a grade would you give us? Mark says, well, I'll give you probably a 7. Now, we know that 7's not great. It's better than a 6 or below, but it's not an 8 or a 9. It's not a 9 or a 10. So then what do they ask? What's the next question? What would we have to do to get a 10? And Mark would tell me, well, if you just did this, if you just put water on the table and took my order sooner, and so whatever it happens to be, you say, the next time, he said, we'll do that. And they write it down, thank you very much. They send him a comment card, thank you very much for your input, we really appreciate it. Most of the requests don't cost very much money. Sometimes they don't cost any money at all. They're just making people a little happier, treating them a little nicer. And so what he would do is he would say yes, and they would then install the policy, call Mark and say, Mark, we've solved that. From now on, everybody's going to have water on the table as soon as they sit down, and the drink order will be taken within 4 minutes. Mark would suddenly go from whatever his score was to a 10, he'd be loyal to that company for life because they acted on his concern. This is all you have to do is ask them, what would it take to make you happy, and do it, and you'll have a customer for life. So, resale business, we say a happy customer is 10 times easier to sell to than a new prospect, which means it takes 1/10 of the time of cost and effort in terms of advertising, travel, sales presentations, and so on, to sell again to somebody who's happy. A la the Morton story I told you earlier. In referral business, a referral is 10 to 15 times easier to sell to than a cold call or a new customer. A referral from a satisfied customer is almost what we call a laydown. It's a slam dunk. Because if a person says, you should go to this movie, I'm going. I'm buying the ticket, I'm getting in there and getting a good place. You should go to this restaurant, I'm on my way. If I respect you and you recommend something to me, I'm going there. I'm not going to check it on the internet and do an analysis and light a candle and think about whether it's a good decision. I'm just going to do it because if my friend says it's good, that saves me all the thought and worry about making the decision myself. So a referral is 10 to 15 times more valuable. It takes 1/15 of the time and cost to get a referral sale and then to start off cold advertising, making cold calls, initial presentations, and so on. Are you with me so far? So your job is to get referral business. And the key to getting referral business is simply this, is be referable. Be a referable person. How do you be a referable person? You take such good care of your customers that they eagerly tell other people. They want other people to enjoy the same experience that you gave them. So, in getting referrals, the exercise is why do people buy from you in the first place? What value do they seek? What value do they expect? What value do they hope for? What are they dreaming that you will give them in your product or service at the very best? What do you do for your customers that no one else can offer? If you could wave a magic wand and have your customers describe you in a particular way, what would you want them to say? What do your customers expect of you to be satisfied, and so on? Please answer these questions. Please begin. Thank you. So what we say is this, is the aim and purpose of working is for you to enable you to create a high quality of life for yourself and your family. You must never get the cart before the horse. Many people get so involved in working, mostly men, for a variety of reasons, that they forget that the whole reason they're doing it is to provide a great standard of living for themselves and their families. And they get so preoccupied. I remember a story Barbara and I heard of this man. He came to our seminar, our Total Transformation seminar that we've talked about, and he was really down. What happened? He said, well, he got so involved in his work, and he got involved in his work, and his wife kept saying he wasn't getting home on time, he was working late at night, and he wasn't spending time with the kids and everything else, and he just ignored her, just ignored her. One day he came home, and the house was empty. This is in California, Southern California. The house was empty, all the furniture was gone, it was abandoned. And his wife had packed and moved the whole family to Seattle. It took him 6 months to find her. He said he couldn't believe it. He just came home at night, opened the door, walked in, the place was empty. He said it was a real wake-up call for him because he got so preoccupied with his work, he didn't realize the reason he was working so it was he could have a good quality of life with his family. So we say live a great life. Now, when living a great life, you idealize, and this is one of the things that we've been teaching for years, and this is what top people do. Top people have the ability to project forward into the future and then practice what is called back from the future thinking. In other words, they project forward 5 years and they see their life as if it was perfect in every way, and then they come back to the present in their mind and they say, what would have to happen for me starting today to create that beautiful life in the future? So they think back from the future. It's a skill practiced by less than 10% of the population. So idealize your business. If your income was perfect, your business was perfect, your career was ideal in 5 years, and you should be thinking of making 2 or 3 or 5 times what you're earning today 5 years from now. Someone quoted, I think it was Mike who quoted me where I said that we greatly overestimate what we can do in 1 year, but we greatly underestimate what is possible in 5 years. In 5 years, if you decided to walk, you could walk around the world, maybe twice. Now, there would be some wet spots. But how far you could go by putting one foot in front of another starting today is really quite phenomenal. Think about your family. If your lifestyle was perfect, from what you did on the weekends, what you did in the evenings, what you did for family entertainment. One of the things that Barbara and I have always had as a principle is no regrets. And it means that whatever we would ever do with and for our family, do it now. So that if ever something happens, a plane runs into a mountaintop, we have no regrets. We say, oh, we shouldn't have put that off. We should have done it at the time. No regrets. Just do it. And lifestyle, home, vacations, what were the wonderful things you'd like to do with your family? And whatever they are, move them forward. Now, I studied a time management expert, and I stole his idea many years ago. I stole many ideas. They say if you take one idea, it's plagiarism. If you take many ideas, it's research. So I did many ideas, but here's the one idea. It says that time management is the ability to choose the sequence of events. To choose what you do first, what you do second, and what you do not at all. The sequence of events. And all of your life is determined by your choice over the sequence of events. So one of the things that I have always had as a rule is number one is family. My wife and my children always come first. No matter what, they come first. If Barbara wants to talk, I turn off everything, no television, no newspaper, everything stops. If my kids want to talk, everything stops. Everything stops for my family. Families come first. In my office, some of our staff have children. I have a rule. If ever you have a family need for one of your children, go. No deduction of time, no anything. You don't have to ask, just tell people you're on your way. If you have a problem with your children, children come first. And we've had that policy for 25 years, and it's just a great policy. It's a great philosophy for you to have as well. Your family comes first. Your health, your weight, your fitness, your energy, Chalene Supreme, in terms of exercise, is if your weight was perfect, what would it look like? How much would you weigh? How fit would you be? How much would you sleep? What kind of lifestyle would you have? What kind of foods would you eat? And so on. And just start to make the adjustment. Like a great ocean liner starts to change 1 degree at a time. It doesn't spin like a speedboat. It starts to change slowly by determining a new direction in the captain's control room on top. And that's your mind. Your financial situation. How many assets do you want to have? What kind of savings? What kind of income? Now, you notice people, John was talking about this, and I talked about it earlier. Some of the people, and Laurel was talking about, some people had it kind of unfair because I'd already introduced many of these concepts. Did you recognize them as they came up again? Nothing new under the sun, as it says in Ecclesiasticus. But income means how much income would you like to have coming in every month if you never worked again? It's one of the great ideal future visions. And then you come back to the present and say, what would I have to start doing today in order to start enjoying that kind of passive income sometime in the future, your number, and then take the first step. So here are the time quadrants with regard to life and work. First of all, we have quadrant 1. And quadrant 1 is activities that are urgent and important. These are activities that are in your face. They demand immediate action. These are usually activities imposed upon you by your work and your situation. You've got to meet with your boss, call on your customer, get this letter or proposal out to deal with the situation. They are pressing engagements. Most people spend most of their time in quadrant 1. Now, quadrant 2 is a very interesting quadrant. This is where it is important but not urgent. That means it's important but it's not urgent. And these are the areas where you tend to procrastinate. What is an important but not urgent task? Exercising, taking good care of your body. That's very important, but it's not urgent, so it's easy to put it off, especially if you do it late in the day. That's why all real exercisers exercise first thing in the morning. Get up and just do it, and you're done for the day. Reading and learning and upgrading your skills. Is it important? Yes, it determines the entire quality of your life, but is it urgent? No, it's something you can delay on. Here's the challenge, spending time with your family, spending time with your kids when they're young. Greatest regret that parents have is I did not spend enough time with my children when they were young. Barbara and I will never have to say that because we did, because we knew that was the biggest regret before we had our first child, so we made darn good and sure we wouldn't have it. Duh. Yeah. And so one of the important things is, as I said, upgrading your skills, spending time with your children, even meditation, even solitude, even relaxation, vacations. They're important, but they're not urgent. That's why they can be very easily put off. However, sooner or later, the not urgent becomes very urgent. The term paper that has to be in tomorrow at noon or you lose your grade. How many people wrote their term papers the night before the deadline? Everybody did. The professor said, your term paper accounts for 50% of your grade. Begin working on it now. Get your subject approved. Assemble your research. Don't wait till the last minute, and everybody does. And now you're in panic stations because if you don't get it done, you're going to lose the entire semester. So keep saying, what are the urgent things? This is called the quadrant of effectiveness. People who spend more time in quadrant 2 doing things that have long-term value are the ones who are the most effective and most successful. Quadrant 3 are things that are urgent but not important. Telephone ringing, messages popping up on your email, incoming mail, people want to chat with you and so on. These are urgent because they're in your face, but they're of no value because they have no consequences. Whether you do them or don't do them now or later really doesn't make much of a difference. This is called the quadrant of delusion. This is where people delude themselves into thinking that they are working and they're doing something important, but they're really not. Because if they do it or don't do it, it really doesn't matter. And the fourth quadrant is the quadrant of things that are urgent, and not important. And this is the quadrant of waste. This is the quadrant of waste. This is where people waste most of their lives doing fun, silly, irrelevant, useless things. So what's the key to success is work in quadrant 1 and 2 all the time and don't spend any time in quadrant 3 and 4. So let's do this exercise because it's really important, very simple and quick, is ask yourself, what are the urgent and important activities that take up much of your day? You know, and these are things you have to do. These are things that have to get done. These are things that determine sales and profitability. These are not things that you can avoid. 2, what are the not urgent but important activities that can have a major impact on your future? This is study. This is physical fitness. This is time with your family. This is planning time and thinking through things before you do them. Number 3, what are the urgent but not important activities that sidetrack you during the day? And unexpected interruptions, people dropping in, phone calls, and so on. Number 4, what are the activities that are neither urgent nor important that you can eliminate entirely? Now here is one of the great secrets of life management, is you can only get your time under control to the degree to which you stop doing useless things. or you stop doing things that are of lower value than things that are of higher value. You cannot simply get your time under control by doing more things. You've got to stop doing things. So when you start off in the morning, you should start off with a to-do list and a not-to-do list. And you put all your irrelevant things that can be done tomorrow, next week, never, on your not-to-do list, and don't do those things until your to-do list is complete. Just eliminating things from your life can so simplify your life and increase your productivity as to be unbelievable, but it takes discipline. Number 5, what specific activities are you going to do more of in quadrants 1 and 2? What activities should you stop doing altogether so you have more time to do the things that really make a difference? What changes are you going to make in your time usage based on the above? And what one thing are you going to start or stop doing immediately? Now, just before you start this, I have some good news for you. And the good news is that in Business Growth Strategies, you have a complete time management course which is considered by many to be the finest 12-part time management course in the business. It is sold all over the world in multiple languages, and many people say it literally transformed their lives. And it's available to you basically with one click. So if time management is a concern of yours, and time management is really life management, it determines your whole future, just be sure to make a note there. I'm going to take that course. I'm going to take one session a week. That's 20 minutes. Actually, they're even shorter than that, about 15 minutes. One session a week for the next 12 weeks. Just do that, and you'll double or triple your productivity. So please begin. What are your answers to these questions? Please begin. Now, interesting point. Everybody writes down under question 6, no more television, less television, don't watch television. And that's very smart. So what I do is this, I think television is the most marvelous technological device, but I just don't turn it on before 9 p.m. Television is not my life. I don't come home and watch television. And I turn it off when I'm not watching it. Sometimes I'll watch a little Fox News to get angried up a bit. But other than that, we don't have the television on. The television's not on. Sometimes we'll just play music in the background, no television. I won't watch television until after 9 o'clock. Just get into the habit of it. Now, if you're in the habit of coming home and just turning it on, see if you can't put it off until 7. And then after you put it off till 7, see if you can't put it off till 8. And instead of spending time on television, talk to the person who's there. Communicate. Go for a walk. Even go out to a movie. Go next door for something for dinner or something. But stay away from the television. Break the TV habit. If you can do that, you'll be amazed at how many more hours and valuable, deep, rich hours flow into your life. So the next exercise I want you to do is we called the Business Mastery and, Achieving Balance and Harmony. I jumped ahead of myself here. This is really important. Ooh, this is a great exercise. I love this. Oh, son of a gun. All right. We see achieving balance and harmony. The law of the excluded alternative says that to do one thing means not doing everything else at that moment. And remember I said to you that the superior thinker has the thought, or has the stimulus, and then the thought, and then the response. Whereas the average thinker has stimulus response. They get a stimulus and they react. Most people in our society just get stimulus and response. Whereas the thinker stops and thinks. And the thought in that moment is what you're going to do, what you're going to not do. And thinking about what you would not be doing. For instance, if you turn on the television, you'll not be communicating with your spouse or your children. You'll not be doing anything of value. And so you say, is this really the best use of my life? Is to turn on the television or to do something of no value. So remember this, whenever you choose A, you are automatically not choosing all other things. And the other things may be vastly more important to you. Practice creative abandonment, which means to think about the things in your life that take up time that you should no longer be doing. Mowing your own lawn, doing your own laundry and ironing, doing your own housekeeping and things like that. At one time, it was logical for you to do them, but these are things you need to free up so you have more time to do things that enrich your life at a higher level. And create, as we said before, a not-to-do list. These are things I'm not going to do anymore. Remember, we get into a habit, what we call a comfort zone, of doing certain things over and over, and sometimes those things have no further value to our lives. I'll tell you a quick story. This gentleman comes home, wife is cooking dinner, and she's cooking a pot roast. And she has the pot roast on the cutting board, and she takes the end, takes a big knife and cuts the end off the pot roast and wraps it up, tin foil, and puts it in the refrigerator, and then puts the pot roast in the pan and puts it in the oven. And so he asks her, he said, honey, I've seen you do that lots of times. Why do you cut the end off the pot roast? She said, well, that's why you always cut the end off the pot roast. That's how you prepare a pot roast. I said, but what's the reason for it? She said, well, that's how I learned to cook from my mother. You always cut the end off the pot roast. They say, well, just for interest's sake, let's call your mother and ask her why we do that. So we called her mother across town, and she said, well, that's how you cook a pot roast. That's how I've always cooked a pot roast. I learned that from my mother. So her grandmother was still alive, so they called her grandma and said, Granny, why do we cut the end off the pot roast? She said, well, when your husband and I grew up in the 20s, when your grandfather and I grew up in the 20s, all they had was very little ovens and very little pans, and so the only way you could get into the pan was cut the end off the pot roast, so we started doing it at that time. They're now doing it 3 generations later. How many things are you doing 3 generations later that don't need to be done at all? Okay, so please answer these questions. What 3 things do you enjoy most when you're not working? What sort of activities make you happy? Reading, exercising, you can't spend all your time doing that other thing, so be a little bit more creative. Going for walks, come on, be creative here. This is going to be published in a family publication, okay? Number 2, what are your 3 most enjoyable vacation destinations? What if you're loaded with money? You can go to your favorite destination. You can even buy beautiful homes there. You can even have a private jet and fly there whenever you want. What 3 places would you pick? If you were forced to take a day off from work, what 3 things would you do? What are the most enjoyable leisure time activities you engage in with your family and friends? Please be a little creative, okay? Number 5, how would you spend your time if you only had 6 months left to live? What would you do with your last 6 months? Number 6, and this comes from Stanford, by the way, if you had $20 million in the bank, but only 10 years left to live, what would you do differently from what you're doing today? Number 7, what actions are you going to take immediately to increase your time off? And what 1 leisure time activity are you going to plan for right now? Please begin. Okay, please turn to the person next to you, and this is the final answer. This is the one thing that you're going to do immediately, above all, as a result of this seminar. This is the one promise you're going to make to yourself and make to the people at your table. So please tell them the one thing that you're going to do, and when you're going to do it, and how you will measure success. This isn't something like lose weight, manage my time better, spend more time at home, watch less TV. This is not an answer. It's got to be specific, measurable, and time-bounded. A child should be able to come and tell you if you did it or not. All right, so please tell the people at your table your answer to that last question. Now, could I ask you a special favor? Please take page 225 out of your binder. That's our evaluation form. And in the name of good customer service, we would love to get your candid opinion while it is fresh in your mind. And so put your name, and if you want to write colorful, cutting, hurtful remarks, you don't have to put your name. But we'd like your overall evaluation from 20, which is the very best, to 1, which is the poorest. Why did you rate it this way? What 1 idea will you apply immediately as a result of this seminar? Which guest speaker provided the most value to you? Of the sessions taught, which topic did you like the most? Are there any topics that were not covered that you would like me to talk about? And then on the back, we have some other questions about value and what would make your experience more valuable. Why did you decide to attend? What improvements would you suggest for future events? If you could fill this out, please, I'd really appreciate it. And as you're doing that, I would just like to wrap up by telling you a quick story. I was in Washington, D.C., speaking for a government department, $42 billion government department, and all their senior executives, including the secretary of the department. And at lunchtime, I was doing a 2-day seminar on team building, strategic planning, and creative thinking. And at the lunch break, they brought in a speaker, and the speaker was speaking on economics. And as I said before, economists become economists because they lack the charisma of engineers and accountants. And so he gave quite a good talk, and it was quite well received, and he got a lot of applause, and a good deal of humor, and so on. So I asked him afterwards privately, basically talking shop, how do you get a reputation? How do you become successful speaking on economics? Pretty dry subject. He said, well, there's 2 keys, he said, and we were talking privately, away from anybody else. He says, 2 keys. He said, number 1, if you want to be successful as an economist, know your audience, know what they do, and then link current economic events to their work, their life, and their business so that it's relevant. Everybody wants to know how the current economy is likely to affect them. He said, but number 2 is the key. He said, in America, he said, always predict growth. He said, 80% of American economic history or more has been growth. And it's been interrupted by recessions and depressions and booms and panics and so on and so forth. But 80% of the time it's growth. So no matter what's going on, it's always say, based on my knowledge, I predict growth. You see, and no matter what's happening to the economy, it'll eventually come back up, and everybody say, boy, that guy was smart. He was predicting growth when everybody else was jumping out of buildings. So in your future, the moral of the story, in your life, always predict growth. Always predict growth for yourself. Always predict growth for your particular private business. Remember, in every industry, when 80% of the businesses are suffering, 20% are thriving. I know lots of companies that are in industries that are collapsing, and they're thriving, selling the same product, the same price, out of the same offices. So always predict growth in your life, because here is the truth. The truth is that the very best years of your life lie in the future. The happiest moments of your life lie in the future. The highest income of your life lies in the future. Your greatest accomplishments and richest, most loving moments, best experiences all lie in the future. As Shakespeare said, the past is merely prelude. What you've done up to now is just warming up for the great experiences you're going to have in the future. And this is how the top people think. You're the right people, you're in the right place, you've got the right skills and abilities and knowledge and ambition and desires, you are doing the right thing, and this is the right opportunity for you and I, and this is the right time in history. So your future is going to be the very best part of your life, and no matter what happens, you just keep remembering that, and that will come true for you. You will create a great future for yourself. And I thank you very much. God bless you for being here. Have a good trip home. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. You're the best. You're the best.